Oh, oh shit! I'm in the left box. You guys, okay? So everybody who watches DFN, you guys know that whoever is in the left box has the power. But I didn't check who has the power before we went live, and so I just kind of rolled the dice. But it looks like it's me. Ha ha! What's up, everybody? Welcome to another Deadlock Fight Night. What's up, Jason? How you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm always excited to come back for another week of DFN presented by Intel, of course. Intel making our dreams come true here in Deadlock and being pretty much the only tournament in Deadlock for the last couple of months, man. But I'm excited because we had a big changeover last week, right? We saw NA and EUC new champions, or some old when looking over at North America. But to see finally Abrahams and Hoot in particular get his first tick here in DFN history. I know he's looking forward to put a second one on the board here, but it's going to be tough because we have a very difficult matchup coming their way.
Ooh, interesting. I was away that week too, so that's I was a busy bee. Well, let's quickly introduce the format for people. If you are a newer viewer to the Deadlock Fight Night, so we have a particular format that I think you'll enjoy. We start with challengers who are looking to then play into the money match, where they will have to face off the previous week's winner. We have Abrahams there for the EU match and Hydra Nation on the other end of it for the NA match. So some interesting matchups ahead. Jason, are you excited by all of this?
Oh man, so I'm excited. First of all, TF2 Avengers. I can no longer rag on Deathy. They changed their name because they have a completely different roster this time. No longer TF2 Boomers. They're gonna hope to avenge themselves, but also more importantly, you're not seeing melee creeps here. They did lose last week, but they're going through a little bit of a rebuild yet again within their roster. I believe Ido has been dropped from the team, and they're currently trialing out some new players for the roster. A support player, meaning that we're gonna see them switch things up once again. We did have a subtle change in the previous times, but man, then up against Valhalla, we've seen a couple of weeks in a row now. They've started to show some improvement here, but to take down the top dogs, the 12-time, I guess now 13-time DFN winner of Hydra Nation is going to be difficult. But Dan, I mean, it can't get better to start off DFN than a Virtus.pro one-win matchup to kick things off with.
Oh yeah, that's going to be epic. I think these teams, they feel like family at this point, you know, on this show, right? Because we see them every week. I feel like we should be, you know, getting to know them even better with the interviews. I don't really know anything about them. It feels really weird. I just know that they own in Deadlock, and that's kind of it, really. So we'll have to figure that out. Obviously, there's might be some language barriers here or there, but let's bring in the analyst for this first segment because we need some assistance. We got ZP, and both ZP and I, you guys might notice, we might sound more manly today, actually, right? Isn't that right, ZP?
That's right. As it turns out, imagine being a professional commentator and not actually looking at the bottom of your microphone and putting it to the right setting for, I don't know, probably about 10 years. Surely wouldn't happen to people that have commentated top level events before. Dan, we wouldn't make such a mistake, would we?
No. Am I still here?
I was waiting for an answer there.
All my shit.
I think it's like an IDC.
Everything blacked out. Everything just blacked out. I was like, oh no, not again. I just built this PC. Why? Okay, so
okay.
I didn't really
you guys got your mic
catch all
sorted.
of what you said, CP. But I think it was awesome.
You got your mic sorted. Hopefully get your PC sorted because we have some top-notch DFN action coming your way today here. And ZP, maybe I can just jump into it with you. Well, hopefully Dan can fix some issues here. Man, VP, it's not very often we see them getting toppled over towards DFN, but they have had that happen a couple of times now, and just last week in particular. But they're going up against a team which I think you and I kind of have different thoughts on as a roster overall. But one win have had their time to shine here in DFN, but it's been a while since we've seen them back at the top.
I'm more bullish on one win than you are. I think one win, when they look good, they look really, really good. I think that the changes in the meta have definitely not been to their favor when you think about when they've been really good. You know, most notably, it was when Pocket was the ultimate powerhouse and Yamato was a first pick priority in EU. You know, maybe now, after seeing like the might of Calico in recent times, things will be swapped up to be a little bit better in their favor. I just feel like One Win is a team where, even though their team playing chemistry seemingly improved over time, and they have really good individual threats, their read on the meta has just been kind of bad for the last like month and a half. But I feel like that can only last for so long. And what a world it would be if they come in here today and knock out VP in the challenging match, where it would kind of be the EU cycle where, you know, VP gets on top, then VP like struggles for a few weeks, then they come back and get back over and reclaim the championship. And we may be in the down part of the VP cycle right now, maybe.
I don't know if we will see that like 3-4 week dominance out of 1win again. So this is where ZP and I have kind of like different thoughts about them as a team, because I feel like the way they came to fruition, the way they came to the promised land of being, of course, the DFN title holder, is off of a way they played things differently in the jungle, of going for these invades and forcing fights, catching people off guard, and then making the team a little bit scared to actually go out and solo farm, or they would have to overcommit and put multiple players there to protect each other. I think that's kind of gone to the wayside, though. I know we can easily have discussion about this when it comes to Abraham's and the way they've been running the Calico and the Haze together. But I think they would have to come up with almost an entirely new strategy to have that level of dominance, because once it was figured out, VP were able to finally dethrone them. And VP is an insanely strong team. I think they're going to be a little bit hurt when it came to last week. But one thing we've seen ZP when it comes to them, and Dan, are you good? Are you back and good?
I think I'm fine.
Oh. So one thing we see with VP is that when they get knocked off the throne, they come back even stronger. So I'm more curious about what is this team prepared for today.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of truth for sure in both of the points that you guys are making, and I think it's really interesting to see. Because I definitely agree with you, Jason, that 1win were able to exploit a lot in the early game, and how they were able to kind of roll the early game into the mid game advantages, as you mentioned, with how they would play for the invades and so on and so forth. But yeah, that early game has changed quite a bit with the new version of Deadlock, and it does seem a little bit more difficult for them to kind of roll with those multiple playmakers. It seems a bit easier to kind of win a draft or get a more favorable draft against them, because I felt like there was a time when drafting against 1win was kind of hard, and it was very hard to just deny them getting like the Pocket or the Yamato, or like just like some of these key playmakers that they could just take over the early game and into the mid game with. So I don't know, I do see the points that you're making. I still am a bit of a 1win stan, because I just love seeing just some of the shenanigans that we get from that team. But with VP, they're the boring team that's amazing. You do know what I mean? They're like the team that I don't want to root for, because they don't excite me as much. Like 1win, I feel like they excite me more, but I have to concede that VP generally are more solid and more stable, and the results speak for themselves too. They've been a lot more dominant over multiple iterations of Deadlock, which have looked very different. So, any final thoughts on that one, ZP?
No, I'm ready to get into the Mo and Krill 1v1. Although I love the production thing here. It says casters, Mo and Krill, that only we can see, as if like actually we're getting benched, and Mo and Krill, the ultimate casting duo, is coming up. But no, it's just gonna be two Mo and Krills fighting each other.
You know what? You're onto something, ZP. I think one day when we have a LAN event, we should just have two casters, one on each other's back, and they're the caster Mo and Krill together. That would be hilarious.
That would be pretty sick.
Do we have a short enough caster in the Deadlock scene to actually be the Krill in that case?
Well, you guys are pretty tall, and I'm like not short.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if we can do it.
Like, we're tall, but you're not short. Okay.
How we do this?
Well, it looks like VP are going to win out in this 1v1 here. Obikin getting the final fisticuff to the face. But the thing is, for VP and for teams we've seen lately here, ZP, you don't really take first pick. You take the second pick, which it looks like exactly what VP did yet again.
Yeah. So, okay, VP, they decide they want to go second, 1win. I think what you see here is you ban anything but the Calico and angle to pick Calico first. I think from what we saw in the last week and the fact that no changes have come about, that Calico, I feel like, is still going to be either first ban, first pick priority most of the day. The power was pretty undeniable. And with Viscus being taken down, what I wonder here for VP is, do they just ban the Calico outright? Because even though Calico was getting first picked a lot, it wasn't really getting first banned much last time around.
I think Calico is super annoying. I know there's been this growing hatred for her as a hero lately. Every stream I go to is just like, I hate playing against Calico, and there definitely needs to be some changes, but she's so damn good that you almost need to pick her no matter what when it comes to your composition. And we see VP respawn with it, but it leaves open things like your pockets for 1win, which we've seen quite a bit come out into fruition. I don't know if we're going to see necessarily a Warden pick this early though, in like a top 3 pick, because obviously Sinclair could be a big counter to that. But for 1win, I wouldn't be surprised to see Pocket go first.
Yeah, I think it's been so fun to see how Pocket it seems somewhat immune to the like all of the nerfs and just the different meta changes. Everyone always eventually figures out that Pocket's still goated. And opening a Warden pick though is pretty awesome. I'm glad to see Warden's return to the meta. Do you guys feel like he's first pick worthy?
I do think so. I mean, especially with the frontline focus they have right now. I mean, look, Jason's shaking his head, so I think Jason's about to come in here and say, what about Geist? I think between the two, it's pretty close in where you're going to pick. Because, like, for VP, they're going Pocket in second pick here, likely going to be Geist with where it's been. And, I mean, Pocket's getting picked, like, kind of a two-for reason. It's not the fact that Affliction is really good in regards to how it operates right now in team fights and max HP, but also what you can do at the jungle. But yeah, I mean, you know, I'll kind of leave to you, Jason. You know, Jason, you're saying, I assume it's because you value Geist over Warden right now, I'd assume.
Okay, I'm gonna touch on that, but I want to go back to Pocket really quickly. For me, like Warden, he does have like really good counters. Obviously, Rescue Beam, which we've seen be built quite a bit, is a really good way to prevent his last 10 from doing a lot of damage. Kelvin Dome, which, you know, Obi King could play a ton of, is also a great denial. Any mobility to get away from Warden is very good. You're forced to also build, I'd say, more Gun Warden than Spirit Warden, because Spirit Warden's so gimmicky that if you don't hit a good last stand, then all your value is completely gone. Plus, you have to look at what do we do with Sinclair in that pick then? If we pick Warden this early, we're going to have to either ban Sinclair, pick Sinclair, or hope they don't pick Sinclair, and we have to play around it if they do. I think that's why I'm a little bit torn when it comes to as a first pick, and Geist is just... She does insane amount of damage. She has insane clear. She can technically heal teammates. She has that ability to swap someone down to 1 HP if needed. She's just all around like such a strong pick. I'll come back to Pocket, I guess, because we see a Haze picked up here. And honestly, I'm a big fan of seeing Haze being picked this early.
Here I am.
Haze last Warden. Dude, if this was like a month ago, we would be like saying that one winner complete trash. They like live in a dumpster to like make these picks. Like, what? Where are you finding these picks? Obviously, the game's changed.
Yeah, the game has changed pretty significantly in just a month. Even from this patch, like from the beginning of the new item shop rework to now, we've had huge shifts in what is being valued, in part because of how items are being built. The fact that we are this deep into the draft and Paradox and Holiday are not to be seen, you never saw that in Deadlock. You know, prior to that, or the fact that Mirage isn't even picked at, right? And it's just, that is how much things have shifted from item priority and finding out the different new and improved power levels of some of these heroes in a post-item shop rework world, where Infernus also going way higher in EU priority, kind of mirroring what we saw in NA, where we saw Leffa make Infernus look like the good old days last week. So, you know, things have shifted pretty hard. And also, you talk about things not getting picked or banned yet. Kelvin, Shiv, both of them were top tier at the beginning of the item rework patch, and now you look at it, they have fallen significantly now, Jace.
They have indeed, and honestly, I'm kind of a fan of that. I feel like it was somewhat gimmicky, and honestly, I don't know if Deadlock's future intends to keep Shiv's ult mechanic working the way it does, because it is kind of ridiculous, especially with like the extra HP everyone has across the board. But I did want to quickly touch on Infernus real quick, because we've been really confused about Infernus as a hero, and we've been kind of underwhelmed or overwhelmed depending on like what region you're looking at. And I finally remembered to message Lightbringer and talk to him about it. And he brought up some very good points, because Infernus is a very strong counter to Warden for a couple of reasons. Your Afterburn reduces spirit damage they do. So Warden's last stand, you reduce a lot of the damage he can do. Your Napalm tier 3, which is your 1 ability, it makes them take more damage and reduces the healing that they can do, which again, really good counter to Warden. Your Flame Dash also reduces your fire rate, and you also build toxic bullets. So you're like inherently a really good counter to Warden. And I think that's why we see VP pick up Infernus so early on in the turn here, to have that direct counter. Not to mention on top of that, they also get themselves a Sinclair, which is kind of nutty.
Yeah, Sinclair does just generally have some really good kit. I mean, Sinclair feels like a support Mirage in some ways, where you still get some of that split push value. You've got a lot of really strong early laning potential, and then you can go into the late game with some really, really strong CC that scales very well into those like late team fights. So, definitely makes sense.
So I do like this from One Win, the Yamato coming back in, not because I think Yamato is that high in overall power, but I think, again, you kind of look at how things transpired in NA with Hydra Nation getting back on top. I don't think you can underrate the impact of just comfort picks in Deadlock, even on the EU side. I think being able to turn in here and likely put, say, ABL on the Yamato feels pretty good overall from the One Win end. Now, that being said, when you look at the core of how One Win is built here, they have basically, you know, 2 frontliners in Yamato and Warden, and the rest of it between the Haze, Lash, and Holiday is going to be very scrappy from around like the 6-minute mark to about the 15-minute mark. And then, Hayes, of course, goes a little bit longer into the mid game. But Lash, Holiday together here, I mean, one win of the two teams, when you look at how this is going to pan out, they're running the way more aggressive lineup, or at the very least the lineup that needs to play way more aggressive to be competitive.
Yeah. And the Mirage is a lot of extra damage. I was actually wondering if they would go like an Abrams or something to have a bit more tankiness, but they've got Mirage. Well, it looked like you were going to say something, Jason. I like how
No, sorry. I'm trying to look at something because I was like looking at my little mini database. And I'm trying to figure out something on my side. But I actually am also curious with the change up of like Paradox in Holiday's significance, I guess I'll say, when it comes to the matches because of Rescue Beam. I'm also kind of surprised to see them still hold on to a Holiday as like a necessity. Obviously, Lash gives you a great engage opportunity if you can catch the other team slacking a little bit, but we've seen a lot of Lashes do a fantastic job of coming in from the high ground. But again, the Careless and Virtus.pro is very adamant on denying those angles for Lash and denying a lot of that surprise factor. But they do have, I mean, I don't really necessarily hate the combo for one win because we know Hayes can be super annoying in that mid game if you can look for those picks. But I do like the Kelvin as a response to Warden, as a response to Lash. Has a lot of healing that you can do. I mean, we've seen Obikin put up some ridiculous numbers not too long ago. Virtus.pro kind of have like a mobile team, a high sustain team, and it's going to be very tough for, I think, one win to necessarily take this.
I actually firmly disagree when I look at this. I think the problem that I have with VP's comp is that VP has to have a perfect laning phase coming out here, and they're not really a team where they're going to be able to get behind. One win has a lot of options to engage if they get behind, and a lot of ways to sort of force fights. VP's main way of forcing fights with the comp they've picked is kind of a brute force approach of just running into an area and going, hey, we're fighting here. You need to like head over to us. One win, by contrast, they can open up fights with Hayes Sleep Dagger, especially in the mid game when Hayes is good for going for that. You have options, of course, with Holiday to open up fights anywhere, even though it's a little bit difficult to capitalize at times because of Rescue Beam. And when you take a look at you have Lash there, where even though a lot of the value from Lash right now doesn't even come from Death Slam at times as much as it does just really good play in the neutral, it's still an option to get opportunities and big punishes in. VP, by contrast, this lineup, I mean, if they get behind, Jason, I don't think they have great opportunities to come back with what they're running.
Well, so part of the reason I was saying what I was mentioned before is that, like, again, after talking to Lightbringer, one of the reasons that VP actively picks Pocket so much, especially as a first pick, because we've been questioning that for a long time, is that Pocket inherently makes you not want to team fight because of that affliction, because of the presence of that alone. So it makes it very difficult for like one win to pull off like really big team fights. Instead, Virtus.pro will be looking for those like mini skirmishes to get a man advantage and hopefully look to snowball into it. Not saying I completely disagree with what you're saying as well. I mean, I think Virtus.pro are going to have, I guess, I don't know, I almost want to say like a slight struggle, though I look towards D-Mob and the Sinclair. I think this is one of the first times we're actually seeing him played, if I'm not mistaken, because normally it's a listic hero. I want to have faith in them, the fact that they kind of gone this composition, but I completely understand and respect what you're saying, ZP.
Oh, hello.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did Dan crash? I was thinking, I'll give him a moment.
I thought Jason was like throwing it back to VP then. Like,
no.
Like he's crashing.
no. I said my piece. I'm analyst. You're cast in this game. I'm the peanut gallery. Throw it to me when you want, but a little bit later. You know.
I can't confirm, by the way, this is D-Mob's first Sinclair game here in DFN 2, which is gonna be very interesting to see.
Ooh, that's interesting. Because I was going to say about just the extreme mix-ups, just the fact that we see like, you know, Lash and Hayes and so on as these opening picks. You know, we based on the metas and how some of the teams, you know, we know that rosters get changed not infrequently in Deadlock, pretty frequently, to be honest, when you think consider pro esports in general is very frequent. And hero pools are, you know, the mixture of hero pools that you get, you know, is as a part of those changes, obviously. And sometimes some of those changes might be to try to open up a hero pool because you're not satisfied with what you have currently. And so it's kind of interesting to see what longevity will have from these two rosters in particular, because these two have been pretty stable overall.
Yeah. Also, as a side note, this is ABL's first game as Hayes in DFN 2, if we're talking about some mix-ups here. And I mean, ABL, like, he was so damn successful when it came to Yamato. that we kind of made a name for himself, and he really, like, after Aegis Aurora, created a name for himself over here in EU. So I want to see what he's going to be doing. I don't necessarily see him as being similar as a TAS though, who plays more supporty with the haze. I wouldn't be surprised to see him be actually more aggressive, because I don't know who's going to invade with him unless it's maybe flammable. So I wouldn't be surprised to see like a focus lens come out of him to look for those initial picks and kills.
Yeah, and another quick one too is, you know, Empty Dreams, I think, has been so iconic on Pocket and on the Warden too. Very different hero, but, you know, enough about that. We'll see who is going to be taking the edge here in the early game, because I think historically, as we were talking about, OneWin have been so good at that, and VP are a team that just loses so well. Like, if they are getting behind, they are so good at limiting how behind they get, and they are able to like mitigate it with their farm in other ways. So curious to see how that dynamic is gonna play out. But and obviously with the fact that you've got the Lash, you've got the Holiday as well, you've got so many tools here to be aggressive, to find those aggressive picks. With that said, Zanya able to take down Michaelis like very early on here, and that, in fact, that left side tower is actually taking a lot of damage on VP's side. So, you know, I think OneWin really enjoying that early lead that they're getting there.
Yeah, and I think for them in particular, like, they do have like a decent amount of shove in that left lane, though their mid lane is taking a lot of punishment because of this Sinclair and Geist. It's so much poke, it's just so much raw damage being done to you, which is why you can see OneWin on the back foot. But I wouldn't be surprised to see OneWin like look for an early tower in that left lane so you can free things up and force some, you know, additional farm over to Empty Dream on the Warden. I would imagine Zana is going to be more of a playmaker, looking to group up in towards the middle lane. But I also want to see, like, when is OneWin going to look to free up ABL on the Haze to become that mid-game powerhouse? Because that's where Haze is going to excel, when you can stealth up, you can surprise people in lane, catch people solo farming, which, you know, ABL as a player can easily do.
Totally.
Oh my god.
That's a little close for comfort. Well, Michaelis is going to die again. He's really on the rough end of things so far early on, it would appear. And once again, that left side tower is just getting owned right now. It is dropping a lot of HP. We are, in fact, it's close to going down. And we understand how big the advantage can be to get that early, but it's like the Storm Cloud's coming through for a finish onto Zergy. That's really nice there. OneWin, they are looking so good at the beginning of this on both extremity lanes. The mid lane's a bit more even. Actually, it's a bit more of a losing lane for them, but overall, it's looking quite good at the moment. Finally, Michaelis will be able to find a punish onto Empty Dreams, but I feel like still, you know, OneWin pretty happy. And wow, what an early beam.
Well, I saw two of them now, actually. So Xenon had one and someone else had one. I didn't actually catch directly who it was, but interesting to see that a 7 picking up with Xenon on that roster. But he had a great little stunt. He threw a stunt over onto Zergy, pops his ultimate, and immediately bursts him down as well. A good start here for OneWin, but honestly, I have to say, and I'm going to bring in ZP for this really quickly, I have to call it, OneWin are going to win this game. I saw ABL with his well-played spam once they got that kill in mid.
Well, you know, the confidence is back, Jason, is what you're getting from here. And oh, dear Lord, speaking of confidence, it just keeps getting worse. I mean, this pocket lane has just been completely pummeled over the course of the early game. And look, it's not over yet, but again, I'm just going to bring out what I brought up right before the game started, is that VP is not running a comp right now that is good if they get behind. If this gets out of hand into the first earn fight, VP doesn't have a lot of options to come back unless OneWin does the, you know, El Clasico OneWin throw, going for mid boss and then flubbing it when they don't need to go for mid boss. But like, short of that, VP's already in some real trouble here.
Yeah, definitely does not look like the start that you want. And again, it's one of those. It's like the first stage of the plan, you know, for the win condition of when OneWin, just getting that initiative off of that initial tower getting taken down. That said, a lot of pressure coming back from VP on this left side lane. They're doing great work there. 3 players trying to take down the VP side though on the left, and it's going to be very difficult for them to stay alive. Sharik goes down, and still Michaelis is dodging about. He does have some assistance in Listic, but they're going to have to disperse. And I think, you know, OneWin will be happy with the exchange. Oh, actually, Listic gets found here. So some damage coming out from the haze. You've got to be careful, though. Not sure if that health stop is available, but assistance is there in the form of Zanya. And so OneWin, they just seem all over these fights right now.
Yeah, they're looking to force these early skirmishes, build up a lead, though they're actually fun enough behind when it comes to souls. Also, I'm kind of hoping Jake is here. Not necessarily to come in, but he can if he is. we might see that support 7 that he was so adamantly talking about last week, because we do have, like we mentioned before, the rescue beam for Xenon, and they don't necessarily have like a solid support player for the team. Arcane Surge on top of that, it's possible, man.
And there's the Affliction there on the left side, so Michaela's trying to get some revenge. But yeah, we are truly in this healing beam meta. I feel like it's going to get nerfed. I mean, the fact that, it does
100%.
get rushed, and we're seeing it to the levels of the healing Nova. It's like, you should nerf that, and several players like,
well, I mean,
get healing beams then.
For like rescue beam, it's even become more stronger than healing Nova, because it directly changed the meta of pick heroes too, which is kind of crazy. You see Zuri going to be using the combustion, looking for the stun under tower. There's going to be the storm cloud coming through, forcing him back to at least get an ultimate out, and they do escape with their lives. And not to mention, D-Mob gets a kill in the overseas. That was over in the mid lane.
Yeah, and this is a really important fight here. The mid tower, therefore, one win slightly weaker than VP's. And okay, there goes the shadow form coming out of Yamato. Zanya just using that to stay alive in that position. It is a 3v2 in favor of VP on that mid lane. At the same time, pretty aggressive action on this right side as we now switch to it. Coming out of VP, trying to push this tower down, looking to potentially be in a position to dive, though they will be forced back. But VP definitely coming alive here now in the last couple of minutes. Given how the start went, that's definitely a good sign to see.
Hey, Dan, if I said to you that Michaelis died like 3 or 4 times in lane, would you believe me?
Yes, because I did bear witness.
But you look at his souls, and he doesn't look like he died 3 or 4. He was on 9k souls, and he just got killed, so he lost 600 bag there. It does not look like he's died 3-4 times in lane. Like, he actually is pretty much was on par with almost Empty Dreams right here, who was the one as the main punisher of him in the lane. A great little dislodge here out of Listy getting the stun on overseas on the zip line. But Michaelis has been farming up like a beast.
No, you're totally right. It's a great point to make. He's really not been phased by some of the early knocks. But speaking of which, VP, they are continuing to press on this tower. It honestly felt like the initiative was certainly moving in OneWin's favor with the early exchanges that we had for the first 5 to 6 minutes. But VP are suddenly just dominating the entire map. They've managed to get ahead in towers by 2. They're +2 somehow, which just seems kind of crazy to imagine. So they're in a great position to take, or to rather use the map control, leverage it into a lot more souls, either through invading their opponent's jungle. But with that said, I've got to hold that thought, because we do have this gank onto the Geist here. Everyone from OneWin is present, basically.
Yeah, Listic looking to escape from this one. He does have his soul exchange here to buy some time, but he's most inevitably going to die. In the meantime, the rest of his team on the right-hand side of the map has started to get the buff and maybe even push in on towards this Walker for a bit of extra damage. So at least OneWin, they come out ahead with the kill, but it's still going to be a 1-for-1 trade when it comes to these runes. And Xenon, in the meantime, has picked up the urn. The first time we're actually seeing it be, I guess, contested so far. Then again, it's only just spawned in.
I'm curious, if the going for the urn was more valuable than not, because VP decided to not do it, and they didn't really challenge for that. They just had the guys that died, but there's not really that much map control for the turn-in, so it could be somewhat labored to even deposit that. So I'm wondering if there was some wasted time for OneWin. We'll have to wait and see. There's 2 players that are present for VP on the right side of the map to ensure that they have a good way to prevent the urn from getting turned in for now. And there isn't really a great effort from OneWin to do so.
No, it's right now the urn is just a bait. Look on the left-hand side of the map. Look at that left lane Walker. It's going to get a lot of presence out of OneWin here in just a few seconds. And honestly, Shark, you should not be able to defend against this 3-man hit squad coming your way. He needs some backup, and he doesn't really have the greatest of wave clear either. You can already see the push coming through out of OneWin. And there's no backup coming. Instead, Virtus.pro, they decide to go for a push themselves on the mid lane and the right lane, all while this is happening. Michaelis gets an affliction off. The backup was there to, push them back. And maybe actually OneWin now. Sorry, Virtus.pro can come out ahead.
Yeah, great work to actually force them back. And instead, we have VP managing to do a lot of damage on that right side Walker. No response just yet, because also the mid Walker's needing to be defended. So OneWin are forced into a massive defensive posture, trying to make these hard help on these Walkers, but the important thing is that they've kept them alive. But still, VP, they've got more map control. They've been really controlling the rotations. They've been dictating the game to OneWin. after that sort of 5-6 minute opening period where it looked like they were getting wrecked, and suddenly that's just not the reality anymore. So, that was a pretty amazing turnaround. But speaking of which, it looks like they want to go for this turn in.
The man advantage, well, at least the positional advantage with Xeno and Stormcloud going to help quite a bit. They're going to get the earn turn in for relatively free. Might even get some kills on top of this. You can see 5 players being hit by the Stormcloud, and Xeno's going to have to cancel it and back away. But Virtus.pro, I don't think they're going to want to let this one go for free, as they do pick themselves up the 1 kill and maybe push it on towards this right lane walker as well.
Yeah, right now it seems rather difficult for 1win. VP's, they're just like rolling through like a death ball with this comp, and they're once again pressing that right side lane. Oh, that's a very interesting death slam there. 1win trying to fight to keep this walker up, and it's definitely a very difficult fight here, but so far so good, as another ground strike comes in to try to deal with Mikhail S, who's going to just sacrifice himself to take down the walker. Guarantee that it goes down. He's done it. There will be some kills lost here on VP's side, but the question is if that trade-off is going to be worth it in the end.
Yeah, big commitment for this one. They should be losing Zergy too, as the rescue beam and him and Obi-Kim are doing quite a bit of damage, to be fair. You can see Zanya very low on HP, but finally Zergy is going to fall, and Obi-Kim most likely to be coming thereafter. And when you still lose the walker, you do pick up, I believe it was about 2, 3, maybe even 4 kills. I think Listic died off the get-go from this one. But still, I think the damage has been done for Virtus.pro, taking that down, getting a lot more map control. And actually, Obi-Kim, I think he's actually going to escape from this, which is quite surprising.
That is highly surprising and quite awesome. Again, because VP were kind of diving for that walker. And so they now are a walker ahead as well. And for 1win, they've been so pressed on the defense consistently. They've not been able to take down this Guardian in mid, but it looks like it will finally get dealt with. It's very, very weak. Still that right side Guardian too, but there comes the chase here, looking to try to punish this little snipe of that mid Guardian. 1win, though, will be able to fall back without any losses. And VP it's not quite fast enough to punish that takedown of the Guardian.
Desperately needed, though, for 1win. No flex slots unlocked until they got that Guardian, and they were starting to hit item cap on top of that. And speaking of look at like items, we do have 2 Stone Hexes so far picked up for 1win, with ABL currently holding on to one and Empty Dreams on the other. Going to be pretty helpful. I believe it stops your audio, or not your participation, your Spectral Assistant from teleporting, prevents the Flame Dash, prevents quite a decent amount of abilities that, Virtus.pro might use for mobility. Sleeper's going to connect on the Shark, and a Lasso connects as well, but I don't see Mirage. He's stuck up on top.
Yeah, that's a little odd. Funny does up here, but not sure about how this fight is looking now at this point. You've got multiple players from VP starting to answer the defensive call, but 1win decides that they want to once again disperse and fall out of that one. And despite all of the, the action, feeling like 1win's been on this defensive journey, they're only at 5k souls behind overall as a team, which is pretty minimal. And with that, given that they are some objectives behind, it can be even up fairly quickly. As we see this urn getting ferried across the map, it does feel like VP should be able to turn this one in. And the question is, do 1win want to try to set up a challenge? They're not rotating so far.
It should be tough, is what I will say. Flammable has his Death Slime ready to go, and pushed into that is going to be very difficult to deal with. They need to prevent that Death Slime from going off, which they don't really have any abilities to do so except the Frozen Shelter. But the current person who can even use that ability is currently carrying the Solar, and so he can't even actually throw it down himself if he needs to. And Flammable being spotted out, you can see VP have immediately backed away. Listic not going to be here, Shark not going to be here, so realistically they're not looking for the catch onto this one or the turn in. They're just trying to force out some aggression out of 1win, maybe force out an ultimate and allow them to split push somewhere else.
There's that Hex coming into play. So Urn is looking quite difficult to turn in right now for VP, because everybody from 1win has actually turned up, all except the 7. So it's now a difficult scenario. Do you try to just shove at a numbers disadvantage, or how do you handle this? You don't want to waste time. And
oh, that's huge.
In the mid,
Shark getting that kill.
7.
Yeah, he takes on Xenon, which now forces other players to retreat back. Instead, he teleports to his team with the Traveler, and now they're looking for the turn-in here. We're going to see a big fight break off in just a few seconds. The Affliction has been used. The Death Stun going to be coming out of Flammable any moment now, and there's the Frozen Shelter to look to secure the turn-in.
Yeah, great stuff there from VP, forcing this big team fight. The Death Slam does come in, though. But only 3 left alive here for 1win. Do they have enough damage output to finish off any of these kills? It's going to be very difficult because they're getting focus fired at this point, and VP are all over them. claiming all these kills, and I can't believe it. The urn, it did not get turned in straight away, but it still will go to VP. I thought for a second it got stolen, Jason. It's hard for me to track all of the action.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I believe there was someone in the frozen shelter with them who was actually stopping the turn-in from happening. But such a great individual play out of Shark. They're taking down Xenon in the mid lane, forced the rotation, immediately come out of ABL, and I believe like another player came that way. And Virtus.pro was like, it's go time, let's go. And speaking of go time here, we're gonna see a catch out of Overseas onto Obikim, no frozen shelter, and that's gonna be a dead Kelvin. Some sort of reprieve from losing the urn, but such a smart split-second decision out of Virtus.pro to capitalize on that moment.
That's a 13k advantage now. Someone that likes advantages is ZP. What do you think about this, ZP?
When I look at this is really interesting in how this developed. I think VP has done a great job of just making this not a pick-centered game and how they've been engaging fights and constantly pushing on the macro end. I also think for one win, it's kind of interesting. Normally you'd go, oh, you have 20k in your ward and you have good soul allocation. But in a way, I'm not really a fan of how much farm Flammable has given up here. I think part of the problems that they're going to start running into team fights is that ABL is a bit under farmed for where you want a Haze to be a real big mid-game threat. But Flammable is also under-farmed at the same time. Like, these are heroes that need more farm than they have right now to be effective. And, you know, with VP, you take a look, not only do they still have a really good endgame threat in Listic, but everyone else, you know, by virtue of just being generally ahead, is all an equal threat in fights. Like, I don't love one win's team fight power right now, unless they can start utilizing the power of their comp to get pickoffs before a full fight breaks out, which so far they haven't. I mean, it's been kind of quiet for Overseas, although, you know, half of it, you know, when you get a bugged lasso, that hurts, like we saw earlier.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that hurts indeed here. Last stand comes through. Listic gets around the corner in time. Still soul change available, which is why you're not seeing the chase come through here out of one win. In the meantime, Virtus.pro might be getting a catch on an Overseas between Zergy and Michaelis. They will finish him off, and they're even looking towards a mid-boss here. I think they started off just for a second. Maybe there's just an indirect hit as they're going for the catch on Overseas. But the man advantage now here for Virtus.pro. Do I see an update in the top right hand side of my screen? Has there been an update in the middle of our match here? I'm a little bit worried right now, Dan.
I knew the Amber Hand.
Honestly, it's perfect. It's exactly what I would expect.
Okay,
so
no
that's fine. All right, well, Kelvin with the rescue beam trying to help his teammates out here, and VP looking like they're trying to force themselves out of this fight, but it's just not being allowed by one win. And there you go. They're trying to find extra kills here now. Listic now under fire as well. And he's going to go down also. So this is looking like a nice snowball in this fight in favor of one when they really need this, being behind as they are. But the rest of VP coming in for the assist now, really making life problematic, turning the fight completely as it goes down into the basement. And it is now all one win can do to just survive. And they can't. Frankly, they cannot.
D-Mock hitting some huge hexes in that tight area, making that fight very doable here. Good Blade Dance comes in out of ABL to get a kill into Michaelis. Even Shark getting very low in health, trying to go head-to-head against Overseas. The counter spell with the parry comes through. And eventually go down, but they do trade the 1-for-1 there. And now I think Zergy's going on the hunt here. But the Sleep Dagger coming through the veil, catching Zergy in the face, will prevent that push from coming through. But it won't stop the push here onto this mid lane walker now, Dan, as it should be another one picked up for VP.
Yes, Sinclair's a tricky boy, isn't he? If that TP gets in, gets out, that's a lovely objective to collect for VP in all of that chaos. Everyone's busy respawning.
No, Obi-Kim, I'm so sorry. He like baited his own heavy melee, and then he like light melees it and doesn't get it in time, and that's a -3 for me in my books.
Should we have like a segment at the end of a match where we just expose the person that messed up the most Sinner Sacrifices?
Love it. I wish we could keep a running tracker of that from every like DFN ever since the Sinner Sacrifices worked that way, and then just do like a like, you know, we did like a low light for Deathy once. You do a low light of all the Sinner Sacrifices missed by a player.
Well, we're back in the basement again. We love being in the basement. But the shadow form has been popped here as well. Never mind, Sanya's just dead. One win, not having a good start to the fight, and VP doing such a good job turning up in numbers here. Big damage in these close quarters is absolutely a perfect place for Virtus.pro to fight. They love it. He's in closed spaces.
I mean, you Stormcloud in a tight space with a lot of players. That's great. Problem is, Obikim's gonna have a frozen shelter. He's gonna catch everyone on his team. Overseas, you're gonna sit here at the walker, but I mean, you do push it, you do get it down, but I think Zergy should be able to close out this kill. Overseas just gonna burn away and eventually fall. There it goes, comes through, and that's gonna be a full wipe coming in for Virtus.pro. 6 kills. They get a lot of push around the map, and they also gonna get mid boss while this is happening. In the meantime, Obikim pushing the base guardians to free up another flex slot and keep this pressure on. And maybe it's a good time to bring in ZP because we're looking at a 30k lead for Virtus.pro, and honestly, with the way OneWin have been playing, and with Virtus.pro not necessarily grouping up these big ultimates, I don't know if they could come back in this one.
It's going to be incredibly difficult. I mean, the reality is that OneWin ran with a composition that needed to get both pickoffs over the course of the map, like very reliably, not as like a counter punch, but as like initiation. That's how you win with Holiday. And more ideally, you needed a strong mid game if you're going to go haze. Like we needed to see a world where ABL was roaming across the map, getting sleep dagger picks, and they weren't able to run with that game plan because Virtus.pro, they got a little bit ahead and they just continually, mercilessly were pushing lanes over and over again to the point that OneWin was continually stuck defending and didn't really have the freedom to go for picks in the way that I think they would have liked with this composition. And now that they're playing from behind, I mean, look, there's a little bit of caution VP may have to show pushing into the base, but barring a massive death slam or a great lasso pick by Overseas. Overseas just used it, by the way. Overseas might have grabbed someone. It's not clear from our point of view here. Yeah, they got Obikim. I mean, that's a start. Death slam, up and over, and Dan, this is you.
Well, don't mind if I do. Yes, it's looking pretty good here for positioning here from the last Earthstrike down to try to find the finish, chase off Listic. However, it's very, very difficult because obviously the respawn time with the rejuve is going to be very nice, but try to get the kills in whilst you can. It's a great Stormcloud just doing so many ticks of damage. Why is there so much damage being done here? That's great work from Xenon, but the problem is that his entire team has been wiped out during all of that, and that's not a good sign. If you're able to get that much Stormcloud damage off, yet it's not going to impact anything. And what a chase there from Listic to find that snipe onto Holiday. And Virtus.pro, they're so sick. Their team fighting has been excellent from start to finish in this game.
Even with the man advantage, having the big heal out of Obikim out of the fight, OneWin still lose the fight due to being still 30k behind. Now they're currently sitting at 40k and a great... I want to say like turn around the fight, though. I still feel like even when you're that big of a lead and you're down a player, you should still most likely win the fight. But Virtus.pro really showing like true to how good they are as a team, how like clean their communication is, and how they know to focus what targets in what situations to win that out. Because you're right, Xenon did a ton of damage in that Stormcloud, but Virtus.pro were able to sustain it, and we're still able to pick up kills while all of that was happening.
Yeah, and it seems right now that it might be getting... I mean, it already feels like unrecoverable territory. When we got to 30k previously, the issue was that 30k doesn't necessarily seem unrecoverable, but it's the fact that they were about to do mid boss at that point, and then you know, that's only going to make that deficit much larger. And now we're seeing the result of that. And looking at the soul distribution as well, it's like really even actually across Virtus.pro. Like everybody's quite strong on the team, and there's no one that's really a standout except Zanya. But Zanya doesn't really have anyone to tank, really. And I mean, I guess, you know, Empty Dreams has some tank ability, but it just feels like otherwise everyone's very squishy in the fight.
A refresher Xenon, just FYI to bring that up when we see it come. We're going to see double Stormclouds if he can survive through it. Shadow Transformation has come through, trying to deny away this earned turn-in, but we can still see, even with that initial engagement, Virtus.pro still turning the fight around. Again, Obikim going to be the first to die for VP's side, but honestly, they don't really need him. Shard gets a kill, Michaelis chimes in for 2, and there's looking to chase down one of the few remaining players with ABL and Overseas back into their own base. I was just about to say the one downside for Virtus.pro here is they don't have that pick potential that we'd like to see to crack open the final pushes into this game, but if they can pull one win away from their base and get kills like that, only losing one, they don't need it. This soul lead is immense, and 50k is just not comebackable. I don't even know if that's a word, but I'm gonna make it a word. It's just not comebackable here, ladies and gentlemen.
You can make anything a words.
I can't believe you said defecated like 2 weeks ago on here when it came to like an end of a game.
That is a word, though.
It is a word. It is true.
Yeah. Why are you shitting on my defecate?
And I was about to say, one might be defecating their pants here because 50k souls behind and Virtus.pro just backing away. We still have a decent amount of time until mid boss comes back up. But as long as they're stealing away the jungle, they're denying any of the extra souls you get from comeback mechanics. And they're just going to end the game on the next push.
VP have done such a great job throughout this entire game of being just so solid on pressure and being so good at any point when one win are deciding that they are looking to team fight. Even if VP don't have everyone there at right at the beginning of the fight, everybody eventually turns up, and there's enough delay from the initial VP players that it makes it a very bad engagement suddenly for one win. And that's happened reliably. So VP are so good in this game. Been very impressed by them. With that said, Overseas with the catch. Looking to get this pick onto the Infernus. Infernus seems pretty hard to kill though. So much Spirit Leech coming in on top of all of, once again, the assists from the team to keep him up. And now at this point, again, the fight, again, it looks like a good pick, a good entry potential, good initiation, Jason. But then one win gets wiped.
Yeah, they get wiped. VP are just gonna look to push the base now. This is gonna be the game. This is gonna be Virtus.pro advancing on to play in our money match once again to look to dethrone the team that previously dethroned them just last. Are they really not going for the finish? Or are they really going back to just farm some sinner sacrifices and stuff?
Shriek's had enough. Can't do any damage from that Shriek.
I mean, Dan, it's simply Aura farming. Is all that you're seeing there for a moment.
You there, Jason? You good? Yeah, Jason's he's gone. I don't know, but we are back with VP again, as Jason has already set up into the finals against Abrahams, and that is not too unsurprising. You know, we talked about VP being so stable, so steady, and it seems like Jason was correct, ZP, in his assertion that Virtus.pro were looking better, that their comp was looking stronger, and here we are.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, when I look back at how this game went down, I think what VP did is something that very few teams would really be able to reliably do, in the sense that they played a comp that really didn't have a lot of margin for error. Like, because the comp you're running that VP went with was something that didn't really have the ability to play from behind. And the solution was just simply don't fall behind. It looked grim in the first 5 minutes.
VP.
Yeah, it's just so simple. Anyone can do it. But no, the first 5 minutes of the game looked a little bit rough. And yet, you know, it kind of shows that at the very beginning, you have to like kind of track what's going on with the overall economy of it and what you're gaining from the deaths. Because yeah, I mean, I think you kind of brought it up, Jason, where it's like, would you realize that Mikhail S like died 5 times in the beginning of the game? No, because it didn't really impact the overall soul impact. And yeah, I mean, I think the problem that we saw here more than anything else is that One Win could not keep up with the tempo that VP was putting down, and where One Win was just continually being stuck defending lanes the entire game and never really had room to get picks going on the holiday, to find good things with the Lash. I also think the economy allocation just went a little bit awry, where ABL and Flammable were just a little bit too starved out to have an impact in the mid game. It was tough for One Win.
Well, we are now ready, with that said, for our most valuable Deadlocker, presented by Intel, as we move into our selection. And it was Zergy. Why have you selected Zergy? Why have you done this?
Why have we done this? Well, I mean, Zergy was just the backbone to most of these fights, where here's the breakdown of the team fights from the middle to end game. And I was almost thinking about giving it to Obakim in the sense of he was the sacrifice, where you would go into these fights, Overseas would oftentimes open with the last one, the Obakim. Obakim would die, and then Zergy would just have enough room to take down everyone immediately thereafter. And it happened fight after fight where, you know, One Win in a way was probably over-focusing on dealing with Obakim first. I mean, Obakim was like up in the front most of the time, but the person they probably needed to deal with more than anyone else was Zergy, when you take a look at just how much damage was being pumped out by Zergy in these team fights.
Oh, well, that's a fair assertion. Jason, what about your thoughts on the Infernus impact?
I think it's really easy to have a good game on Infernus when you have like Obakim with like a giant like siren on his head, like saying, come get me, come get me. I think the space like Obakim created helped a lot, as ZP's mentioning with Zergy, also Mikhail S diving in deep. The thing is, I feel like kind of OneWin got so far behind that it didn't really matter whenever they would catch their, oh, we got to see this.
Yeah. That's why he's our secondary player of the match. When you can take that -3 and not leave the server out of shame, you know? It's real important.
He's just hoping they didn't catch it on camera. Like, whenever that happens to me, I'm just hoping like no one was watching. No one was dead on my team and saw me completely mess it up. But taking a look here at the stats from the last game, I mean, Listic, I think it's expected to see him probably have the most damage, him or Michaelis, just because the amount of AoE damage they're putting down here. But Zergy still put up, you know, a decent amount of 23,000 and still had a lot of souls behind him as well. He was hard to kill. He did a lot of damage, and inevitably there was really nothing OneWin could do to deal with him.
Yeah, it seemed like it was impossible for OneWin to really. I feel like I think, like I mentioned, there's so many fights where I felt like the initiation was good, and it feels like OneWin's comp is also set up for that in many respects. If for no other reason than for having the holiday and not seeing, you know, anything similar to that on the other side. Yet those fights off of those initiations would always just turn into VP's favor. So yeah, very impressive stuff there from VP as we move forward. Do you guys have any final thoughts on what we saw here with VP, especially going into the Abraham matchup?
I'll give one like extra shout out was to Shark on the kill against Xenon in that mid lane walker. Like when VP had the urn, I think that was like a big moment of the game, that when he gets that kill, he forces OneWin away. We see VP get the urn turn in, they get a bunch of kills off of it. And to me, that was probably like the pivotal point of the match where VP really started to snowball the lead.
I'll say this, even though you could probably look into the micro level of how Overseas and Flammable were playing and go, okay, maybe you guys did not completely play up to your peak potential. I think there's probably a lot to be learned in how VP was rotating around the map this game to put themselves in a spot where you didn't really see a whole lot in terms of big lash moments, nor did you see much in the way of really clean lasso picks. Like, if you noticed here, even when Overseas was able to get a lasso pick on Holiday, usually the rest of VP was there to make it into a trade. You did not see a ton of clean, we have a lasso pick off, now we have a 6-on-5, we're going to take objectives, we're going to go from there. Like, it really did not happen like that in most of the game. And that doesn't just happen because the other side is having a bad game. I think it happens because VP was playing in such a way that it was very difficult to find clean pickoffs in the way that other teams will generally give up. So, yeah, I mean, VP for the comp they ran, they had to play in the very specific style, and in this case, they nailed it.
Well, with that said, we're going to rotate into a break. And when we're back, we will set up the first best of 3 of the day, the finals for the European segment of DFM presented by Intel. And that's going to be between Virtus.pro and Abrahams. We will see you very shortly.
Number 28 was definitely one for the history books. We saw a changeover of champions, and not only EU, but also North America. One of the very few times we've had this happen in DFN history. But leading into the match of the week for week number 28, I have to give it over to the EU money match of Virtus.pro up against Abrahams, seeing Abrahams finally take their first DFN title. The left lane was really where the action kicked off at the beginning of the match. Hoot on his pocket managed to get a 5-kill streak 8 minutes in, but VP decided to swap, putting Listic there instead of Michaelis, which slowed down Hoot's dominance. After getting all Guardians down for both teams at 14 minutes, we move ahead to the second urn, as Abrahams has already gotten the first.
At least like a 20 or 30k bonus.
Stolen last stand. Get back to that in just a second to see if they actually capitalize off of this. Size comes through, gets a catch on Obicum, gets blown up. So telekinesis is being used onto Together as well, as he's just looking to escape now, as the chase is going to be coming through. Shark with the last stand trying to actually pick up this Abrams kill, and he should be able to get it around the corner, 30 HP. They do get themselves 2 kills for 2 deaths themselves, because Task has come in, and Sap even gets the soul exchange off here. Shark, I don't know how you survive this. You're on 100 HP. Hoot's here for backup. He's going to fall, and kills are still being traded here, ZP. 3 apiece for both of these teams. The urn is currently down. Not going to be secured for either player.
Meanwhile, Lasso a little bit later. Hoot, though, able to shake it on off. Kills Demov in turn.
After Sap had escaped with the urn in the last fight, we see Abrahams now try to split push, but end up making a mistake that VP capitalized on.
At forcing fights when you're using urn as bait. Like, they know what's going on the right-hand side, and again, they just go for the full engage. So VP, they said, we want to fight regardless of what's going on the right-hand side together. To the air with the seismic slam. Michaelis already picking off Saint. not the start of the fight Abrahams was looking for. Last stand being invested here by Shriek. Going up and over. Demov finishing off what Shriek is able to set up at the last stand. And again, it's kind of as I call here, Jason. VP's really good at these earn standoff situations.
While VP were busy picking up the urn, Abrahams rushed down mid-boss. With that urn resetting and Hoot picking it up, VP tried to contest it, but lose out on their second walker with a 3-man push out of Abrahams. But if they commit too many players towards this urn turn, and you can see in the mini-map, Abrahams is going to take their second walker and another flex slot.
Mo getting bullied off in the left-hand side. And right now, I mean, Pocket is kind of exposed on the right, where Walker's definitely going to go in favor of Abrahams here. And okay, Pocket's able to actually run it all the way back. So the bait this time worked out really well for Abrahams.
With about 7 minutes, with only 1 or 2 kills coming through, both teams have been posturing for a fight down the center of the map. VP managed to sneak away the urn back to their base once again, but Abrahams knows this play out of VP's book and once again go for mid-boss. Teleport back most likely. And now he's going to be here for the reju, who's going to fall to the ground. You can already see Obikim and Listic going to be in here. This is going to be tough to take.
They're looking for it. Saf is able to get the reju for Abrahams, and now can VP punish? Saf already with 2. Last stand being used. Saf with another, just completely invincible here in the pit. Getting supported all the while. And VP throw themselves into a bit of a blunder. They still get 2 kills in turn. Demov and Michaelis making the end part of the fight a little bit more palatable here for VP.
Even with losing 3 players in the last fight, the reju benefits Abrahams as they pushed on for the phase 1 patron. Zergy then gets caught out in the jungle, and it signals the dinner bell for Abrahams.
But Virtus.pro may have bitten off more than they can chew. Zergy is incredibly low, just is not even going to slip out there. Taz gets the cleanup.
Yeah, Abraham's looking for the full recontest. Taz, a little bit low. Gotta look for the disengage. Meanwhile, you got Pocket and Sinclair going a little bit deeper. Down 1 is VP, and this is a little bit dangerous now. Foot's gonna fall, and if you're VP, you're down 2. Abrahams, I mean, look, they may not be 1 win, but you already got the stage 2 patron. You get 1 more kill, you might be thinking about going for the end, Jason.
I wouldn't be surprised if they do. They have Saf leading the charge, leading the front line. You can see Jamside looking for an opportunity to go in. He's going to look for the catch with the Hex as well. Saint's going to get locked down by the combo and finished off as Listic comes through with the kill. So at least stave off the push for now, but they're going straight for the Patron. Are they just ignoring these players? The Patron's still taking damage. It's down about 20%.
So. This is still very critical for VP. But VP, they have to get back out there. They've hit the fountain a little bit. Now back up and over. Abrahams fully committing. Listic going down. The Patron getting super low. Is the full commit for Abrahams going to work out? It does. They take down the Patron. VP does not get a chance to recover, even being in the lead. The shot calls for Abrahams in this game, Jason, absolutely unreal from the first mid-boss to the call at the end.
Guardians start to fall around the map, but we tune into the game at the 9-minute mark where Hoot at 11k souls compared to the highest of VP being Shark at 9k. Hoot is becoming a problem that VP need an answer for. Hoot at 11,000 souls. I don't think really anyone can 1v1 him anymore in this point in the game, so you almost have to just gift him a lane to just free farm it and continue to apply the pressure looking for a walker. As Saint going head-to-head up against Zergy here, and actually might be able to get the kill until the backup's going to be here, and they do trade 1-for-1.
Yeah, and you still see the importance of timing parries at the right time where, Shriek basically, or rather Zergy kind of goes for the hope of the parry. Doesn't happen, ends up being a meaty melee and turn right on after. And
looking to use the Hoot advantage, Abrahams contests the urn while VP was trying to pick it up. While this is happening, Jamside and Tass are pushing the left lane walker.
They get control of the urn. Ivy, though, gonna force the drop. VP still kind of in the area. More coming back in. They lose Obikim. And VP, this is a fight you want to engage on right now. Zergy gonna go for the last stand. Gets pummeled before the last stand's able to come on out. And now Abrahams taking advantage of the fight together on the cleanup, and VP finally go for a fight, but does not work in their favor.
With that last fight giving Abrahams 3 kills, they also turn it into Rejuve and Urn, giving a huge soul lead. The initial catch on Michaelis after turns into 3 more kills total, a walker, and the shrines.
Michaelis getting caught here by Tess. Curse, of course, being used. And yeah, right now this is coming on in. Bullet dance up over. Down goes Geist. VP down a clean 3 with the Rejuvenator still up. And
the Hunter D-Mob has become the hunted, with the tag team duo of Tass and Hoot giving Abrahams their first DFN win.
So yeah, I mean, they went all in on just Stormcloud presence. Now they're looking for a pick off. They're able to get D-Mob. And this could be the beginning of the end. 1 pick off, enough to get more here for Abrahams, on the verge of being a new champion here in EU.
man. Saf gonna get caught up here a bit. Stoneform not gonna connect. Death Slam. It's going to be used. I'm not sure how he's going to catch it. I think it caught about 2 players, but is the follow-up going to be there? And he doesn't need the follow-up. Saf does it himself. That's 3 more kills coming through at Abraham's. They already have the stage 2 patron vulnerable. They can just push in for the win here. Or do they want to put the final nail in the coffin of Virtus.pro, take it on Shark? It's all on Listic and Michaelis. And they're going to continue to chase for these kills. Listic trying to take him down. They'll ignore Michaelis for now. And they're just pushing the patron here. ZP, Abraham's are finally going to do it.
Yeah, Abraham's well on the way. Virtus.pro falling bit by bit. It was a long run. The GGs have been called. The patron now under assault. Michaelis, the last one, about to fall. VP, you had a good run, but Abraham's, you are the new EU champion here at Deadlock Fight Night. The streak is over.
To be honest, it is great to see Hoot have a glow up here within Abraham's, really being the star player in this series up against Virtus.pro. And I swear, ZP, don't take away my fan club card. But we also are starting to see a development of potentially a new meta with this Calico Haze duo invading into the jungle, catching you out if you're trying to solo farm and turn that into man advantages and then ultimately into objectives. Hope you guys enjoyed our match of the week here for week number 20 of DFN. Make sure you guys like and subscribe to Locked In.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to DFN number 29. Or it's at 30. Who knows what happened at 30? Something special might happen at 30, or it might not. I don't know. Is there anything planned, Jason? I'm not sure.
Did you change shirts?
I did, yeah. I just change shirts sometimes. It's a thing I do. It's crazy.
I was gonna say, I was like, you look kind of different, but you definitely looking more hench. My God, how much are you working out?
Liquid shirt.
Are you hinting at Liquid picking up a Deadlock team?
Oh, what's that?
Are you hinting at Liquid picking up a Deadlock team?
I'm not. This is just the first available shirt. It's not even ironed, Jason. Normally, I would steam it or iron it because I'm not a plebeian. But you gotta work with what you got.
Because you got such big enough muscles that it just stretches across your body. But speaking of big muscles, Abraham's have some big muscles as well. Taking a 2-0 victory over Virtus.pro last week was very impressive and I think kind of unexpected. I don't know what's going to happen when it comes to this week. I know my personal views on how it's going to shape up, but I'm not going to say that publicly just yet. And neither can you, ZP, because you're not on the show this part or in this segment. You have to wait for the next one. But we can see here, Abraham's finally their first DFN victory here, Dan, and it took them quite a few tries to get there.
I mean, you gotta keep trying. That's the only way to win. Just try and try again. And it's gonna be interesting with the form that we just saw VP in, whether Abraham's will be able to overcome it again and actually make it somewhat of a consistent result. It does seem like OneWin have struggled to adjust into the new patch into a way that I suppose at least works against VP, because that was quite the trouncing from VP from start to finish. So I'm hoping we get a better series here. But with that said, I think why don't we bring in Jake, because Jake is our manalist. Manalist.
That's me, the manalist. I'm here.
Yeah. I'm sorry, guys. Today I'm just a bit silly. I think it's because I've been casting like every day for like 2 weeks. So I've just gone a bit loopy. So my apologies for that. But how are you feeling, Jake, with this new rivalry that we have at the top?
I'm excited. I think it was cool to see Abraham's come out on top, make that upset victory last time. And although it was a 2-0, the games were quite close. They really were down to the wire. And so I think it's kind of anybody's game to win. I definitely have my eyes, though, on players like Hoot, who had really big games in that money match series in the last week. And so, just curious to see what they bring. I think this roster has really impressed me. And as good as VP look, I think they're in for a real knockdown, drag-out brawl. I think the draft is also going to be very key in this money match.
You heard that, ZP. I'm converting Jake into the Hoot fan club. I think your card's in the mail, Jake. It's definitely on the way to be shipped over towards you. But 100% agree, man. Like, Hoot has been a hoot to watch. I think not only him, though, to be fair, because you think back to the last week, his pocket was phenomenal. I think he was on like an insane kill streak, like 5 kill streak, 8 minutes in. His Calico did some serious work, but also you got to give some support to Task, because his Haze, the way he's been playing it with Hoot, has been this like 2-man brawler team in the jungle, catching you off guard, putting down so much work, because Task is playing with that like slowing hex, that kind of supporty build of Haze that we've seen of past times. And not to mention, Satan has had a lot of like individual crucial moments on a couple of different heroes to really pull things back, thinking towards like his Kelvin's before in the back. But this is I think they should be the team to beat, but honestly, I'm still favoring Virtus.pro in this matchup, because for me, they're not a team that loses lightly, and they typically come back stronger in the following week. And we've already seen how they just destroyed one win in that last match.
It's kind of like, if you guys play that game Dead Cells.
Of course.
Yeah, so basically, or like Hades, it's like that's basically what you're saying Virtus.pro basically is. This is just like the video game, and then they're just like, every time they make a run, they'll eventually die, but they come back stronger every single time and just get further and deeper. So and I totally agree with that. I think, you know, we've certainly seen that be a consistent thread with them. I think one of the things that was characteristic of VP always was their capacity to lose well and to team fight. And I think we saw both of those things in the last match. You know, those are defining features of their victory, and I love that consistent thread that they've always had, that capacity to have that strong macro play, you know, regardless as to what shape the game takes.
Yeah, this is a team that I think is especially good when they play for the objectives and they play for the team fighting. But, you know, Abraham's kind of beat them at their own game last week and was able to go toe-to-toe in those team fights. So I'm curious to see some of these picks like Seven with Kelvin, Lash, that give you just some of that priority, especially around the earn fights in the mid game. To me, strikes me as potentially some contested picks. But of course, like you guys said, there's so many heroes that we really want to get high prio. You know, I think Pocket has really risen. Infernus has been played more and more, I think, as a high prio pick for the carry role. And Zorgi had a great game on him last match. So definitely every draft matters. The opening band's also quite important here. And Abraham's first pick for them. We'll see what they end up taking with that.
I think Jake, you hit the nail on the head too when you were talking about Abraham's, that the draft is going to be such a big priority for them. Because as we're talking about, like Pocket having a massive glow up, Calico as well, are going to be two of like the big focus targets that we're expecting Abraham's to go for here. And then Virtus.pro, if they don't get Pocket, if that gets taken away, if they ban a Calico, what's Michaelis going to be on? I wouldn't necessarily expect a Paradox, because they've really shied away from using Paradox. But then again, we've seen Michaelis on Pocket so often that they're not really playing Paradox because he's on the Pocket. But this could be really interesting to see, like what Virtus.pro have been able to bounce back with, but more importantly, like Abraham's, how they developed even further, because their macro play was the biggest glow up for that team over the past week. So they finally learned and sussed out, like, how are they going to play the macro a lot better?
Well, are we going to see the first pick of Warden again? I somehow feel like it's unlikely. I am curious, Jake, if you think that One Win's interpretation of their, you know, what comp or draft they should play, if that was somewhat incorrect, because how you said Abrahams were able to defeat VP, I wasn't here last week. It sounds like the way that Abrahams drafted was with a different philosophy to One Win.
Yeah, I think they really, you know, wanted to go for the team fight head to head, where One Win has continued to play for this like a little bit more pickoff oriented style, where honestly, Holiday and Paradox have kind of fallen off in terms of pick rate. We see teams draft without either of them, prioritizing Lash more, where of course Lash is going to be way worse at getting like an individual pick off, and like, you know, that in that chaotic skirmishing style. But he's obviously such a more powerful hero in the team fight. Lash ulti, one of the best ults in the game for team fighting and like making comebacks, turn around fights around objectives. That makes it hard to push walkers. And I think as the game has evolved, the teams have been focused more and more on major objective team fights, and drafting, you know, leads in that same direction. You want the heroes who can, you know, really perform in those key moments of the game.
Don't you worry. I got you.
This is interesting.
Second pick Infernus is really high prio. Like, it's crazy to see how much Infernus has risen. I mean, Infernus was being played for a long time, but it was like always the sixth pick. And you're like, yeah, well, like I'm okay. I guess we need to carry, but second pick is huge.
I think the reason for this is because they take the two biggest heroes with anti-heal. His anti-heal is so hard to get these days. You take away that, and you also have a Geist as your opposing side, so you really can limit the amount of healing you do. The Geist, Kelvin, if they eventually go into a Warden as well. I think this is kind of a smart adaptation for take away all the anti-healing you possibly can and see where to go from there. I'm worried about for Abraham's though, what's Hoot gonna play? Because like Together's not been able to step up to be that carry that they've needed. It's been Hoot to have to do that. And with his Pocket taken away, with his Calico banned, I don't know what he's gonna have that level of impact on.
Wouldn't mind like a 7 for Hoot. Could be something they would look at.
You need a monster.
And they're gonna go. They get the Shiv Kelvin, so they're gonna just tank the mass anti-heal. I do feel like Shiv with this new like spirit, like the mystical regeneration into the I can't remember what it's called, but the 3K upgrade of that item that you heal on every ability cast is kind of insane for Shiv. And so like even with the anti-heals, debuff remover, at least for Infernus can help a lot. But we've seen teams also go with this like super heavy frontline style with Geist, Kelvin, Shiv, and it sometimes has not worked that well. And I love the Warden response is like one of the best heroes at punishing a massive grouped up team fight, and one of the only heroes who can step up to Kelvin inside the dome when he's trying to do an earn drop.
Well, I have a question about where you guys see Mo and Krill at the moment, because do you give him value, like having the lockdown, especially because this is much more of a death bally comp. A Geist, Kelvin, Shiv, you can play all those pretty close to it.
I think it's just too easy to help your friends out. If your group, like Mo is great for punishing individuals who are alone, but if your teammates are all around, then like you're just gonna immediately punish the Mo for ulting, or you can I think rescue beam has been a huge problem for him because you like pull Mo in while he's comboing, and then Mo dies, he's way out of position.
Of course.
So I feel like it's going to be played less, especially these two teams. I really think not so much single target, and it's going to be very heavy on team fighting and what gives them the best chance of the objective. And Abraham's going to ban the 7. I'm actually kind of, in a way, I'm surprised by that. Maybe 7 would have been really strong against them with how much group up like frontline they're already playing, where they are vulnerable to just like 7 ulting over the top without hard stuns.
Pick Sinclair Virtus.pro. You pick Sinclair, you get your own frozen shelter. You get your own soul exchange, you get someone low if you need to, and you more importantly deny it away from the last stand.
You were looking to summon a god, right?
I'm more worried about the Lash. I think they're sort of forced to pick Lash here on VP because I think they're too scared to give it to Abrahams given the draft they have so far. But I think Abrahams does have the dome to potentially counter the Lash ult, so it'll be a little bit less consistent. Both teams, though, having pretty aggressive, pretty solid team fight. Virtus.pro have massive AoE damage, and Abraham's have like incredible tanking potential. So definitely going to be interesting to see them clash.
Well, on the Kelvin note with Lash, you have like a 1-2 punch for Virtus.pro, because if you do get them to frozen shelter all grouped up, Pocket comes in and pops an affliction on top of your entire team and does ridiculous damage that you're not going to be able to sustain on. So it can actually work really well with the way Virtus.pro set things up.
True. I like the Bebop though as like a counter to Lash. Can hook him out of the ulti. Could be even good against Infernus, who sometimes is like easier to catch since he's relying on just like moving fast with Flame Dash rather than like an instant movement jump, where Bebop can maybe be a little bit more consistent than hooking him. And I like the Mirage too. They were needing, I think, a little bit more long range late game carry, and Mirage is just maybe one of the best in the game at that exact role in terms of like he's so consistent at getting farmed with the global TP, and then is just a freakish threat in the late game. Also has Tornado, you can instant dodge the Lash ulti. Yeah, good matchups there.
Gotta be a Sinclair, right? Yeah, it had to be a Sinclair. That Hex is just going to be too good a value for you, because even if you do hit a good Death Slam, you Hex them all, your Affliction is going to do even more damage on top of that. Or you can use a Hex to prevent Lash from losing his Death Slam as long as you connect onto Bebop here. I mean, if you have a team that kind of wants to group up around this like Geist, Kelvin, Shiv to push into, Sinclair's just too good, and not to mention deny it away. So this has been a very strong, I think, draft phase out of Virtus.pro, and even the Ivy on top of that. Ooh. That's insane. Like this is such a good comp out of VP.
Sinclair doesn't have the best ulti steals. I do think Kelvin Dome is good, but it's just like so situational. Like you know, to use it properly, I think you prefer on Sinclair having aggressive ultis to steal that you can like proactively use, like Lash ulti and Warden ulti. But I think maybe they were too scared of giving it away, where Abrahams would have had a dream Sinclair game on their team, and they're going to go with the Wraith, who's dropped a bit in prio. But we have seen, I mean, actually, I kind of really liked seeing this as the closeout, even though Wraith has looked like maybe a little vulnerable at times, where I love the idea of Wraith and Mirage being just these like insane turrets in the backline. And then you're not as reliant on Kelvin and Shiv and Geist actually killing things. They just need to make space and zone away the opposition. And if you're not getting on top of Mirage and Wraith, you're gonna die. Like those, you can't really out DPS those heroes in like a long skirmishing trade fight. And then Bebop can, pull people out of position, can punish Ivy or Lash when they're trying to get tricky with the ult. I kind of like Abraham's draft here. I think this is less committed to the front line, and I actually think that's a really smart move for them. The Kelvin has enough to heal; he's doing just fine. But then the real carries are going to be Mirage and Wraith, and Bebop is going to be really awkward to be playing around in this game.
I do worry a little bit though, is that what if we see a world where Michaelis, Zergy, or maybe not necessarily Zergy, they just kind of ignore the front line and instead go towards the back line? Like realistically, can Jam side survive against the damage, assuming he's on the Wraith, like Michaelis can put down if Michaelis has a strong start? But obviously you do have some peel with Bebop. The Frozen Shelter can definitely come in clutch here. But also, for more important, like Abrahams doesn't have that like heavy hitting combo of getting in your jungle to look for those initial kills, unless they want to like group up as like the Geist, Kelvin, Shiv. But when they're on the map, it's pretty obvious where they're going to be.
So which way are you guys like fully leaning here? Is one way convincing more than the other?
I'm actually leaning Abrahams after seeing these drafts. I saw this in NA. I thought the Mirage Wraith combo looked kind of sick because even if you can get on top of one of them, if they're both super farmed, it's really awkward because they can both kind of like peel each other. They can both kind of like save each other. And they're both have this like really powerful mobility skill. So like the tornado is insane for getting you out of trouble, and they're saving for the Wraith blink. So they're going to be sitting in the back line poking you with like sharpshooter or something. At least Mirage might buy, even if they don't buy that item, right? Like they're basically playing long range. And then if you do close the gap on them, they have like one more movement skill to kite back one more time. And I think that's going to be really powerful and like kind of annoying for VP to like successfully catch them. I feel like this Warden ulti, if you can stick on Shiv and Geist, it's good. But then like, are you caught in the trap of trying to kill Shiv and Geist when the true carries are going to be farming and crushing the team fight? And I feel like Infernus and Pocket are good against Shiv and Geist and like anti-healing them, burning them down. But I'm not sure if they're going to be able to connect onto the Mirage Wraith. I kind of like the Abrahams draft here. I think they've got a little edge, especially with Bebop potentially countering the Lash. I mean, in theory, you can always hook the Lash ulti, and that's a very short cooldown to be playing around on Lash, so it makes it much harder to ulti than you might normally want.
A quick update, we'll be getting into the game momentarily, but someone has a Windows update, one of the players. So well, I was getting an update or something. I saw you like grinning at my, I don't know what was going on my screen because everything just blacks out for me, so I don't even know if I'm on camera or not, but
I thought that was just the face of a man who's been casting for like 2 weeks straight. He was just like, where's my bed? That's the face I was seeing. But awesome. I think I look towards like VP side. I'm looking towards like a natural suppressor build for Infernus. Like he'll naturally build into that item, so reducing the attack speed quite heavily. But I also see a world where Warden's going to build slowing hex. So if we're talking about the escape mechanisms out of like Wraith and Mirage, that's going to be a very good counter to that. If you're just going to rush past that front line out of Abrahams to get in towards the back line. I think for VP side, they're going to be very dependent on Lash, Pocket, and Sinclair. Even Ivy in there as a mix too, because you have like so much damn zone control with like Last Stand and with the whole bog mechanics of Ivy, who also is going to be applying a lot of like anti-heal with the way that she's going to be building into this one. I think if Mirage and Wraith can get ahead and stay ahead, then yeah, like Abrahams for sure. I'm looking towards them. But I think, in my opinion, like Virtus.pro just look like they're going to be stronger. But I'm also a little bit biased because I think Virtus.pro are going to win this series without Abrahams having that trick of the Calico and the Haze.
How do you feel about this logic, Jake?
I just don't see how you fight in the late game for VP. Like maybe if they're really far ahead, I feel like I'm like, how do you deal with this? Like unless Mirage and Wraith are like destroyed in the game, if they're just even net worth, I think they're just going to be like monster carries, and VP are kind of like a one and done with their initiation. Like I don't think they can actually stand up in a long fight against Mirage Wraith. They need to like get kills, and like same as last game, how VP was a team who could just play defensive, look for objectives, force fights, play as a team. They're feeling good, and it was one win who was like, okay, we need to get kills, and then we'll progress from there in the team fight. I feel like that puts you in a worse strategic position. Like obviously, so much comes down to the play and a couple big team fights. You know, Warden. I think maybe if Warden, I would love to see Warden build Spirit this game and go like Lightning Scroll, because I think they need like a hard initiation into team fight stomp type of a fight. I think it's just, I'm worried for them, especially with Kelvin, with the mobility. Like debuff removers almost guaranteed going to be built on Mirage and Wraith this game to purge all the Warden stuff and Infernus effects. And then, you know, are you diving past, like if Geist and Shiv have big games too, it's not so easy to just run past those heroes. They kind of start cutting you up, start killing off your back line.
Yeah.
And I just think the objective fighting is what the game's going to come down to. And I just rather be Abrahams. I think you start, and Mirage just standing there shooting people is like, you have to do something on VP, but I'm not sure what you do with the threat of the Geist and the Shiv and the Calvin in your face and ready to counter engage you really hard.
Well, I feel like you've made such a strong case. And just again to update everyone, we have had an internet outage in in the meantime, Listic's internet has exploded. Apparently, the Wi-Fi has gone down. So, but is he on Wi-Fi? Okay, so obviously
Hey, don't hate on Wi-Fi. I'm on
He's
Wi-Fi
already
too,
dead
okay?
to me. Like, how can you game on Wi-Fi?
Come on, wired connections, guys. Wired connections. This is basics. This is basics.
Hey, in
Apparently
Italy,
we're
they
about to
don't
plug it in.
have multiple ports in walls, okay? I don't want to run like a 20-meter long cable.
My cable goes through 3 rooms, bro. And I don't care.
I also asked chat to like feed us questions to keep us going through like what could have been a long pause, but that's not happened. So now I'm gonna have to like answer some of the questions in chat, or I'll feel bad.
Again, Payne has a really good question.
Oh, here's a good question.
Again, Payne. Shirtless stream win,
know-
Dan.
You know what? I only do like dumbbell press. I don't actually like bench like with a barbell, which is what I think most people.
That's not the question.
What's your
It was a
dumbbell press?
shirtless
What's your
stream
dumbbell
win.
press, CDK?
I do
Where you
like
rep?
yeah, I do like incline with like anywhere between 80 or 90s.
Oh, incline with the 90s. Goodness gracious. Okay, brother.
That yearns to be filled.
Yo, you never expected, but I actually bench like 600. That's right.
That's true. DP is gonna get on his Abrams arc soon. TM.
I mean, get on it. If he's benching 600, I think he's already there, man.
Fair enough. All right, not really sure where to go with this, but the game started now. How do we transition, Jason?
Well, speaking of benching, we're going to see those bench presses come out of TAS on this Bebop. I don't know how that works, actually. No, I'm just going to stop because that did not make any sense. And I had no idea where to go with that. Instead, I'll talk about how these lane matchups are currently sitting up with Michaelis. Instead of playing on a side lane this time, he's going to be playing in the mid lane with Demov on the Sinclair, and Listic will be picking up the Lash for his team. On the other side, Hoot going to be on the Geist. And again, I'm going to point him out in particular just because he has been one of the best additions to this Abraham squad. He has definitely been one of the biggest playmakers for the team. And it's going to be interesting to see if he can be a playmaker on Geist here.
Well, I feel like we should. Oh, beautiful, perfect. Because I was about to ask you, Jake, what you think of the lane matchups. Because that's a thing that we do, but we didn't do it yet.
Yeah, I mean, we got the Shiv Kelvin, just like a timeless classic. I think the Warden Ivy should be all right. They build a lot of sustain and just tank through it. But yeah, I mean, maybe the Warden will be okay as long as Warden's ulti is on tempo. Like the real problem is if Shiv Kelvin get their ultis up first and they just like int you under the tower with the frozen shelters. Feels like not so much you can do. Mid lane, I think, is going to be basically just on task to hit hooks, but I don't expect there to be much action because if it's pocket, he'll probably just play his way out of this. And then the other side lane should be maybe a little bit weak for VP. I think Wraith Geist might put a lot of pressure on as far as poking these guys under tower. And yeah, I'm just not. Lash Infernus seems like kind of a weak lane to me. Not to see though. A few minutes in is when we'll expect to see a little bit more action when some of the more skills come online.
Well, I'm for one happy to see the Bebop in play. Always really fun in the early game. Can really help to dominate a lane. But with the pocket, it's gonna be hard to lock down a pocket. I guess hard to lock down a Sinclair as well sometimes. So more pauses though. I mean, to be honest, you know, we didn't. This is actually normal.
It actually has been a surprisingly pauseless day so far in EU.
I would have been worried if we hadn't gotten a pause, right? It would have been a foul omen.
Listic's definitely having some issues. A quick little disconnect coming through there. It looks like he's back into the game, just trying to make sure he is stable. I think I want to say, and I can't say this with certainty, the last time we did see a Shiv Kelvin, they just got slaughtered in lane. Funny enough, as we always talk about them being like one of the S tier comps to have to play against, or to play, I guess I should say. Yeah, there goes Listic again.
It's like the Neo like move there from the Bebop. The Matrix.
Stop DDoSing Listic. You know what we can talk about though, Dan, really quickly. For all the viewers who are watching, we like to have some like special treats for you when it comes to DFN, and we do have a couple of them today. So we've already done our recap, which we normally do when it comes to DFN, but we also do have really quickly some podcasting that Jake and ZP have done over the course of the week, and we have a couple of things to show you actually involving a reju breakdown from last week, which was an insane fight we had happen, but also a tier list, a little bit of a teaser from that. So make sure you guys stick around in the breaks between games throughout the day as we have those treats coming your way.
Nice. You guys should do giveaways on those podcasts.
There's actually one more treat I forgot, Dan, and Jake, and ZP. There's a special video we did in the break between regions, before the break between regions, that you guys are going to want to definitely tune into. But you're also going to continue to tune into this match because finally it looks like the pauses have gone away. Hopefully not cast a curse in this one unless it gets DC'd right now. But we're finally back into the game, Dan, and it feels like we're going to have no more pauses finally, knock on wood.
Why would you even say that, though? I can't believe you've done it.
Just to test fate.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, getting our heads back into the game. We've got this mid lane. It's the Bebop up against the Pocket and the Sinclair. Pocket Sinclair is definitely a bit nasty, but I have faith in the Bebop and the Mirage. I feel like that's definitely a little bit stronger in terms of damage output and also the threat. I think just the lines that you can shut down with the hook, to control the space there. I think that's really, really powerful.
Bro, look at the box running though out of Dimov and the KLS. They went extremely far away to try to get as many boxes and any sort of advantage they possibly can. Maybe an earlier, level up, maybe an earlier ultimate that they can catch Abrahams off guard with. Some really good shove with them, with their composition compared to the other side. We have to depend on hitting a bomb onto multiple creeps.
Yeah, I do wonder how much time the teams spend maybe in custom servers trying to optimize box routes and just sort of try to calculate the souls per minute and just sort of understand the trade-offs,
I would imagine a ton, honestly. And we do see the initial kill of the game go over to Listic. So one of the weaker lanes that we were kind of discussing with Jake before with Listic and Zergy with the Lash and the Infernus respectively, they actually get an initial kill here onto Jamside, one of the players that needs to have a good game here of Abrahams.
Well. Early on, at least, we're not getting too much in the way of lanes getting shoved all the way up until up to the towers. It's a lick of damage on each of the VP towers, but we saw... Oh, hello! Okay, that's what we're talking about. That hook into the uppercut. Obviously, the briefcase comes out, and that's going to enable... Oh, we almost had the ult there. We almost got the beam.
Yeah, the hyper beam being faked out. Something we see often with like Bebop and Great Talents as well with the Owl. And that healing right being popped directly onto Task and immediately gets taken away by Dima by connecting an auto attack onto him. Auto attack? A bullet onto him, I guess I should say. This isn't like League of Legends.
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare I?
It's not even a Valve game.
I played like 2 games of Dota. That's it. I'm scared to get thrown into Dota 2 and lose myself in my world.
Oh yeah,
my life.
I feel
for
like
the next, weeks.
I feel like it's hard to get into because the learning curve is so huge. But maybe I'm wrong. Hello. Okay, another hook coming on through. That's actually not going to obviously be the full combo though, but still the harass is there, and they're disengaged on the left side. Abraham's getting a bit closer to that VP tower here, and so just generally, oh, hang on again. We're getting more pressure coming up. So it's definitely looking like right now VP are certainly going to be experiencing a lot of damage on that left lane Guardian. So these are small wins for Abrahams.
Well, so VP in this lane have to be very careful because you're going to look for that frozen shelter to lock in one opponent plus together and sync to get a kill. So like VP have to be very cautious about how they approach this. That's why they're sitting so far back, because if they see Saint go in, they know the frozen shelter's coming, and that's when we could see Shard group in with Obikim to prevent a kill from coming through with his own last stand. But speaking of kills, Listic's gonna look down here from a downtown 3-point Kobe out of Hoot with the Essence Bomb.
That's quite the lob. There's a stone form there, getting out of dodge again. Just a lot of pressure on this lane, but Ivy definitely with the Kudzu bombs is decent at trying to control some of this space, but maybe not enough here. We are getting a lot of damage. In fact, this Guardian's going to go down here on this left lane. It's so close. And then finally, it has been dealt with. 6.5 minutes in. The first Guardian falls in favor of Abrahams. What do they decide to do with it?
No, most likely you're going to see Saint, I would imagine, fall off. The thing is, Yasuo can't just leave together to his own right now against his composition, against like a 1v2. He's not really fed enough to be able to do so. Spectral Assistant comes in big here. Again, they dodge away from the knockup, but the bomb's still going to connect onto Dimov. And we're seeing Virtus.pro actually get aggressive on the right-hand side of the map. And honestly, VP kind of need to get a turret here to match up so they can afford to let players fall off. I mean, we're seeing Obikim do that now. He's kind of ditched over in the left lane, leaving Shark alone to try to farm up on the Warden, but he has to be careful. And he has to hover around his teammate because you can still see Saint and Together don't want to let this go. They want to continue this pressure.
Yeah, and I think that's absolutely what they should be doing here. And So far, so good. And again, you've got to be really cautious not to get hooked as well. That ever-present threat of the hook is dangerous. Taking a more kind of back line there on the sides to try to bait somebody in. And the stolen hyper beam, that's naughty.
Yeah, I think it was kind of a smart choice because it was going to fall off. Like he wasn't going to have an ultimate to use. So I wanted to just throw it out, see if he can catch any extra damage. But we've seen both teams now group up 3 players in the mid lane here. Michaelis again, once getting hooked in. Bomb's going to connect actually onto him and Obikim. They kind of indirectly kills his team. And now Michaelis is going to be under pressure. Rosa Shelter comes through, but he's just going to zip away towards his cloak. And he'll survive to fight another day. But this Guardian probably won't.
Yeah, great sequence here for Abrahams on this mid lane. Lash is coming on in Listic to try to see what he can find. High up position's going to be catching. Well, okay, he's going to be the one that gets caught there. The hook is going to send him back. He's going to have to leave, taking too much damage. It was a nice idea, good positioning to kind of choose the fight. But we have 4 players here from Abrahams that are ready to team fight if that's what it comes down to. So Abrahams still, holding on to this lead of souls, but also holding on to the lead of objectives.
I do like this response out of VP because they've left now Zergy alone to farm. They're leaving Shark alone to farm. You can see both of them at 7.3k souls. They're trying to force a 4v4 here, or at least defend against a 4v4 that could happen and come their way in that mid lane. As we can see, at least Hoot has backed away towards the right-hand side of the map. Saint going to start rotating now to look to maybe take away some jungle, maybe take away the boxes more importantly, but also look for a push here on the last Guardian of the game for them.
Abrahams, really looking to play this right side position. Ballistic, that Death Slam could make a difference. We'll see if there's any love to be had here. Guardian is going to fall as Abrahams keep the fight going, but they are starting to retreat. Again, they have superior numbers here, so VP unable to really continue to engage as the Abrahams team does retreat. Going back into the mid position. Couple players here from Abrahams. But at the same time, they've got to defend the left lane. That is under assault here. VP with 3 players on that left lane, applying the pressure onto the Guardian. And again, the defense comes in. The killing blow there onto Sharik is perfect. And it might be more damage to be had here as the ID Obikim is sent running.
Yeah, a quick little assassinate comes through. Actually, what is together leveling? So he's got just the base point on his serrated blades. I believe his dash, going to be up to level 2. And I would imagine he's going to max his ultimate first, just to have that like team fight potential if needed. But if we see him go for the dash max, then he's probably not going to look for any of these fights for quite a long time. But we hit the 10-minute mark there and has spawned in. Next set of buffs as well. Abraham's in position to actually pick up this first turn here if they want it.
Yeah, this is not a good look here, actually, because VP, being behind, they can't really concede this as well, unless they're able to trade onto a Guardian or something like that. But they are trying to do that here. Good damage coming in. Obviously, the TP outs for the Sinclair, keep things safe into that high ground. But the gun is, in the meantime, being run across the map. And I don't know that there's anyone to really intercept this from Virtus.pro's side. So it looks like Saint's going to be able to get this one fairly clean.
And the fight continued to happen. On the left-hand side, Shark gets caught out of position. Obikim rejoins the fight too late. And the Frozen Shelter being used to deposit the urn, which is, as we can see on the minimap, completely free for Abrahams. Sporting now a 8,000 soul lead here. To be fair, urn plus the 2 Guardian advantage they have, that's where a good amount of those souls are actually going to be allocated. But together, up to 11,000 souls is starting to become a big problem here. Fortitude on top of this too, so he never really has to back away, and he has indeed maxed his ultimate. So you're going to be looking for some fights, some team fighting to break out.
Yeah, 3 players on the VP side on the left lane, looking to try to chase down together on the Shiv. Assistance coming though to help together out. Jam side on Wraith, and you've got Hoot on the Geist in there. They're going to lose the Guardian, but are there any kills to convert off of this? No. VP, 4 players strong, are going to retreat and be completely safe to do so. And in the meantime, there is 2 players here. Oh, the hook miss in mid. So another chance there for Abrahams to maybe get a kill gone. And that's a slight recovery from VP as they fall back into some farm.
I mean, speaking of farm, Zergy's on 12k. He's completely leading his team right now and almost leading the game. Constantly chunking away at this farm as much as he possibly can, taking boxes when there's downtime. You're not going to see him for a while, I would imagine. He's just going to continue to farm like a beast and then start to join these fights when his team needs him. But honestly, like Abraham's, this is where like the macro play is extremely important. Take away the jungle, which we're seeing on the right-hand side of the minimap. Need to deny away as many of these souls as possible, but also choose like the right times to fight, which I would imagine will be coming around the next runes plus urn. Wouldn't be surprised when you have a Kelvin on your team to try to lock in every urn you possibly can, since it's relatively easy with that frozen shelter. But that's also a big ultimate to commit, Dan, to secure just the urn turn in.
Yeah, I totally agree. I respect it though. I was totally alone. In the meantime, Taz has been getting those Sinner sacrifices there. Sneaky boy is stealing all the money from the enemy jungle. However, it has been now found by Sharik, he's the police, and he's told him to bugger off, and bugger off he has.
Mikhail's at 11k. Looks like he's trying to eat up a lot of this farm in the jungle. Still have about 2 minutes until we see most likely a big engage. I guess after this is actually both teams have grouped up in towards this middle side. Virtus.pro looking for a catch. The Affliction has gone in. The Death Slam will wait to see be used. And Saint used the frozen shelter. And I mean, Listic, he's still around here. He still has his Death Slam ready to go. This could be a huge fight for Virtus.pro. The Hyper Beam comes in to force them back. The last stand is not going to allow Shark to last too much longer. But either way, it's still Virtus.pro with the kill advantage.
Yeah, Death Slam coming on in. That's going to take down Hoots. So, but in the meantime, VP, they're going to be still keeping most of their members up. Quite weak, though. Listic is critical, as is Michaelis, as is Zergi. But the important thing is they survive, they disengage, and they go about their merry way, farming the rest of the map, whilst Abraham's trying to recover. And speaking of recover, that fight and some of the moments to precede it, the VP have now brought them back on the souls to a pretty marginal difference. And we've got a slow motion replay of the Death Slam. Oh no! Oh wait, what?
So the hook came out right when the Death Slam came out. So the Death Slam technically went off, which is why you see Tass appear next to Listic. But the hook landed because it's a projectile, stopping the actual full throwdown.
Thanks for breaking that down, Jason. Jason is the hook scientist. Oh, and there's another one. Sharik just getting poked. It's actually quite a lot of damage just with the hook and the uppercut and the bomb right now.
The weighted shots too. I like the pickup because there's a lot of spirit damage on Virtus.pro's side, and that's going to help mitigate. I think it's like 12% spirit resist you get from that. It slows your bullets down, but because you're a hit scan on Bebop, it doesn't really affect you. It just gives you a lot of extra damage with your bullets or beam.
An awkward fight here for Abrahams as they are going to now finally bring some more members to try to defend this. There goes the Frozen Shelter getting dropped, and Virtus.pro losing health very rapidly here. Both teams still able to keep every member up at this point, though. And the urn has been stolen by Virtus.pro whilst this fight happens. And 2 kills will go the way of Abrahams, finishing off some of those critical players. However, the urn is gone. They're doing a runner with the urn. But in the meantime, Abrahams are pretty happy because they control the left lane fully. They get the Walker as well. So despite losing some... In fact, Abraham's actually come out mega ahead there. And in fact, they're even going for the mid-boss, Jason.
Yeah, very smart play. I mean, the fact that they win on that fight and Gemstine's able to get a Walker and now turn it into a mid-boss, which realistically Virtus.pro can't contest. Maybe Michaelis wants to go in, but he has no HP to really do so. A very smart play, and this is going to massively extend the lead out of Abraham's, though they're not going to be able to contest the urn off of this. I don't think they're going to care too much. A huge play for Abraham's and a really good way to like solidify this lead that they have, because now they can continue the pressure. They can look for more of these fights, especially if you have tasks hitting these hooks onto Listic, preventing these Death Slams from landing.
Yeah, it's definitely a huge edge. It just gives you so many options when you have just a map getting naturally pushed. It's not free map control because you had to be able to fight for the actual mid boss and the rejuve in the first place. But that's the reward. Once you have it, you're getting all of this map pressure, all these options to steal. I mean, okay, Taz has been a bit of a thief. I mean, I don't know how many Sinner sacrifices Taz has stolen, but it's been a few.
Well, as long as he doesn't get a -3 here. All right, good man. Maybe it's a good time to bring in Jake, though, Dan, and talk about how this game's developed so far, because we are 16.5 minutes in, and it's still relatively close, but Abrahams are sporting about a 10k soul lead.
Yeah, I think that Kelvin was able to make a huge difference in that last fight, dealing with the pocket initiation and just tanking through. And Saf just completely turned the aggression around on Mirage. And that was a fight in which Wraith was also, I believe, just ratting the other side of the map and getting a walker down. So we haven't even, for me, seen the full power of the comp. And Wraith is on a pretty ridiculous heater in terms of the farm level. It's going to be so hard for Listic, not only with the V-buff hooks able to break his ulti, but also the Wraith ulti. It's going to be difficult for him to get the sort of fight he wants. And I think the true potential for Abrahams is just brewing now, as they're looking to potentially group up and take a proper walker fight with both Mirage and Wraith here together. VP, if they can catch them both in like a big Lash ulti or a big Infernus ulti and burst down these damagers, then they're in a great spot. But still, it's going to be really hard to just stand and even contest that kind of a fight against the damage that these carriers are going to be putting out.
Well, everything definitely spells a positive trend here for Abrahams. And they are in a deep position here on the left side of the map. We've got some listening there. Okay, yep, that was Listic's footsteps up above, and the damage output is pretty insane. Jake was saying that we have Jamside on a heater on this Wraith and in the frozen shelter as well to add insult to injury. You're in prison, and more damage is being dished out right now. Virtus.pro forced to try to respond to this with the team fight to try to control the situation, prevent anyone else from dying. And even though Abrahams were only 3 in that against 4, they still are able to just fall away, keep that pressure on, moving it to mid now, Jason.
There's a huge frozen shelter too to lock in Listic. There's no chance of a reset for him, especially considering they commit the telekinesis. Michaelis gets caught out here. Tass able to, it looks like just 1v1 him off of this. And now Virtus.pro on the back foot with only 4 players left alive, being forced to defend out on 2 walkers at the same time. Abraham's in a very solid position, especially with the hook coming through on Avobikim to really set themselves up for success here, potentially take this first map of the series and defend that title. Who takes down Obikim? Right hand lane walker has gone down, and the death slam. So that's just a flog, I think, coming through. Not amounting to anything yet.
It's looking really nice for Abrahams. It hasn't really stopped. With that said, though, if we just look purely at the souls differential, it's not unrecoverable for VP at this point. Again, they are very good at losing well, as we say. I do have a request, Jason, that if we ever get into Fortnite territory with this game, that Valve make a Bender skin for Bebop. Bender from Futurama.
Oh man, that's such a good show.
Go pretty hard.
I would, I'd be all for that. You should get the licensing out of them. I'm trying to think. There's no Cyclops characters yet, so we couldn't have a Leela.
True, but it does feel like I feel like there could be a world in the lore of this game where that could work.
Yeah, I'm all for it, man. And I'm pretty sure they would get my D-Bucks since there's there's no V-Bucks in Deadlock here. But honestly, Abrahams are playing super well. I know it's not impossible to come back from this, but the tough part is Virtus.pro trying to push in towards the jungle to get any of this farm is very risky to do. That they almost have to group up for it, especially if we see a Veil Walker come out of TAS at some point. It can make it even more difficult as they're controlling the buffs. They get the right hand buff, they get the left hand buff, the gun over to, I want to say Saf, but most likely should be fed over to Jamside here at 27,000 souls. He is so far ahead. And something that Jake mentioned, it's already hard enough to get through the front line, but with Jamside this far ahead, it's gonna be so difficult to deal with this. Shark just taking a brunt of damage here, does get the earn and get away. So at least a slight win for Virtus.pro, but they have to keep everyone left alive to make this possible. Oh, never mind. There's the earn.
Cinematic killing blow into the frozen shelter. Listic again getting trapped. The death slam, the desperation death slam within the frozen shelter. Somehow Listic is alive, but of course it's inevitable goes down. And we get Demov stealing a frozen shelter of his own, popping that one briefly, but Urn still is in the hands of Abrahams as they completely crush this fight. VP get wiped out, and now the Urn is going to make its way to the deposit, the drop-off point.
That, that was a decent frozen shelter as a counter out of D-Mob, but Listic gets locked out and then gets picked off from that one. Also, we have to mention, there's been 2 counter spells I've now noticed for Abrahams. One on Together, and I believe the other was on to Hoot. Yeah, he currently has it up too. So they don't even necessarily need TAS to hit hooks on these death slams because they can just counter spell because it's super easy to pull off against a orchestrated death slam.
Yeah, absolutely. The counter spell is really, really good.
Stolen frozen shelter again. That's not good. He's gonna actually be thrown back into the party here by TAS, who's hitting. It almost feels like every single hook possible And with that kill coming through, they're most certainly going to take the shrines. They're most certainly going to take the stage 1 patron. Listic, no death slam, only Obikin with an ultimate up, but that's not the ultimate you want to have to try to defend your base.
Yeah, it's been great work here from those hooks. I totally agree. Base is under heavy assault at the moment. 2 VP players down, and the rest have to be cautious not to die at this point, lest they stagger the respawns, and that just makes things worse. Able to chase them out of the base though. It's just like, it feels like a Han Solo moment where he's like runs at the stormtroopers here, but now he's gonna get hooked uppercut. There's the bomb, and it's not looking good for Cherie. Goes down. It's a noble attempt. Frozen shelter again. How many frozen shelters can there possibly be in the last 30 seconds?
I respect the hustle though. So like Michaelis gets a massive affliction off, which allows them to get the kill into jam side and together, and then they push out of their base knowing mid boss is spawning soon, because if you get kills, you're looking at like a 40+ second timer on these respawns, meaning you kill off like 2, maybe 3 more players of Abraham's, you get a huge advantage against them. You take a mid boss, and then you're immediately right back in the game. It didn't work out for Virtus.pro, but I 100% respect that decision to go for that push and go for those kills, considering the window they had to get back in the game here.
Well, is there anything that you want to say, Jake? Because this looks bad.
Yeah, there's not much time left in which to say it. It's going to be probably a mid-boss force here. VP going to be just barely spawning in time to go for this, because it's a bit risky for Abraham to do this rather than just fighting on the map. Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a fake here, potentially.
Oh, Listic's DC'd.
Oh. But we got Infernus is very deep on the minimap. Zergy spot right now. If he's been found out by Wraith, I think this could be the game. He looks very close. Let's see the Wraith POV. That's where jam side's at.
I think you're right though, Jake. Like I think VP have to contest this. If they lose this fight, I think they're going to lose the game. Like they can't let this reju go for free. This is like their last chance saloon to make. I mean, they have them grouped here. If they go for mid boss, that's their best opportunity to force a fight.
And Ricochet on Saf. That's so scary. This fight is going to be really difficult. Mirage is going to do the most here.
Yeah, that's kind of how you were like setting it up, Jake, as well. Just the farm is just too strong on those 2 heroes in particular. I love seeing all these hooks constantly. It's great. See the core getting thrown into the distance. Very nice indeed. All right, well, there's a rejuve now falling from the ceiling. It's mad dash. It is descending. There we go. Now we okay, frozen shelter. That's going to slow things down a little bit. Kutsu bomb. Trying to do as much damage, create as much distraction as possible, but it is Abrahams to secure that rejuve as expected, and it is a wipeout here once again. Virtus.pro getting just destroyed, decimated, and just Abrahams moving as a pack so well.
I think VP got a little bit caught off guard, considering they saw multiple players around the map out of Abraham's, but they were still going for the finish. And they weren't in position to like capitalize off of that with the rejuve falling, but also saying he gets the rejuve and frozen shelters right after, locking in Obikim for a very clean and easy kill. And honestly, I don't see Virtus.pro coming back into this one. Task, how many hooks have you hit this game? Because it has been nutty. Shark has no chance at last stand. And now VP on the back foot here. They will have the respawns out of Obikim, Michaelis, and Listic, but Shark's still going to be down for 30 seconds of time. You have to imagine Abraham's going to go up 1-0 here in the series now.
Yeah, it's looking phenomenal. Oh, there's another one. Another hook is connected. I mean, the cooldown is so low. In comes Infernus, like an intercontinental ballistic missile with the concussive combustion. Man, these words are very long and very hard to say together. There it is. The Patron is going to be finished off, and that is victory for Abrahams in the first map. And it was, I feel, fairly decisive all the way through. A convincing performance.
I would agree. I would definitely agree. It just, what Virtus.pro were throwing up here was not working out too well for them. Even though they got the initial kill on the jam side, the losing of the guard in the left lane, I think, started to spell the downfall for Virtus.pro. Abraham's able to free themselves up, force like these skirmishes towards the mid lane while they were still farming up in multiple lanes across the map. Made it very difficult for VP to have a strong resurgence, a strong like bounce back into the game. I mean, good timings on the rejuve too, and the initial kills that they got. Even though they did lose control of the urn, they decided to go for rejuve and go for that trade out. But after that rejuve, they got, what was it, 2 walkers. And before even that happened, Jamside gets a free walker in the left lane, while Abrahams are fighting on the right-hand side of the map and still winning out even with a man disadvantage.
Well, we need a man advantage, so we're going to bring Jake back in. Boom.
Your Manalist here reporting for duty. And yeah, I just feel like this Mirage Wraith hit this incredible critical mass. It felt like they weren't even forced, to my insight, to really fight at full strength this game. I felt like they were able to win a couple of those like fights with just 4 or 5 players for Abrahams together, and then they're just hedging their bets by always being split pushing, and that's sort of the advantage of the Wraith, the Wraith and Mirage comp, is that while I do think late game you're just like core damage threat is amazing and like the end game team fights, also in the mid game you don't have to go for that play. You can just be constantly putting pressure on, you know, hedging your bets, taking wires, and when they win a fight while at the same time somebody's getting a walker on the other side of the map, that just explodes the lead. Like it becomes really hard to come back because the lanes are so against you, and now the farm is starting to get into a really dangerous spot. So what are you going to do? 5-man gank the Wraith, or are you going to try to back off and get something else? And I also loved Hoot's build this game. He went for like a very team-oriented build here because of the Wraith Mirage carry setup, and Bebop as well, having some pretty serious gun damage. I believe Hoot went Heroic Aura, so just to be able to buff up all of his allies, like just max out the team fight DPS threat. And it's just a tough game for Listic, man. So many cancels. Like the Bebop is really good against canceling the Lash ult, and then the Wraith ults you on top of that, and then on top of that you're dealing with the Kelvin Dome that could, you know, it's just such a tough Lash game.
I mean, not to mention that we had multiple counter spells built up for Abrahams too. So like getting a successful Death Slam, a successful Affliction when you have to like telestrate it so, you know, clearly is not easy to do.
By the way, can you not parry the Affliction? I could have sworn Together parried the Affliction. Actually, I think it's like right here.
Should be.
Is it here?
Spell works on it.
But he's afflicted. I feel like he only parries the first proc of it or something. So I feel like that was like a bug or something. Yeah. He did parry it.
Oh, maybe, yes, it's the first chunk of damage that it does.
Which is like nothing, right? Which is like literally nothing. It's just like 1 tick of damage on you. I mean, I guess it's good because you still proc the counterspell buff on yourself, but it's pretty interesting.
How impactful do we feel like the Bebop was in this game? Because that's
my God,
an interesting pick.
This is your answer.
Mean, I think it was just like the fact, like it's perfect synergy with the game plan from Abrahams, right? We've seen a lot of teams do this Shiv Kelvin frontline strat, and it hasn't always worked. But I think the Bebop, the Wraith Mirage, they complemented it really perfectly because this frontline normally the problem is they get kited around, but are you really going to sit there and play a poking fight against Wraith Mirage Bebop? I mean, you almost damned if you do, damned if you don't. So I just think the Abraham strat was so balanced and so well drafted. Such a tough game to be even attempting to play into.
Yeah, for you, Jason, was there anything that could, like, if we ignore the late game, because it feels like if you get to the late game, Abrahams were always going to kind of steal it away with the Wraith factor and the Saf factor on the Mirage. Was there a way that BP could have done something with this comp?
I mean, I think there's always the potential. I think just Abraham's built really well around it. Again, like you have counterspell on Hoot and Together, so kind of your front line to prevent like any sort of engagement out of Listic. I think looking at the breakdown of Souls by Source as well, you see such a big difference on neutral camps between both these two teams. And I think that comes into Abraham's initial control, taking the first tower on the left-hand side, able to push in towards the enemy, you know, jungle camps. They prevent a lot of like farm for Virtus.pro by doing so. I mean, the highest they have is, I mean, I'm not gonna do the full math for it, but considering Zergy, he's at 12% on neutrals, so like 10% of 29,000 is like almost 3K. So you got like almost 3K of his souls from just the neutrals alone, but like no one else really comes close to that. And you need to see that farm being picked up. I mean, normally we look at Michaelis, and this is something we talked a lot about when seeing Virtus.pro pick pockets so highly and so often, is that Michaelis would have a ton of neutral souls, like from all of these camps, but he was really like hamstrung in this game because of the initial loss of control.
That makes a lot of sense. Any other standout things in the stats here for you, Jake?
Yeah, just love the team builds from Abrahams. Like everyone really understood their role in this game. Like I love that Saint built Unstoppable. This game is like not an item you always see on Kelvin, but he realizes at some point in this game that like the only way the enemy team can win is if they kill him first, and he can't save people. So he just goes Unstoppable, and there's just no way you're going to kill him first with Unstoppable. It's not happening. And then from there, it's like, okay, they're going on somebody else. Kelvin can always save them, and he puts the enemy in this terrible trap. The counter spells were great. You know, both Together and Hoot really built like a heavier tanking style build. They could, I mean, Shiv went pretty greedy on the damage, but in fairness, he was in such a strong lead. And so everyone just like played to their role perfectly. I also love the Taz build. I think Bebop has been a bit of an identity crisis, but I just like the idea of just being like an extra raw gun carry. Pretty great at just like helping burst through some of these hook targets, especially if Saf or Jamside are busy or being initiated on themselves.
Awesome. Well, we still have potentially one more map list left in this best of 3. So I guess it's going to be interesting to see where the discussion takes us when we get into the next draft. But before we head out to the break, do you guys have any parting thoughts?
Jason, your Pred's looking mighty dangerous here. Mighty dangerous. You still got this?
My 2-0 for Abrahams that I have.
Oh, you're 2-0 for Abrahams. My bad.
I don't remember hearing anything differently. What I'm excited about, Dan, actually is coming up in this break, because if I'm not mistaken, we have Jake and ZP breaking down a sick Reju fight we had last week.
Oh, awesome. Let's roll it.
Welcome back, everyone, to a new episode of Between Rounds, covering everything relating to competitive Deadlock. And, it's been a little while since we've had our last episode, but I'm here once again with Jake. And, Jake, we decided we had to go through one of the best steals we have seen in Deadlock in a very long time.
Yeah, it was an incredibly epic Reju fight sparked by OneWin's decision to go for a very risky mid-boss. Definitely a signature look for this team, but it's a fight that we just knew we had to break down in the replay viewer. There's just so much going on.
Well, without further ado, we're going to jump right into it. Jake, you will generously be taking us through the replay controls here. And, there's a lot to break down, but it's really cool how this fight transpired.
All right, I'm going to set us to 0.5 speed because there's just an unreal amount going on here. We'll see if we can get up. So it goes with OneWin start doing this mid boss, right, with Infernus from Abrahams showing on the far lane. So they're gambling, okay, like we're going to drop the mid boss. We're going to be able to get this fight started before maybe the opponents are ready. But you see, as soon as that mid boss roars, everybody from Abrahams is just running in on the mini map, ready to get this fight going. Calico is going to be the first one in with the Bebop bomb, taking some of the attention. She gets slowing Hex though, and CC'd, and this fight already looks really good for OneWin, right? Basically, immediate 2 kills are going to come down. Bebop goes in as well. Everything seems to be coming up Abraham's until, of course, Kelvin comes in, drops the dome, creating space and time here, preventing anyone from capturing the Reju. You think the Reju is about to go down. Lashhold, of course, getting ready to secure. Lashhold picks people up. However, not the Sinclair, who has now a stolen Frozen Shelter, continuing to contest this block. But right as the Frozen Shelter drops, everyone is fighting outside of it, and it comes down to this crucial moment. That timing, literally pixel perfect from Saint on the Kelvin to snatch the Reju. And then on top of that, together starts cleaning house with the Shib, getting kill after kill, Reju on top, and he just becomes this huge problem. 3 full executes already. And he's starting to realize, okay, I think I've just got to this point of, being completely out of control. Hunting down kill after kill. Wraith tries to turn this one around. I mean, at this point, even if you go down on Shib, you're still feeling pretty happy about the way the fight has gone. Maybe goes a little early with that execute, but, the damage has been done at this point.
You look back at one of the really interesting things to me when you look back at it, there's a few inflection points here. Number one is at the very beginning is that Kelvin is still ridiculous at giving you time for mid-boss contests. Like, if you weren't running Kelvin, there was no way they were going to be able to, control the fight and give themselves a chance. But also, the second inflection point to me is that you steal the Frozen Shelter, but you take a look at it, if it just comes out, half a second earlier, it's probably a very different fight.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many moments, if you go back and watch this fight, that come down to this ridiculously tight timing, and it's just I think the frame perfect steal here for me was one of the most impressive we've seen. It truly looks, we can take this all the way down to 0.25 and watch Kelvin. So he's waiting out the Reju for now. It's in the Sinclair's Frozen Shelter at this point. Sinclair also ready, looking to get that last hit, looking to time out the Frozen Shelter. I mean, this is I haven't watched it in 0.25 yet, but look how tight this timing is.
You just know. Look, still frozen, still
like
frozen.
It's like you don't even see the particle effect of the freeze going off. So Saint showing the expertise on the Kelvin, having a little bit of a better read on the timing than Sinclair, but it's also ridiculous with like, there's like duration senders here. This is like such an insane read to have that tight feel, perfect reaction time. And I mean, it really does come down to the wire. There's also little moments like when the Lash is ulting here. If Sinclair's a little quicker on the frozen shelter, this Lash ult would just have been blocked completely, right? So he comes up, he's ready to, secure that rejuve. And look how tight this timing is as well.
Yep, he locks it in and then locked right after.
And just like as the shelter's extending, right? It's like they're just pulled out in time. So if Sinclair was, even if this last hole just doesn't hit, I feel like you just have so many more players in the pit for one win. They're actually still in a pretty great position. So in hindsight, the decision to force these rejuve was a little risky, but I think maybe if this last hole just goes differently, at least you're going to win the fight, even if you don't get the rejuve snatch. But it all comes down to the wire, and that's Deadlock really played at the highest level these days. It just shows how good teams are getting and how intense it's getting, and especially these key moments of the match where rejuves are often going to define who leaves with that advantage.
I would argue too, when I look at in terms of like all the layers of skill and mind games you can go here too, I think there's also a world where Flammable maybe just drops the frozen shelter a little bit earlier and then disjoints and like has a better way of getting the timing in. So it's like there's so many layers when you look at this fight where it all happens in the blink of an eye, where you're for example, from a casting perspective, we're looking at it and within 3 to 4 seconds everything has happened, but there's so many layers of micro interactions are actually going on in just this 4 or 5 second moment effectively.
Yeah, it's just I think it's just really showing, like, you can imagine as people get better at Deadlock in time, like this game just has such an absurd skill ceiling in terms of like what's possible in the game is probably higher than any other game like I think anyone has really been playing. And so it just makes me excited for the future of Deadlock. We thought this was a great fight to just dive in a little bit deeper and look at all some of these micro interactions, and hopefully we continue to get more epic moments like this every week on Deadlock Fight Night.
All right, and I'll do it for a quick segment of things you need to see in Deadlock competitive play this week, but stay tuned to the channel for more.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to DFN number 29, or Vente Novo. Wait, is that right? No, I mixed up French and Italian there. It'd be Venti Novo, right? Did I do it right,
I
Jason?
don't speak Italian.
You don't speak Italian? What? Okay, mate, you got to learn at least some numbers.
Due is 2. There you go.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Got something missing before that, but okay. All right, let's go. This is the second map of this series. It's a best of 3, and Abrahams, they won decisively in the first map. We'll see if VP can start to mount a defense here in this best of 3, force it to a third. Let's bring Jake back in, and let's get this draft going as well, because we just had that
Jake
first
back.
Wait,
I've thrown Jake into the dumpster. He's gone for now. He's taking a forcible break. Is what's happening right now, Dan.
A forcible break.
Yes.
Wow. Well, I guess if you can bench 600, so
that's right.
I'm not going to argue with you. I don't want to be forcibly dehosted. So, yeah, let's maybe you should run the show, ZP. I feel very emasculated in your presence.
Well, wait, how can you feel emasculated? We've just fixed your microphone that was set on absolutely the reverse of masculation for God knows how long. Probably the better part of a decade,
That is true. I've had this mic for 9 years, and the settings were completely wrecked. So, well, we're into the bans, and gents, what do we learn here? VP, they're starting off with the opening ban. Is there something that they should do to change the trajectory of the draft so they can be in a more favored position?
I mean, well, first of all, ZP, we were talking about this in the break before the series started. VP lost. They get choice of first pick or not.
Yes.
And they decide to stay with first pick instead of having second pick, which we've been talking about a lot lately as seeming to be the priority out of a lot of teams.
That is weird. Unless it's a case where things got flipped on us, it is a little bit weird. Not only are they first pick, but they're going out of their way to ban Calico first rather than leaving it open so they could pick it. It's a little bit off. Like, I think in terms of where the power is in this meta, it feels like a little bit of a misplay for VP. Relative to what they're going to prioritize, where I assume going in here.
Actually, I have to apologize. Sorry, Virtus.pro had second pick last time because we saw Geist being picked first out of Abraham's. But they chose to go for first pick. So what, are they going to go probably Pocket again? But I don't know if Pocket would have been contested.
They may go Geist.
Yeah.
I actually think giving up Geist is pretty bad, even if it means giving up Pocket, especially if the world here is like, you're not even going to try and angle for a Calico. Yeah, okay, they're going Geist. And this purely comes from the fact that I think they value Geist, like not having Geist, as worse than having Calico versus Geist +1. Is kind of how this broke down. Because that's the only way you can justify banning Calico when you are the first pick team.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense just for the sake of being able to again change that trajectory of the draft and force Abrahams to have to adapt. I think there is a lot of value in that, and there it is. There's the Pocket that's been given away. What would be a good second pick here for Abrahams?
Well, in this case,
I'm thinking.
Oh, I thought that was like the surprised eyes, but that was the thinking eyes. Jason?
I don't know if because I'm thinking like I don't know if they want to invest into Hayes early because Hayes was banned in the second round of bans last time. So I don't know if they want to like lock it in as like a first priority pick, but picking Shiv here does seem a little bit awkward because now Virtus probably the opportunity to pick up a Kelvin to deny the Shiv Kelvin.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because VP, when you look at how they handled the draft in the Challenger match, they didn't really seem too worried about picking up Shiv and Kelvin early. But I think the way Abrahams plays, the fact that Together is so comfortable on the Shiv does make denying it more of a priority. And the problem here, of course, is that they've already given up, but in response, they are going to grab the Kelvin way earlier than they did previously. And this is purely out of respect to just how Abrahams enjoys running this. The problem here, though, is that I'm wondering if they're going to take either Wraith or Mirage way earlier this time, because it was something Jake brought up in the last draft that I think is really important to note here. I think for how Abrahams is playing right now, especially how they're like coordinating team fights in the late end, and just the general power of both heroes, giving up both Wraith and Mirage, I think is quite bad. And in this case, they've gone with the early Infernus again, but you know, okay, Infernus is good for a Shiv, but I don't know. I think Abrahams may come out here and grab one of the two of either Wraith or Mirage, and then look to angle to grab that after mid-stage bans if neither is banned away. Because, or they grab Bebop. I think maybe they grab Bebop here because, oh, okay, that's a little bit surprising. Because I think if you're VP on mid-stage bans, Bebop may be what you target here just because of how much they were able to get off that with TAS in the last game.
Especially if they don't want to pick it.
Yeah.
I mean, is Bebop going to be worth more as a ban for a ban over like a Haze? Because obviously you're forcing TAS to play one of those. If you ban Bebop, there's a good chance you could pick Haze. If you ban Haze, there's a good chance you could pick Bebop on top of that as well. So it's really a difficult decision to make for them.
I think it depends on what they feel more comfortable playing and what kind of fits more easily into their comp. Because if they don't, because they look, Abrahams looks mega comfortable playing the Bebop in their overall composition in the game plan there. And I don't know, in a VP, I don't doubt that they can play Bebop, but I could see that being one of those picks that feels less workable than a Haze, for example. But okay, so they go for the Haze ban though, so you were correct. Because I think that's where you were leaning based on what you just said. So interesting. So we already have a very different trajectory for the second draft, and I love that.
I think your Abrahams here. I don't think VP has shown that they want to run Bebop right now, so I think you have higher priority picks. I don't think you have to pick the Wraith at the moment. I think what you have to probably grab here is the Mirage, because you figure if VP were going to run Wraith, it would be Zergy on it. Okay, good. This is kind of how they need to draft this. The number one thing that VP could have picked from what they want to pick of their remaining picks was the Mirage. So you secure the Mirage now and probably grab Bebop next. I don't actually know if they... we'll see if they add the Wraith on top of it, but they needed to get the Mirage where they got it.
I'm looking at VP. I'm wondering, are we going to see like a Lash come out of them, actually? Like we've seen Lash obviously go up in priority. Would be bad to get 7 out of his Storm Cloud. Good initial catch onto Shiv as well. He doesn't have the protection anymore of a Kelvin.
But unless they pick a Bebop, they might be inviting the Bebop pick on the other end. That is all.
Bebop's gonna come in from Abrahams one or another. I don't think VP. I feel like they're not likely to take it unless it's more of a denied pick. Just again, they didn't show any inclination for it before and no. Instead, they're gonna probably be putting D-Mov onto the holidays. So yeah, for Abrahams here, one of these two picks is gonna be Bebop, and then you know, it's kind of a matter of, do they go really DPS heavy and try and go with the Wraith, or do they shore up their front line a little bit more? Because their front line is a little bit lacking when you take a look at this here. I mean, essentially, it is just Shiv. I feel like you want something else to round this out that's a bit on the tanky side. And Bebop comes in. Now it's just a matter of, do you pick up, you know, something that's more frontliner-esque here as your last pick? But, you know, sometimes teams have gone with lighter front lines, so yeah, we'll see.
Are we gonna see?
I don't think Wraith makes sense, but it's still available.
Are we gonna see like a Michaelis Geist? So I'm thinking, I mean, what's Shark gonna play right now? Because like Demob on Holiday, Listic on Lash, and it'll probably be well, I guess, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I was expecting maybe Michaelis to go Geist. I think flexibility is obviously one of the big advantages to being in VP, is everyone has that flexibility. But to counter out on this, I mean, there is no front line for Abrahams. It's just Shiv by himself, and I would imagine Shiv doesn't even want to play front line since he wants to kind of sweep things through as the finisher off the back of an affliction. They're very squishy, man. They're very susceptible to pickoffs here, and this is going to be a little bit of a tough game. I don't know. I mean, obviously Abrahams has a ton of damage. It's really hard to say like who's going to win or lose necessarily, but if you look at like the pick potential and just the front line of Geist, of Lash, having Kelvin in there as well, they have to have, I think, a strong start.
Look, I'm looking at this and I do feel like I just saw VP get exposed a little bit, in the sense that I don't think that the back end of this Abrahams draft was all that surprising. Like, we even, like, as we were looking at this here, we were kind of able to plot what was likely Abrahams was going to come out with. And that means VP, I think, also had a good idea that they were going to go for this, and they just decided, no, we don't really want to take away any of the pieces that you're going to go with comp-wise, because, you know, it's always one of two things. Either A, you just think you can win with your own game, or B, hero pool-wise, they don't feel comfortable with some of the change-ups there. Like, for example, with VP, when they show Infernus, when they do there, I don't think they feel comfortable grabbing a Wraith at all from that point forward in the draft. And I think that creates some problems in the level of power you end up giving up, because ideally for Abrahams, I think the Bebop was the most important pick that they needed to do in the latter part of the draft. But they just kind of figured that VP had no intentions of picking Bebop, and thus they were able to get higher value with the Mirage and still maintain the Bebop. That was a crucial piece here. So I kind of look at this and it worries me that VP wasn't able to be a little bit more adaptive in the draft.
Yeah, I was thinking they would have banned the Bebop just for that very reason too. But we'll see though, because the playstyle that will be available to them is going to be very different based on what they've drafted here. It does feel like there are some more answers. Where are you on all of this, Jason? Are you leaning any way in particular?
I don't know. It's tough because I think there's like a lot of like individual things that can determine how this game plays out. I look at like Jamside on the Wraith. I look at Hoot. I mean, last time we saw him playing Pocket, he smashed Virtus.pro with a 5-kill streak 8 minutes in. I obviously have to look at like how is Listic be playing Sinclair here too. Like, can he create a lot of pressure early on in the game? I mean, 7 is going to be weak early on. Even Shiv's going to be a little bit weak early on until he gets his ultimate online, where you have a Geist and a Kelvin paired together. The thing is, like, if Tass just keeps hitting hooks like in the last game, like, it's still going to be like a very difficult mountain to climb for VP to win the game.
I think when I look at this overall, my main question mark, and I think the thing that's VP's gonna have to rely on, because in a way, this is similar to how OneWin was under pressure in the challenging match, where realistically speaking, they didn't get enough out of their Holiday. I think VP is going to live and die by how much Demov is able to do once Lasso comes online. And when you get into the phase of the game where both teams are kind of running around looking for fights and jockeying for position on the map. And if Demov isn't able to have an outsized impact on the game, I think overall comp-wise, this could get really, really ugly for VP.
And just in terms of lane matchups, before you go, ZP, how do you feel about the lane matchups?
I mean, looking at it right now, middle is terrifying if you don't get hooked. Like, middle is basically, I look at that and that's a VP win if you're able to not get hooked by Taz. So obviously there's a variable there, but in terms of the outright poke damage that's coming in, you're actually not competitive in middle without good hooks. So when I look at that lane, it all depends on the performance of Taz, because there's kind of a timer that's going on there where if a hook is not hit by a certain point, you're dead. And you look at Taz's HP right now, it's not looking great for Abrahams in middle right now, because the poke in that lane is truly overwhelming.
All right, well, Jason, these lanes do look like a lot of fun. Already, there is already a lot of pressure in that mid lane, as we love to see, because of that hook dynamic.
I mean, you're seeing Taz back to base because he got so low in HP, on 1.1k souls, and Virtus.pro have a clear lead up against him by, you know, a good 600. And VP, I mean, they're keeping the pressure on the left lane, the mid lane, the right lane's the one that's kind of like sitting back a little bit more here. But when you have a Geist and a Kelvin like paired together, just the Frost Grenade and the Essence Bomb, just you're going to clear a wave out so damn fast that realistically for Abrahams, you can't stop that and you can't counter push. So I wouldn't be surprised to see like early monster rounds coming through to help alleviate that pressure, which we already Saint currently having one. But fun enough for seeing, you know, Saint rocking the 7 here. I know Jake's looking for that support 7, which we almost had with Xenon, but the Arctic beam damage just really pushing him back, and he even might have to go back to base now.
Yeah, okay, well, we're getting a dive here from Calvin, looking for the finish on Saint. He finds the 7. Well, it's going to be Saint now looking to just easily escape. Not even that low. That was a pretty chill dive there. And that's a great start here for Abrahams. That said, they are kind of low on a multitude of heroes at this point. Zergy also super weak on the right side lane. Has to play that very cautiously. Might end up having to heal.
Early QSR picked up here for Shard too on the Lash. I wouldn't be surprised to actually say this is his first time playing Lash in DFN. A lot of firsts today for a lot of our different players. I have to go back and check if it's for sure, but it definitely feels like it. But also maybe a lacking in hero pool because the Listic normally would be their Lash player, and Listic is going to have to be playing the Sinclair. Very low HP for Shark. He's going to chase down. Who's going to get the kill? And this is not the man you want to see get an early start here for Abraham if you're Virtus.pro. Again, his pocket play was pretty damn spot on and was definitely the key hero in one of their victories up against VP last week. And when he gets comfortable and with them taking this tower within the next wave or two, you're going to free up a lot of potential for him to start pulling off some ganks.
Yeah, the tower damage is outrageous at the moment, and it's not looking like it's going to stop anytime soon. Huge push on that right side. On the left side, though, Abraham's having to be the defenders against, as you were describing previously, this highly oppressive force between the Geist Bomb and the Kelvin Grenade as well. Like, we're really shoving those lanes. And then back in mid on Taz.
Ooh.
Barrels flying around. You live by the hook, you die by the hook. The hook comes in, but 24 HP, able to escape around the corner, but actually goes down in the end anyway, thanks to Listic. Beamwell takes out Sap as well, and that mid tower is going down in favor of Virtus.pro. And with that, Abrahams need to find something to trade back with. I think some good damage here on this tower, but, well, Guardian's going to just force Saint to get reset back to base. That's totally fine. But hang on. You got a very weak Shiv, and in comes the Holiday. Demov is in for this one. Actually, Demov is not very healthy, so it's just a scare tactic.
When we talked about getting something back with Abrahams losing that control in mid lane, it was all on Saint together, popping both their ultimates to actually pick up that kill. And Zergy Combustion not going to connect onto Gems as he gets away with the card trick. And Zergy now, he's going to be under pressure. He's going to fall as well. A big step up here for Abrahams. A slight misplay, it looked like that of Virtus.pro though on the left-hand side. Obikim, him and Michaelis were separated. Michaelis gets caught out with Obikim still having frozen shelter available. And Abrahams, credit to them to take advantage of this. They were losing that left-hand lane. I mean, technically they lost the Garden, so they did lose the lane in the end, but able to bounce back is extremely important. And with Hoot freed up after taking the right lane tower, this is where he's going to start to excel. And they sent out 5.3 thousand souls, and he's going to look for that massive impact around the map.
Well, back into this mid battle now. Vexing bolts, so annoying. Does so much damage.
Yeah,
it really does. And that's Virtus.pro defending their mid guardian. Their mid guardian hasn't taken any chip damage at all at the moment. And we actually have both the Kelvin and the Geist now making their way across the map for VP into that mid lane. In fact, there's quite a few players now looking to congregate in the mid lane. We might get a team fight here. 3 players for VP. And in fact, they're going to surround Taz. He's just absolutely so incredibly dead. You couldn't be more dead.
That's true. You could not be more dead when you have a last to connect onto at a Demov. You can just say goodbye and just get ready back into spawn. Open up your buy book the buy menu and see what you want to pick up when you get the souls later on. But together, he gets another kill. And together, it's starting to get things rolling. 6.4k souls. Again, wouldn't be surprised to see him max his execute right off the bat. And with telekinesis coming through onto Shark, he should fall. He's already low on HP, and this is a very slippery slope now for Virtus.pro. I know they can bounce back from losing early on in the game, but Abrahams with the lead, still being down to objective, is not a good sign for VP.
They will not escape their fate.
Yeah, lots of skirmishing around mid now. And it's actually going to be Dimov who's getting chased down, or potentially might be being chased down. Very low on HP. Surrounded by 2 players. Dimov trying to get out of here. The pursuit is continuing. However, assistance in the form of Zergi on the Infernus is present. But Jamside on Wraith joins the fight as well. And eventually they're going to make it to the Walker, these VP players. Looks like they may be able to survive after all. But in the meantime, fight breaks out towards the left. Walker. As we can see, the Hex coming in to just try to allow Ballistic to survive here. Able to TP away. Has the assist as well if necessary from the Geist and the Kelvin. So a lot of these fights looking like something could happen, but both teams managed to avoid any disasters.
Yeah, it seems like VP's answer to together. Oh, okay, hold on. Another last second hit on the Saf this time. The backup's not going to be there, and Saf will just tornado away. But the response to together is just kind of keep his lane at almost in a 2v1. You can just continue to shove into him, keep him back towards the Walker, not allow him to free farm as much. And honestly, the Hyper Beam stolen away. Listic looking for the kills, immediately gonna have to back out of this one, realizing he doesn't have the damage. The support will be there to come through. So Michaelis and Shark gonna be on the wings. And Saf's gonna connect it on with the Essence Bomb. Michaelis picks up that kill. And Virtus.pro do walk away with the 2 kills for themselves.
So way better look for them at the moment compared to the previous map opening. Abrahams putting the pressure on the Walker. They only have 1 Guardian, but they're going for Walker right now. I don't know if these players are going to survive the retreat, though, because Lash is also coming in on the back. VP looking to just wipe these 2. This offensive forced by Abrahams. Abrahams are pushing the left side of the map at the same time here, so they might be okay to lose these players so long as they get value on the left side where they are currently pushing. There's the Hyper Beam beaming down the Guardian. And they're the defenders here for VP. They have to give it.
And they get the Guardian, which gives them a flex slot and keeps things tied at 2 apiece. But Virtus.pro going for their own counter push on the right-hand side. And Jamside is going to be able to get there in time to deflect this aggression away. Definitely feels like Virtus.pro are trying to take charge of this game, try to control the pace and not be forced to play so retroactively and defensively like they were in the first map of this series. And now Dimov with that last up in 2 seconds, just looking for an opportunity for another catch. With the rune spawning in, it might be around this moment. And I think Abrahams wisely back away, giving this one up.
Yeah, just looking at the souls real quick, Taz is actually very low on the farm compared to basically everybody else on the server, but might not be that important right now. 4 players here for Abrahams. Looking to take the fight against VP on this left side once again. Over that urn. Urn gets dropped, and in position are Abrahams to still try to fight for this if they want to do so, but the urn will get stolen away on the ice path there for Oberkim. And that's just going to force the fight to just kind of dissolve.
Yeah, and the rest of... Well, both teams just going to back away, really not wanting to commit to it. The Guardian going down. It might be the free turn-in for VP with the urn. And Dimov gets caught up by a hook, but does get away with the launch pad. But not for too long, as who comes in, swoops in for the kill. Add another tally to the books, but they've left open the urn turn-in. And now it's all about Virtus.pro. Can they defend this left lane Walker? Can Abrahams get the left lane Walker to turn a free turn in for VP into an advantage for them? And you can see they've immediately been forced to back away.
Yeah, it might be a... Oh. Basically horizontal. Might be a moment for ZP to share his thoughts. What are your thoughts, ZP? And do you
My
have
thoughts
any?
when I look at Abrahams right now is that the income allocation is quite good for them at the moment. I mean, it was actually a little bit better before the pause, before some of the objective income came on in. But Together and Jamside are exactly where they need to be. And if you needed one person to be a little bit on the low end farm-wise, it actually would be the Bebop. So the spread from Abrahams is really nice. Meanwhile, I mean, I look at VP at the moment, and in a way, it's not like you could almost argue Dimov's a little bit too rich. Like, you just need more on Michaelis and Zergy. But, you know, team fights here, and Michaelis is in bad shape, so I'll let you take it away from here, Dan.
Yes, Michaelis has been put in an early grave. Jason. That's not ideal.
Dead. He's dead now.
Michaelis, suboptimal, one would say.
You can see still Virtus.pro being so aggressive in the jungle. You have Listic and Demov still around the corner trying to take away some of these center sacrifices. And it looks like Listic's going to get put in for free. And Shark even going to be cleaning up some farm in this left lane, being left alone. I know we've talked a lot about like certain heroes when they fall behind, it's really hard to have a lot of impact. Definitely true when it comes to Lash. I mean, if his death slam is not going to be important, the ground strikes plus the flogs need to be doing some decent damage here. Especially with how squishy Abrahams are. Like, any extra damage you get on a Lash is going to make it that much easier for you to win out on a team fight.
Well, VP are coming in to try to intercept this, but I don't know if it's the fight that they want on the left side. Instead, they're going to give that one up here, and we fizzle it out into, again, a bit of jungling for both sides. Somewhat of a lane push on the right end of the map here that will force a response from VP to defend. They already have Zergy there who can take care of those creeps. Nice high ground position here for Holiday of VP. Demov.
He's so aggressive.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been sick, but I'm sure we'll get a sick one later on.
It seems like
the Holiday versus
Overwatch.
Shield battle.
Oh no, I don't want to see what's going to connect more. Okay, let's go take down Saint though in the middle of a storm cloud. But yeah, Demov, it looks like he's just being an Overwatch position, just like sitting on high ground, giving the information so they can cleanly push and look for some damage. And then obviously with the jump pads, very easy to escape in enemy territory, even if you do get hooked up. And taking a look at, like, you know, again, the allocation, like together at 13k, has maxed out his ultimate. So it's what we expected from the last game. And he's being left alone quite heavily. So I think for VP, you need to be careful about this and how you approach it to stop letting him farm for free. You need to look for some damage, look for some kills ideally. Yeah, because objectives would definitely be nice too on top of that.
Yeah, totally agree. And the jam side will become a problem, even though they are slightly behind Abrahams on the overall souls. Oh, very nice there. Expect nothing less from Zergy, a refined gentleman with his trackball. But towards the basement. Oh, no, escape for you. The prison, the icy prison is erected there, and Taz is taken out. So, unfortunate. Lots of presence in mid for VP at the moment.
I was thinking maybe they go for a mid boss after those 2 kills. I think taking away jungle is going to be a higher priority. Maybe another catch. This time on to Saint. Stun's going to come through, but you can still see Obi come off to the side to help out. And the chase will continue to be had here. There's no escape. I mean, we see Gemstud trying to come through to get here in time. But all you can do is just parry and hope is Saint, and he's going to fall. Another kill picked up for Virtus.pro, and that lead is starting to extend up to 5k now. At least for Abrahams, no objectives are being lost with these deaths, but they are losing a lot of their jungle, and that's something I really, prioritized in talking about when we saw the match stats from the first game. That Virtus.pro were just so far behind when it came to jungle. Abrahams were denying so much of it away. And it seems like VP haven't been able to stabilize quite heavily from that first game.
Yeah, and I think again, it's just a reminder of Jamside really staying so competitive on the farm. Is always going to give at this point in the game. Or he's always going to be a dangerous presence in the game if he can find the right positioning in these team fights. But the Urn is once again being carried by VP. They got some of the previous Urns, and so this has been an edge for them currently, and I wonder if that's an edge that, if that's going to be neutralized, if it'll be changed over. If Abrahams will really do anything about this, Abrahams are currently trying to harass the right Walker, and so there are multiple things happening at once here.
Yeah, that's the response. They keep a couple players near the Urn to deter Virtus.pro away and try to push a Walker down, but we can see Michaelis coming in. Stormcloud on top of the Walkers is going to do some really good damage, and there's really no response to get him out of the skies, except just try to burst him down, which, honestly, it's slowly starting to happen. 400, 200 HP left, and he should fall. But he gets the Walker. Damage has been done, and Virtus.pro are not able to respond with the push in for the Urn. So, Abraham, Saint, you sacrificed yourself well. You've done well.
Yeah, that was pretty marginal. Very, very close. And VP now looking with some reinforcements to try to force the issue in on this Urn. There's the frozen shelter. Have to pick it up again, though. That's going to be collected in the safety of the shelter. And in the meantime, rest of your teammates, though, were they able to stay in a good position? Looks like they were. Rest of VP not losing any fights, disengaging, looking to defend this mid walker now under pressure from Abrahams. Is what they got in the trade-off for losing the urn. But they have to now escape the fight for it to be a conversion that is to the positive.
I don't know, man. 2 walkers is a really good trade, and Zerg is just being beat down, but the damage will be done. Together will fall. At least for VP's sake, they do get 2 more kills together in Gem side. They will lose out Michaelis, who overextended in towards the middle lane, maybe looking for their own walker. And Mystic's on the chase, just punching away against that rabbit. Someone call PETA. And then Tash should fall too. Is this actually a rejuve take?
Yeah, it could very well be. There's still some moves to make here for Abrahams. In fact, interestingly, despite it doesn't feel like Abrahams have caught up on the souls, but they've managed to do so. There's a 3k gap, but sliding down into the mid boss pit. That mid boss is going to be challenged, and Abrahams, they've got to decide if they want to respond to this. They are mounting a force outside and now pulling away from the mid boss is VP to meet that force of Abrahams. And in fact, both teams tentative, not wanting to take a bad team fight here and give away a mid boss. So it's actually might just be a full disengage.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, Abraham's a respawn back in time. Affliction connected onto 2 to slowly whittle away at their HP. Looks like Michaela's just going for a quick little restart here. So, I mean, Virtus.pro a little bit hesitant to go for that mid boss. So they went to go buy first, but, you know, I respect it. Obviously, some big items coming through. And with this slight pause we have coming in, ZP, we have to bring you in for another time to discuss something that you're talking about how Virtus.pro need to solidify this lead that they have pretty ASAP if they want to take this to a map 3.
Yeah, I think when you look at the late game scaling between both teams, I do think Abrahams has the edge if it goes super late, notwithstanding the fact that Gem side is already pretty far ahead. I also think VP, aware of that, made a very, very smart move to just back out of mid-boss here. I think the odds that could have been a disaster fight were very high. They did not have enough time to just be a clean taken out. And if they had gone for mid-boss and had lost Rejuve and lost players in the end, that would have been it. Like, Abrahams would get far ahead, and Abrahams, of course, 1 map up. That would be the series. So I think the call to just get out there, one of the smarter calls we've seen here today. And I mean, VP, they're on a razor's edge right now. Something that's worth noting, though, is that the only reason why it's close farm-wise is the walker difference between both teams. If VP is able to get like 1 or 2 pickoffs courtesy of Dimov, go forward and get 2 walkers of their own, they will be significantly far ahead in the game. So the next 2 or 3 minutes here, I think of the utmost importance right now for VP and how the rest of this game pans out.
Yeah, it's a really good point, because we have certainly seen, Jason, all of those urns really generally being taken up by VP.
Yeah, and they only really lost, well, they only really lost. They lost a walker eventually for it. On the last turn that we just saw, I think the first one they did defend against it for the most part. I think maybe they lost the left-hand guardian, if I'm not mistaken, but not really losing out too much until it became a little bit of a snowball, losing their mid and right lane walker. Well, we can see both teams just kind of, I think they're waiting for a couple of big items to come through before they start to force these fights, because you just know with it being almost 20 minutes in, with the urn about to spawn in, if you take a fight now and you lose it, well, you're going to be losing a lot more than just your lives here. You're going to be losing a big lead. VP have already set themselves up with the, I mean, just how much kind of control they have around the map. And you can see Abraham's a little bit scared to move around. On this left-hand side, they're sending 3 players. In the mid lane, they have 2. They're not really contesting the jungle or even looking to contest the runes necessarily, because they're coming up in about, well, 6 seconds time.
Yeah, gotta be very cautious not to lose a team fight at this point, as it can convert so easily into the mid boss. But with that said, VP on the jungle invade here might be looking to go for initiation up on the high ground once again. It's Dimov now falling off at that high ground in response to the Abrahams team movement. Aware of the positioning of VP now. A big affliction. That's massive damage. Hyper beam up from above as well, being laid down across the team. And that's going to, once again, force VP to just have to fall back.
Yeah, that's all they can do. They had to give up the control of the urn, maybe even lose a life or 2 as the air vent going to save Shark to get away towards the mid lane. Zerg is trying to push himself here on the right lane. Walker to get something out of this, even though they lost control of the Walker. But Gemsite confirms the kill on the Shark. That's a big ultimate now down, maybe even a second, as the Stone Telekinesis comes through out of Listic to save his life. And most certainly, this could turn into a mid-boss. This could easily turn into a free Urn turn-in, especially with the kill on the Zergian. Another catch on the Obi-Kim. This is most certainly going to be a mid-boss, plus Urn after.
This will be put.
Okay, well, the with the Urn and mid-boss threat, it's certainly could be a huge swing here. You do have a couple players here from VP. In fact, all of the ones that are currently up, looking to... Are they going to try a steal here? That you can see a barrel, a keg getting thrown into the mid-boss. But it's not the kind of party keg. It's trying to do damage, and I don't think there's any damage to be done here. You've got right now just all of Abraham's ready to defend this. They're going to pick up the rejuve. It was a good attempt with what VP had, but it just wasn't enough.
Rejuve plus Urn. This is probably the worst case scenario here for Virtus.pro. Trying to quickly take as much of the jungle as they possibly can. They know these lanes are going to be shoved in, and ideally it's going to be a left lane push on towards this Walker to get even more map control. The first Urn for Abraham is going to be locked in. And I mean, Virtus.pro, it's going to be tough. At least the upside for them is they still have like Death Slam as a good deterrence away from this. But then again, like the Hook's task has been hitting. Whether it's on your Shark or it's on any other player, they're going to confirm that into a kill because they have so much to back that up with the telekinesis, with a stun out of 7. It's troubling times for VP, and honestly, I thought they would come back this week, much stronger than we saw in the past. But honestly, big credit to Abrahams to show they're not really just one tricks. Like they can play beyond that Calico Haze aggression, and it's not even necessarily Hoot the one leading the charge this week, which is honestly another great sign for the team. Because for me, he was the only one really carrying the team through. It's been mostly tasked with these hooks. A lot of credit to Jamside and Saf as well on top of that, just putting out a ton of damage.
Yes. Well, I mean, ZP, Abrahams have managed to convert pretty well in I think a timing window you were saying they to convert, or rather VP had to avoid them converting on.
It's difficult now for VP, where VP now has to play even scrappier than they were before, really clutch on the idea of Dmov getting a pick, and on top of it, I mean, the way some of these team fights have opened up have been tragic, where Hoot's been able to go in and get 4-man plus affliction. So I mean, VP has to play so delicately at the moment. Even though you look at the aggregate, go, oh, it's kind of close. With the team comps being what they are, with the farm being what it is, VP is very against the wall. They're not out of it yet, but man, oh man, they have to dodge so many hazards here and thread the needle to give themselves a perfect team fight. Dmov, by the way, just went for a lasso attempt and failed, so you're going to see Abrahams get way more aggressive in the next 60 seconds because you only have to worry about the Dmov pick threat here. It is all Abraham setting the tone with the Rejuvenator.
Oh, he was rolled into that one. I also do like just quickly that Saf is pushing the soul in on the right-hand side, but also you had Listic matching it for the potential Traveler himself with the steal. A Frozen Shelter just to lock in the Storm Cloud so it doesn't do damage to the rest of the team. I don't hate it, but Virtus.pro, they set up for a fight off the back. This is the Death Slam going to be coming through. It's only going to connect onto one, though, as a Walker. I mean, it's most certainly should be falling here with the rest of Abraham's pushing on through, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, and that's a trade Abrahams are more than happy to take.
Yeah, really looking to commit to this team fight, and it's not started super well. Lots of players are really low here. This could be anyone. 2 players down now for Abrahams. Despite the fact that they were all grouped up, it finally looks like VP are finding a great fight as a team here, rolling on through to back to be collected as well. What a huge pickup there for VP. This is a pivotal fight for them, and if they are to bring this one back, this is where it starts.
I don't even know how to break down that fight because you really couldn't see much of it with just Obi-Kim locking out Saint. So he really couldn't do that much damage. And the Death Slam only catching one, but one's all they really needed as a way to just disable that Storm Cloud and disable that amount of damage and zone control that's going to give you in this fight. And it looks like just snowball the fight thereafter. Hoot only hitting a 2-man affliction. Abraham's looking really distraught in that fight. But VP, I mean, they might be down, but they're not out, and they're still an insanely good team fighting team. But with the Rejuves coming back through, I mean, they still have 2 left alive for Abrahams, which means the lane's going to continue to shove. And Abrahams is already here ready to fight yet again for this next turn.
Oh, it looks like Saint might get caught again here. Able to escape. Teammates able to, lend a hand there to protect him, stop him from going down. But that is the Urn getting picked up there for VP in the midst of all of that. VP taking the fight just to try to control that Urn. Now dispersing after they've managed to secure that objective. Although, of course, we've got to fight in the basement. It's just like some stragglers being caught here.
And Big Kim is going to die. But the urn, wait, hang on. The urn got stolen back.
I actually don't know what happened. I thought that was going to be a clean turn-in.
Was that a tackle? What? What happened?
I mean, it wasn't. I think it was a traveler to Saf because it's on cooldown, and then he got a catch onto Zergy, who's looking to run it away. And if anything, Abraham's now we're going to be able to secure this urn. And that fight they lost earlier on, it's not going to amount to much anymore because they're still going to maintain this lead now.
That's such a crazy steal, and it's another bite at the cherry here. As we go back into the left Walker push, but this time is actually going to go down. There's no defense to be mounted. And that is honestly so sad for VP. They invested a lot into securing that urn. It was looking great. I know, DP, did you see how that transpired?
I did not. I was responding to a message while that was going on from a player. So I was quickly not looking in that brief moment of time. So there's no reprieve for me.
Kind of ridiculous.
Saints, as it would happen.
Yeah, he's gonna go down here, so that's unfortunate for Abrahams, but a ridiculous like strong build out of Saf. Ricochet, Toxic Bullets, Siphon Life, and Sharpshooter. Like, it's so hard to fight again. He's gonna have a ridiculous amount of damage in these fights, and he's still at 32k. He's still so far ahead of most players on VP's side. If you look at the carries, I mean, Zergy's at 28, Michaela's at 25, only D-Mob's close at 30k, but he's not necessarily targeting to be too worried about beyond, obviously, the lasso. And even a curse has been picked up for Abraham's side.
Yeah, there's a lot available here for Abrahams. They even have the Hyper Beam as well if they want to control the space of this battlefield, but the Walker will go down anyway. And Virtus.pro actually escaping without anyone going down. Escaping unscathed. That's always really, really powerful. VP, we've talked about how they're a team that is perhaps one of the best at losing well. When they're behind, they're able to not allow their opponents to kind of rack up the advantage that quickly. So it allows VP more time to try to engineer scenarios in which they can come back. And again, it kind of feels like we're in that territory right now. The fact that they were able to snipe that mid Walker is pretty impressive.
I mean, it gives them also a much needed flex slot right now, which is going to be quite huge. But I think our focus is going to be on the rejuve. You see Olikim just trying to get close enough to it to make sure they can hear if it is being done. And I don't know if it's being done. I don't want to say it is. Just look at the mini-map. And honestly, I think it'd be a very risky move to do right now. There's a knockdown picked up for Olikim to deal with Saint, but Saint does have Unstoppable. And they're not really in position, Abraham's here, to even set up for a fight. You can see Jamside still farming at the jungle. 40,000 souls. He also has Leech picked up. It's going to be a tough one here. I think Jamside and Saf are just so fed. And as Jake just pointed out, Saint has picked up Lightning Scroll too. So with Unstoppable plus Lightning Scroll, the stuns going to facilitate even more opportunities for kills. Oh no.
Oh, engagement. There from the concussive combustion of Zergy. Stormcloud again to control the fight. These AoE ults. That's going to get shut down. A big damage on Ballistic, though. He's going to be taken out. And this fight is starting to start to snowball out of control because everyone's getting critically low. Emov as well, down on 1%, and he's dead as well. And it's all being cleaned up. There's just one player left, Oberkim, who is trying to escape. I think must be ice pathing, looking at the speed he's moving on the mini-map. So Emov will escape.
I respect the stolen Stormcloud out of Listic there, but the rescue beam, you see right there the rescue beam, why it's so damn strong. Task gets caught out, and they just rescue beam him away from the combustion, away from all the damage. He stays alive, and Abraham is able to turn the fight around. And here we go, the rejuve, it's being contested. Oberkim throws down the frozen shelter to try to delay as long as he possibly can. It's gonna be flashbacks to the play breakdown Jake and ZP did, but Saint gonna confirm it once again and confirm 2 more kills on top of it. Abraham's now with all 6 alive and only Zergy left to defend, who's trying to push for Walker while this is happening. Abraham's going to get a massive soul lead because they're also, it looks like, going for the urn off the back of this too at some point. But they can push the base guards, get another flex slot. They most certainly should be getting shrines here momentarily, and Zergy is just trying to take down this Walker and finally gets it, but it's going to cost him his life.
Yeah, it's really rough. And given the fact that, you know, the first stage patron is probably going to go down, Zergy will at least respawn a bit faster because the first stage patron was going to go down no matter what happened. It's almost better that he died sooner than later at this point. There we go. First stage patron.
They can almost finish the game though. I mean, Zergy down 40 seconds. Everyone at Abraham's is alive. There's a Stormcloud's coming up in just a few seconds time. Like realistically, Abraham's could just go and win the game right here, right now if they wanted to. But they're turning the ear while all this is happening, and they're still pushing towards the base. D-Mug goes down from Saf, and that might have just been it. The push going to come through. They should be going for a Stormcloud on top of this to look for more kills. Hoot has fallen, but he has Rejuvenator, and they still have the mana advantage for Abrahams.
There we go. Stormcloud coming out to play here. Just over the top. Just chunking everybody as they try to defend in the pit, but it's just unstoppable. There's no one that can even focus on this. It's just ticking away, electrifying everybody as it is an electric finish here for Abrahams. Again, another solid performance from them, and they are the kings of Fight Night. Once again, they maintain their grip, their sweaty grip on the Fight Night belt.
You know, I think there's a lot of individual moments across this series here for Abrahams. I have to give a special shout out to like Saf and Janside in particular. I think this team has been lacking some like additional star power that was just, in my eyes, Hoot and Tass. But I think Saf on the Mirage in this series, Jamside on the Wraith this series, have proven they are forces to mess with. Like they had to have done some insane damage in this last match. And again, once again, as I said before, proving that Abrahams are beyond just a one-trick pony with their Calico and their Haze. I think that's one of the most impressive stuff ups we've seen out of a team going into a week-to-week basis.
Totally. And with that said, it's time for the CP to slide back in, and we can get his thoughts on the match. CP.
Yeah.
Combination.
I mean, when I'm looking at this here, I think the number one thing that VP is going to have to go back and look at is why they gave Abrahams so many tools that Abrahams is really, really confident with in the draft. I think, realistically speaking, the back half of the draft was a bit of malpractice coming in from VP because we knew we knew what they were going to pick. In this case, we knew for sure they were going to go for a Bebop. We knew with good likelihood Mirage Wraith were also going to come out, and nothing was done to contest these picks because you stop and think about perhaps weaknesses on the Abraham side. Does Jamside have as good of a game if you just grab Wraith in this situation? Probably not. But Abrahams was able to delay grabbing the Wraith because they knew as soon as Infernus got locked in, there was no world where VP, with their current drafting habits, was going to grab the Wraith. And that allowed them to get the Bebop too. And I don't know. I look at all of this and I think VP stuck a little bit too close to their game plan instead of respecting ways that they could have thrown a spanner into the plan of Abrahams. And I don't think it's a mistake VP will make 3 weeks in a row, but I do think there's going to be a very big shift in how they approach how to play Abrahams going forward.
Do you think we should just do a DFN, a special edition, where we draft for the teams?
That'd be too mean, to be honest, man. I would do some teams dirty for sure with that.
Yeah, McGinnis has played every game. Nice. All right. Yeah, we can't have that, can we? Well, with that, let's bring out the MVP. Who did you choose as the MVP ZP?
MVP, this one was difficult. Behind the scenes, there was half going for Tass, half going for Together. We settled on Tass as MVP, but really you can make a case for both. Okay, we got Together actually on this one. So we'll give them both their flowers. So Together, when I look at why this lineup worked for Abrahams, Shiv was the glue in both games, where, you know, game one obviously was a little bit of the Tass show, but you think about game two, the early lane, Together was able to take over it on the Shiv, was able to be in the front line, and still a gigantic threat going in and out at the proper times, even without a whole lot of help. Because you look at what they ran in game two, it wasn't a particularly frontline heavy composition. They didn't have the Geist in game two, and Together was still very survivable on the Shiv, and also playing Shiv at a time where a lot of teams have given up on running Shiv earlier in the draft. Abraham's one team saying no, like he may have gone in lower priority for other teams, but for us, we still think he's good, and you don't get this level of performance without an exceptionally talented Shiv player. So I think Together's reliability has been really good for Abrahams, and you take a look at the fact that Abrahams has mostly been winning with Together on the Shiv. I think in terms of draft strategy, when VP looks at the next week, removing Shiv from the equation has to be a higher priority, either by picking it or banning it.
Yeah, fair assessment.
See, I so you're saying they need to pick or ban the Shiv away from Abrahams. Just okay. But then, yeah, I mean, then obviously you have to kind of think about or rethink for VP side, as you mentioned before, of like, what do you do with this Wraith? Like, because you let Mirage and Wraith go through back-to-back games for Abrahams. And I mean, Safa Gem side have done a good amount of work in that series as well. Yeah, I mean, something definitely to look forward to, but at the end of the day, I'm still happy to see Abrahams like show they can play out different things and have different star power on a roster. And taking a look at like some of the post-match stats, you can see Michaelis just living in the jungle with most of his souls coming from neutrals, but also did the most damage in the game. But look at Jamside, 27k, Saf at 19k, and together still sitting at 20k, which is damn impressive.
Yeah, really impressive. And I mean, Jamside was farming a storm just the entire time. It was interesting. It was kind of reminiscent to me of like, you know, when we used to talk about Hydra Nation in the old days with like Hydration or Leffa, where they're just reliably, it's like a ticking time bomb. You know, when you get to the late game, there's going to be such a discrepancy. It's just already too late. And it kind of had that feeling with Jamside.
Yeah, and I mean, Jamside was able to just devour farm while the rest of Abrahams was able to make a great showing in just keeping presence on the map. And that's always something that can go a little bit under the radar, is the fact that, yeah, in the early game, Jamside was not in a lot of fights, but the rest of Abrahams was able to make the fights pretty competitive. And I think that probably doesn't happen. We haven't really talked about it in the post-wrap, but a lot of that doesn't happen without Hoot being a force on the pocket. Hoot was landing very high value afflictions. You know, one of the ones we caught on camera was like a 4-man affliction at a very key middle fight. And as a result, if nothing else, even in fights where VP may have had a little bit of an edge, some of the pocket pressure that was coming in was just providing enough cover that VP couldn't chase down and stay in longer fights and punish Abrahams even when Jamside wasn't in the fight. So the comp Abrahams came up with here was really working on multiple ends.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with just, I think the Bebop ban, that kind of point in the draft, it did feel like that certainly was an inflection point, just like that back part of the draft. I can see that was something that you were chatting about as well, because we have this caster chat where we can chat to each other sometimes. And ZP was writing about that, and yeah.
I don't wait, am I not in that group?
In this instance, Jason, I think you're mostly chatting to yourself, actually.
It's my daily life.
Yeah. He's like, why am I saying this?
Jason needs a friend.
I'm your friend, Jason. I don't know if I'm a good choice, but
I'll take it. Just give me some
maybe you
tips
should
to the
keep
gym,
waiting.
and
I don't know.
I'll help you spot your 90 pound incline bench presses.
Kilos. My God, that'd be pretty insane.
Well, you know what? If I'm not mistaken, we also do have an interview with someone from Abrahams, and it's not who, which is kind of get to know a lot more of the players around the world when it comes to Deadlock. And I believe it's with Saint, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, hello guys.
Hello, welcome to the show, Saint. Congratulations on your victory once again.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you guys have been able to defeat VP back-to-back twice now, and it seems like you kind of have them figured out. To us, it looked like VP are not drafting correctly against you guys. Is that your take as well?
I think, yeah, their biggest problem is their draft. On first map, they just underrate the gaze. And on the second map, I don't know, we have bad draft, but we have really good map control, and we just destroyed 2 walkers and win the game because of this.
One of the things I feel like you guys have really improved on, and it shows, is what was it, the turning point for Abrahams in your macro play, where I feel like your first iterations, obviously it was kind of a throw together from multiple teams, and you guys are making errors, but now I look at you guys are willing to take way better trades, and there are points in this game where you guys would give up multiple kills, but in return be like, hey, Jamside's getting really really large as a result. Who's making these shot calls in game right now? Is there a particular player, or is it just kind of a full team effort?
I don't know how to say it in English, but we have structure. Like, everybody is doing their job. Like, everybody know what they should do, where they should be, and yeah. And
so kind of like protocols. Like, if this happens, I know what I should be doing. My teammate knows what they should be doing when that happens, type of thing. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, we have calls. Like, for example, me calling mid boss, Rejuvenator, Saf is calling maybe some rotations, but almost for the whole time, everybody know what to do. Like, we don't have like in-game leader. Everybody called.
Awesome,
Saint,
I love that.
how you doing, man? I'm gonna ask that first. How you doing?
I'm fine. I'm a little bit nervous because my English is very, very bad.
Your English is way better than my Russian, I'll tell you that. I have to ask you this though. You're slowly becoming one of my favorite support players because you have a lot of these really high impactful ultimates. I can think of a Dynamo ultimate you had a few weeks back where you caught out 5 players. I can think back to last week where you had an amazing frozen shelter at the Rejuvenator to lock that in and to steal out of yourself. I want to know, you as a player who's filling the support role for Abrahams, how do you approach the game and how do you approach the game with your team and what you're doing for your roster?
What does it mean approach? Can you explain?
So what's your view on how to play support as a player, and what's your view on how you play support within your team?
I think my view is how to play support is to play aggressive. Maybe that's the reason why I'm good at this. Because when I was watching Flammable and Obicum demos, they playing I don't know, pussies. They are scared of something. And I have switched maybe 2 roles. I was playing semi-core, I was playing catch, Paradox, Holiday. Now I'm playing supports, and I think all of this are giving me the game view that helps me to, I don't know, find the moments to ulti.
Yeah, I mean, you've had a lot of them even in this series, your 7 plays, especially picking up Lightning Scroll towards your final push on VP was huge. There was nothing they can do to those stuns. But yeah, I just wanted to say, man, you're definitely becoming one of my favorite supports. You have so many high impactful ultimates, and it's great to see because I'm getting tired of talking about only Obikin.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So I want to, as the final question from me, I'm curious about, to learn more about your team. So which player tilts the most on your team?
Tells? What?
Tilts, gets angry, gets pissed off.
It's probably me.
For you?
Okay.
Who's the relaxed guy that it's just really
relaxed?
Stable?
I don't know. Probably Tas or Hood.
Nice. Oh, by the way, the Bebop play I thought was Chef's Kiss. I thought that was beautiful. So thanks for the Bebop play. I just remembered that. I wanted to thank you about that.
I have one final question. If we're asking for player tendencies, how much sleep did Jamside get today, and how worried are you about Jamside's sleep schedule any given Wednesday?
I think Jamside sleeps enough. I don't know, maybe it's some joke in chat, maybe some joke, I don't know. He have a good sleep schedule.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us, and congrats again. I can't wait to see you winning next week.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Пожалуйста. Спасибо.
Ooh. Spasiba.
Yeah.
Come on, ZP, you got to practice your Russian. It's time.
Oh, no. I'm
taking
good.
to the Deadlock.
I know what I can do, and I know I can't do it. I cannot do Russian. I'm good.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you go. Saying thank you again. And for us, we're going to be switching into the North American region. It's that time again. But we have, you know what, Jason? I feel like you're the mastermind behind the zany content that we do here at Deadlock. So I think it's only fair that you introduce what the viewers are about to feast their eyes on.
Okay, well, you guys in chat, every week we have a special video for you guys. This week, it's about how well do our contestants know the sounds from Deadlock? But the caveat is they're all made by a mysterious pro player. And those contestants are your own DDK, ZP, and Jake. So let's find out how they did on the other side of the break. We'll come back with North American Deadlock. Everyone, and welcome back to Locked In, as we have a very special treat coming your way today. Now, I know we had our Deadlock game show to test your knowledge of the game when it came to the lore, came to the abilities, and it came to, of course, the background of some of these heroes in particular. But we've got a whole new cup of tea coming your way this time. It's how well do you know the sounds of the game? But to make it even more difficult, I had a mystery guest, a pro player making the sounds for me. And these 3 lovely gentlemen have to figure out what it's going to be in these 4 categories of voice lines, gun sounds, ability sounds, and ultimate sounds. Dan, this is going to be a little bit tough. I've already heard all the audio lines. How are you feeling about this? How confident are you?
Me? Oh my God. I'm feeling terrible about this, actually. I feel actually so awful.
I don't actually know how many points to expect, but ZP, if you were to give a wild guess, how many of these do you think you're gonna get right out of 12?
Honestly, I'm feeling like I'm gonna get the Jonas treatment, where even if I get the right answer, I am going to get lawyered down to 0 or even the negatives, and that's not even supposed to be possible. But honestly, I've seen how you run your shows, and I am very worried for my survival here. That's where I'm at.
Don't even worry, because at the very end, if you can correctly predict what pro player is making these sounds, you'll get double points. And Jake, I know you got this on lock, right?
We'll see. I have a pretty small hero pool when I play Deadlock. I'm more or less spamming the same characters these days. So I think if it hits my hero pool characters, I hope I can do well on those.
Okay, well, we're going to kick things off going into our voice lines first, and there's 3 different questions or sounds for you to listen to. Now, for you at home who are wondering, they're all going to be sending me their messages over Discord to know that everything is locked in and good to go, and there's no cheating. I'm looking at you, Dan.
Hashtag locked in, Jason.
What's that? Yeah, locked in. I've got to hit the name of the channel, right? So kicking things off, I'll play it a couple times if needed, but this is our first sound for you all to guess. It is a voice line of one of our heroes.
Family failed to protect this city, for it cannot happen again.
Okay, how are you guys feeling about that?
Wow, that's really good voice acting. Like, really indistinguishable is what I got here. I mean, look, if I was one of the official voice actors of Valve, I'd be writing my resume right now. It's over.
Yeah. So if you get it right, you get 4 points. If none of you get it right on the first try here, we will go into the real voice line that's being said, and you can get a guess in there. Well, I can tell you this. I'm going to play the other sound just so you can figure out who it is and be pretty confident. This is the real voice line.
My family failed to protect this city once before. It cannot happen again.
I'm not going to play back to back. That's a little awkward. So let's start things off. Let's go with you, Dan. Who did you put down for this hero to be?
I put Abrams. Sounded...
You put Abrams.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it sounds like very, Abrams is learned, but has a deep voice. And I could hear that deep voice coming through on the voice acting there. So, and I was like, he's a protector. He's big, he's hench. This is what made sense to me. Because honestly, I have no idea actually about that voice line. I don't know if I've ever heard that before. So...
I put up Warden, and it's weird because like it seemed like it fit the Warden tone, even though I've played a lot of Warden. I'm sitting here wondering, is like, okay, I'm not 100% sure I heard that, but lore-wise, I think it makes sense. So yeah.
Oh my god, you're right, ZP. I feel horrible about my choice now. That makes way more sense.
I can't confirm all of you locked in your answer before playing the actual voice line. Jake, who did you have?
I also picked Warden. I thought it sounded right. His like lore as like a policeman or whatever kind of fit, but in a deeper voice. I'm not 100% sure, even though the Warden is one of the 2 characters I'm spamming these days. But I felt like I'd heard it before, and that made me think it probably was Warden. But I'm not sure still.
Okay. Well, our answer is Warden. It is actually Warden coming through. Also, we have our second voice line coming up here. And so far, ZP and Jake, you are undefeated, but I don't know if it's going to continue to be that way, as we're going to load it up for you.
That's one of my 2-1 tricks. So let's see if I can keep going.
Like, I got lucky. I got real lucky.
The only demons I can't punch are my own.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Nice. I got ZP.
I hate this game. This game sucks.
All right. So all 3 of you have answered. We're just going to run it through to see what your answers were before we actually hop into who got it right or wrong. ZP, who did you put?
I put Abrams because I seem to remember, like, for Abrams, he had, like, punching in a voice line before, and it sounds like it'd be something to give to Abrams. And I feel like I've heard it, but, maybe not.
What about you, Jake?
I went with Calico. Because I thought that the player was trying to do, like, a female voice, maybe, or, like, a higher pitched voice. So I would never have thought Abrams, but I'm not sure. Maybe his punching voice line, that's a good point.
What about you, Dan?
The punching thing, like, I thought that it wasn't gonna be like a male character because of the voice acting as well. I was told that it's gonna be like a female character, so I actually thought Calico, but then I switched to Vindicta. I don't know.
Okay, well, I can tell you, out of you 3, none of you are right. It is none of those 3 heroes. So what we'll do now, we'll play the actual line, and then this will be worth 2 points if you can get it correctly. Here we go.
The only demons I can't punch are my own.
I'm still not even sure, but it does sound more male now that I hear the real voice line.
I'm prepared to be disappointed in some of you here, because that should have been a snap. Oh, it's him.
Okay, so we have our answers locked in. I want to say what they are just to go over it really quickly. Dan has Infernus. ZP has Lash. and Jake has Lash. And the correct answer actually is Lash.
I thought it was Infernus too, Dan, and then I changed to Lash because the voice sounded like Infernus, but then I realized he's got that cocky little twist to it.
Yeah.
It gives it the Lash vibe.
Yeah, I mean, Lash, as he says, like, you want to tangle with the Lash? Like, he is almost that, like, southern thing going on at the end.
He's got, like, a vocal fry a little bit, yeah.
All right, well, round 3 coming up. This is our last voice line that our mysterious player did put out. And here you go.
I'm squishy.
Oh, my God, that's so easy.
Okay.
Locked in, Jason. I'm locked in.
You all three are locked in very, very quickly, so I'm pretty sure you're all confident in who you picked. Jake, who did you go for?
I went with Viscous. Surely it had to be Viscous.
I mean, ZP, Dan, is that what you guys agree with?
I also went with Viscous, but now I'm just wondering, how did these questions get seeded? Because you were just hitting everything in Jake's hero pool, and I mean,
This
look,
is my one trick. Wait, hold on. I want to say for the record, I only play Warden and Viscous, and like a little bit of Infernus and Shiv and Yamato, but...
And Dan, did you have Viscous as well?
I picked Viscous as well. I was hoping for Viscous because you know, sometimes it has like a weird like distorted voice, and I kind of like wanted to hear how the player would do that.
Yep. Well, here we go. Here's what the actual voice line is.
I'm squishy.
Yeah, that one's a free get if you hear the real voice line, because it has to be like a voice changer, right? Like it's some sort of computerized thing.
So at the end of round 1, we have Jake and ZP both tied at 10 points apiece, and DDK coming in with 4. I'm happy I'm not playing because I would probably be at 0 if I'm perfectly honest with you. But we're moving into gun sounds. And if you thought any of the voice lines were hard, it gets more difficult from here on. We're gonna start off with our very first one. So listen closely and try not to laugh.
Oh boy.
I can play it again if you need.
I'm locked in. Final answer.
It's kind of like an airy sound. It's like, is that like that wasn't like a strong sound, you know, like a shotgun, but it's kind of got that cadence.
So let's start off. We did Jake last. So Dan, who did you put?
I went Abrams, but then switched to Sinclair.
I put Great Talon, and for me, it was just going off like the timing of it. It kind of felt like the timing of Great Talon shots to me, along with the sound. So GT was my call.
That's a good
You're
one.
You're putting very high expectations on this player to know the cadence of the shots.
All right, should I give mine, Jason?
Yeah.
I went with Pocket.
Oh,
okay.
I just thought it was like kind of giving me like a little like an airy shotgun. I think Pocket has sort of a has a shotgun that has that like little, not as like deep of a base hit as the Abrams shotgun. So I kind of thought it was a Pocket. But.
Okay. Well, the correct answer is Pocket. It is Pocket.
Stacking them up, baby. Stacking them up.
I'll play the sound for you now just so you can hear what the player was trying to do. And this is the player doing it.
Oh, you got baited, ZP. You got so baited.
I honestly, I don't feel like Great Talon was a bad guess here at all.
I mean, look, this is where it gets hard. You got to be an advanced listener, such as myself.
You also have to just interpret like what's going on here more than listen. It's just like you have to get yourself.
It takes a lot of deep experience in competitive esports, guys.
Oh boy.
All right, we'll move on to round 2. And this is our next gun sound from our mystery player. That sigh is kind of what I was expecting.
I got it, 100%. Actually, I'm not fully sure, but it just
okay. I'll say my reason. I think there's a few heroes here, but it's really hard.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, there's 2 that come to mind as like being particularly good, but I'm gonna stick with the one I got. I think I like it a little bit more.
Who did you put, ZP?
I did Paradox. It's got to be one of the triple shot heroes. Like, I don't know which in the burst fire, but yeah, my guess is Paradox. There's 2 others it could likely be, but Paradox.
Okay. Jake?
I thought it was Paradox. I thought maybe it could be 7, but the sound kind of reminded me of Paradox a little bit more.
Okay. And Dan?
I went with 7. It sounded like it was like that, you know, not just like one attack, but like a series of attacks with a few bullets in there. So
the correct answer is Paradox.
Yeah, son of a bitch.
Can't catch
I'll play
a break.
The gun sound for you.
Dude, our player of VO is rocking it, man. Our player of VO is good. Like, they got these on dial.
That was
and you can hear the player one more time. He got better the longer he went on, because the beginning was very...
I see what he was going for, because I as soon as I heard it, I was like, I've heard the sound before. You know what I mean? Like what he's going for, like the way he's making the sound. Actually, I like, it was like sort of that nail gun style sound that I think Paradox... I think that also Paradox makes the sound gets even more sharp like that when you hit stuff, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Well, you know, we'll move into our third and final round of our gun sounds, and the final round here of our very first episode of the Deadlock Sound Effect Challenge. And here it is. I told him, the player, I really hope your microphone is dry after this.
Hope you have a mic shield.
Jake, you're up first. Who did you pick?
I went with Viscous. Sounds a lot like the Viscous left click to me. The tempo was right. The splatteriness of it felt right. Yeah, I just caught the vibe.
I initially went with Viscous, but then I changed to Kelvin because we already had a Viscous. But then
it's a very good guess, actually.
Similar kind of attacks. Yeah.
And then ZP, you went with both of those answers.
Yeah, but I locked in on Viscous, which is a little bit disappointing because either I'm right and Jake is still ahead of me, or I'm wrong and Jake is still ahead of me. So this does nothing for me this round, but you know.
Well, hold on, it's a longer game, brother.
True,
you gotta stay locked in. Yeah. I actually think the Kelvin answer is smarter, but because we haven't had it yet, but who knows?
Yeah.
Okay, well, the correct answer is Warden.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see that too.
Yeah.
I see that too.
Here's the gun sound for you.
Oh no, we didn't know about repeat.
Yeah, that's a good
answers.
Point. I mean, I went with this because it was also a repeat answer. So.
Yeah.
We made it halfway through the whole thing, and we figured out all the kinks, and we now know all the rules that go around it. But that's gonna end off our very first half here of the show. We have our current standings: Jake in first place at 18, ZP in second at 14, and DDK in last at 4th. But anything can happen if you can guess the correct player at the very end, because it's going to double your points.
Oh, and that's Dan's not going to save him.
Double's not going to save Dan right now. Like, it's not.
But that's going to do it here for our first episode. Make sure you guys like and subscribe if you're locked in. And don't forget to check out part 2.
You're muted.
Aha. Welcome everyone, the Deadlock Fight Night number 29. Here, now moving along to North America ZP here with Jake. And that's why you can't do the show alone, because you need someone to tell you when you have muted yourself. Otherwise, it'll be just lasting far too long. But Jake, we're getting on into it. Valhalla looking to reclaim a spot, or not reclaim, but get a spot on the top. But they're going to have to go through the TF2 Avengers, not quite the TF2 Boomers. You know, it's TF2 Boomers core plus other people assembled spur of the moment.
Yeah, you know, Deadlock, it's always shaking things up, especially in NA right now, coming and going and rebuilding. So it's always curious to see, you know, new blood come in. For a while, it was Melee Creeps on top, right, taking over the throne. But now, let's see if Valhalla or TF2 Avengers ends up taking it. I mean, Valhalla has been a pretty stiff challenger even to some of our top teams. So I would expect them to be a bit of a favorite. But of course, Hydra Nation reclaiming that title last week. They're waiting in the money match, and I don't think they want to relinquish it so easily.
No, not at all. And I mean, you take a look, NA probably at times our most volatile region, if for nothing else. It's not just that when teams end up losing the crown, that they lose the crown for a while. It's that when teams lose the crown, Jake, they redo their entire rosters. That's the North America way, where you have to just execute half your team upon losing. I don't know if Melee Creeps got rid of that many, but Melee Creeps is now going through roster shuffles also after losing last week. So losing in NA carries a deep cost. But you know what doesn't carry a deep cost, Jake? Our merch. That's right. We haven't done the merch read here today. In case you're curious, we do have some cool, legally distinct stuff that you can go on and grab. Well, you know, usually. But it's at deadlockfightnight.com, and yeah, some cool stuff there. But merch stuff aside here, Jake, other person that we got an intro here who also, you know, not too expensive to have on your broadcast. Sorry, we got Jason Kaplan. I don't know where I was going with that, Jason. I thought it was going to be a little bit more punchy.
You're cheap, and we don't respect you, Jason. That was the butt of the joke. That was heavy. That was, I'm not even sure where the joke was.
You could have just went with, we have some more cool stuff for you. We got our analysts coming in, but you went the really BM route. Okay.
You went scorched earth on him, man. Jeez, he's right here in the middle.
I don't even want to be here anymore. Damn, I don't like this animosity coming my way.
You're stuck in the middle the whole way through. You have to just deal with the terrible segue. But
need help, Jason.
Oh, there we go. You know what? Let's get Dan in here. He could bench press both you at once. Honestly, let's take this animosity and turn it away from me, and let's focus it on Deathy once again, because I'm always seeming to be on the show. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do it about Deathy. I'm not going to do a man like that. But for TF2 Avengers, I think it's tough to expect a lot out of them going into this game, because they are basically a freshly newly formed team. And there's been a lot of things they've had to work on as a team, because in the past, when they were known as TF2 Boomers, one thing they really struggled on was just lane matchups. There was an obvious skill difference between them and their opponents when it came to that, and the snowball started pretty much from the get-go. But they have pretty strong, like Yam's still there, Goobers, Gibbs, Deathy, like very strong lineup. I don't know too much about Wander or Lona. I'm not sure actually how we're going to pronounce his name. But as you know, Jake said before, Valhalla have proven to be like a pretty decent staple in North America, and probably like the number 3 team at the moment.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a skill check for TF2 Avengers, but I think it's also an opportunity to they can compete, right? Like, it's one thing, you know, to win or lose this match, right? It's your first showing as a team. There's not so much pressure on TF2 Avengers, but it's more the way that the match goes, right? If it's like a non-competitive beatdown, that's going to be a mental blow. You might be a new team, but you want to win some fights, right? You want to have some advantages in the game, even if maybe the more experienced team is going to have an edge, especially getting into the more complex late game scenarios or drafting. But you just want to be able to compete and show that some of these new names coming into the scene are competitive. And I think that's something that I've personally come to expect. When I see a new player coming in, I'm actually excited and I'm interested to see how good they can be, because remember, we're so early in the history of Deadlock. Just because we see some of these players and we think, oh, this is like the best player in the game right now, that is all going to change in time. And you never know where, you know, a new legend is going to be born. There's going to be, you know, some of the other top players in the game. You know, they all had their first game somewhere. And so I'm just curious to see how TF2 Avengers can play this one out, make it competitive. Can they put the pressure on Valhalla? Can they make this a real challenge?
Well, I think it's funny you use the word pressure here, because I do think that's something that's always at play anytime you have a team that's kind of a little bit in the pickup team variety. So, you know, full backstory on this, TF2 Boomers, the official squad is still going through trials. There's also a world where I think some of their members may end up, you know, on a different team. Like, for example, Melee Creeps is holding tryouts. But yeah, I mean, this is put together a little bit short notice because Melee Creeps is fully out this week. I went to Deathy, is like, hey, can we get TF2 Boomers in here? He's like, no, but we can put together the Avengers again. And I kind of ran with the team name wise. Like, Deathy was kind of complaining in chat, being like, I didn't choose the team name. It's like, well, you said you were the Avengers, and the core of it is still TF2 Boomer pilled. So is now the TF2 Avengers, even though I'm pretty sure, like, generally speaking, most of the players on this roster never actually played TF2 at this point. It just kind of lingers from previous
I'm the last TF2 player left, ZP. The rest of us have died out.
I can't wait till next week when we have TF2 Revengers being played, and you're just going to keep adapting on the name. It's going to be a tough matchup, and I think all 3 of us here on the desk are probably all going to be leaning towards Valhalla to win this game. But I want to see some like glimpses of growth in TF2 Avengers. I want to see them have a much stronger early games. I think that's kind of where they struggled in the past, and it's hard to have a good mid or late game when you lost off the get-go and you fall 10,000 plus souls behind. So I want to see some potential. Also, you know, maybe a good moment for some individuals to stand out, make a name for themselves in North America.
Yeah, and moving along as bam, my camera has swapped over here. You know, I was looking at the side, like, I don't really want to deal with people. I was like, no. Now I can face you, Jason. After the terrible.
It was awkward after your segue. You had to turn away just to kind of.
Yeah, pretty much. I had to just go like, ooh, you know, I can't actually look you in the eyes anymore. But I do believe we have our Mo 1v1 good to go here. We'll see who's gonna get their choice of side priority between the 2 teams. Or no, it's still in the way. It's cooking.
It's interesting because I think side prio right now, it's not super obvious what you want. I do feel like Calico looks like the premier first pick, at least from Europe, and I do agree with it. I just think it's such a powerful team fighter in the late game, and just it's just sort of unique in the game, the way that I think this patch boxes are pretty buffed and like pretty strong to run, and just Calico's the best hero in the game for that, bar none. And so other than that, though, maybe it is the Geist is like the prio one beyond that in terms of like similar role, these high prio like frontliners that can also become carries and can also have really impactful damage dealing abilities in the late game. But so I mean, basically, I don't know if you even want. Do you ever not care if you win the Mo 1-1? I guess you always want to win to flex, just to let them know.
Yeah, I mean, Jason, you think about it here. Do you want to be the one chosen as the warrior, where the players literally call themselves like, I will do the group chat, and the other team will go, it's like, who's your warrior? Do you want to let your team down by falling in Mo versus Mo combat?
I mean, I definitely don't want to be our warrior after the bashing I got from you two earlier on. I mean, I think probably made to have to do it, just thrown into the pit to die. But honestly, if I play the
Jason's
Mo 1v1,
corpse is on the edge of the Mo 1v1 pit.
Where are the Mo's?
Don't get production.
There they are. They're
ideas, 'cause
dropping
they could
in.
Happen.
Hold position. Hold your fire. Oh, the parry right off the bat, huh? All right.
Lord at M. Rough start for Valhalla. The
Big
TF2
HP
Avengers
lead.
coming in hot. Oh, look at that. Just the hold.
Look at him.
The aura.
Wait till you see the whites of his eyes. It's such a huge HP lead. He needs to parry to win this. It's like the only possible way. Okay, it's
he leaves. You know, Jason, sometimes knowing when to leave is important here in the Mo versus Mo. Oh,
yeah.
Wait.
Oh, I need just melee. Oh, he did not need a parry. He's just flexing on him because he has so much HP.
I think that could be the longest Mo 1v1 we've had in DFN history, actually. Pretty close.
All right.
Certainly.
So,
it's always interesting to see the meta. I like whoever did the quick melee only meta. Was that someone like last week? I swear.
Yeah.
Looked pretty good, actually.
that was
Was it
Vegas.
Vegas?
Vegas just went up there.
Okay.
He's just like, I'm just going to keep hitting the button. I'm going to keep tapping the button. But it was TF2 Avengers that won here, Jason, and they decided they want first pick.
Yeah, I mean, if you're TF2 Avengers, you want to secure Lash for Deathy right off the bat, of course. Very high priority.
I think it kind of forces the other team to ban Calico, so maybe that's why you take first pick slot.
Oh, are they going to Warden like early?
I mean, I don't hate Warden. I don't love it as the first pick. I do think the Geist looks pretty sick in pretty much every game. It just feels like you can't go wrong with Geist. You can be flexible with gun and spirit damage. You can be like scaling into a carry. You have good laning. I just feel like Geist just has a little bit of everything right now, similar to Calico. And Valhalla are actually going to pile the Geist ban. So TF2 Avengers get their Calico if they want it.
They should pick Calico here. I don't think in this spot you can give up Calico +1 really under any circumstances. Like, I don't think there's any hero in the game you can make an argument for as of you should first pick. I think 100% Calico coming in here, or it's a bit of a throw. I really can't.
Calico of the night too.
Yeah,
I'm duty bound to fight.
Okay, they take Warden first. I think this is gonna get Calico Viscous right now for Valhalla, and it's like monster broken to open the draft. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Mirage could be good.
I mean, that's the thing with North America. I feel like it's always so hard to predict what they're going to highly prioritize. In EU, it's like very staple. Like we generally know how the first picks are going to play out. But in NA, man, it comes down to like what teams are playing. I mean, we see Mirage here picked first for Valhalla. That was a fourth or fifth place pick for Abrahams over the course of our EU matches.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I mean, I guess the Warden pick was telegraphed with the early Sinclair ban, but man, from what we've seen, and you look at the EU tendencies too, where no one in EU wanted to give up Calico, period. To give up Calico +1 feels very wait, what? Okay, wait. NA, so look, I'll say speculation wise, based on what we've seen over the last week and a half now, 2 weeks of evidence from EU, the last week of NA, this is either going to go really well or really poorly draft wise, Jake.
Yeah, I mean, getting the major backline carries first strikes me as weird since there's like other good options in the pool, right? Like there's Wraith, there's other options, and yeah, you get Viscous for TF2 Avengers. I like that pick a lot actually, and I guess surely they take Calico now? If they don't want Calico, then the meta really has radically shifted in NA. But I just can't imagine it. It looks so stable. I think it's good against Infernus. You can like dodge the ulti from Infernus with your ulti, and these here, like Infernus here, you want to absolutely jump on top of and nuke down in the fight, force him out.
I think one thing we can't forget about though is we can talk about, like, oh, they should pick Calico. Why are they not picking Calico? Maybe they don't play Calico on the team. I think that's when you're like a player trying to come up in any of the scenes in EU or NA, you kind of have to focus on like 1, 2, maybe 3 heroes to kind of make a name for yourself. And then you finally get to a team, then you have to start to finally expand your pool from there. But then you have to learn like how the team plays. There's so much to do. that maybe just there's no one on TF2 Avengers who can play Calico, or maybe NA hasn't really warmed up to how we see Calico played in EU. And to be fair, we don't see NA really mimic what EU does a lot of the time.
Yeah, it's true. The meta has always been so different in both regions, with a couple exceptions, but you're right. I mean, I just think Calico is like beyond any strat you run. It's just broken economy maxing, getting all the boxes in the mid game. But neither team, I mean, it looks like it might not get picked. Maybe it'll get picked later. I do like TF2 Avengers, what they picked. I mean, this is a ton of CC and lockdown for Mirage and Furnace, right? You can stake them, Viscous can roll them, Warden capitalizes on that with the traps. And I just think it's one amazing catch and control for the opening of the draft. And already the team fight looks really strong, and they have a lot of damage to boot. Like if you just had 3 heroes on a team, your team's kind of balanced for TF2 Avengers. And I like when the draft at the opening phase is already solid and you're not critically missing some element and the things feel really off. Whereas Valhalla, it's like they have the holiday for the catch and they have tons of range damage, but they don't have any frontline, they don't have support. Like they're they're scrambling, I think, a little bit to fix some holes in the draft, which makes you more predictable and more liable to get some of your picks stolen away.
Well, you think about NA and things that NA has been doing a little bit more than EU, even though we did see Yamato earlier today in EU. Now you kind of wonder, okay, do you see Yamato come out? Like right now, Valhalla's going like they've picked 0 frontline, even with Calico still being available. Yamato is still something that is out there. Shiv is actually still out there too, even though Shiv fell off in overall priority in NA. I mean, look, this is a different world relative to EU, and for me, I look at these drafts and it's like, the game changes so much every week that you got to keep an open mind on some of this. But honestly, should we get to the interview phase, finding out like why Calico has now gone from ultimate first pick all last week across both regions, all this week in EU, and the drop to 4th in NA is something else, because now they've locked it in here. Jason, this wasn't a case of, well, they just didn't have players for the Calico. Clearly they have a player for the Calico, but they had higher priorities in this game.
Yeah, I think it's also important to look at like what are comfort picks for players, and like what is, as a team, do you value comfort picks over like a good team composition, depending on like what your opponents are picking. And I mean, we know Goober, insanely good Viscous, so I'm not surprised to see TF2 Avengers value Viscous so high in the beginning. But yeah, I guess it comes down to like how comfortable is the player on Calico versus how comfortable is the player who's playing Warden, and like the investment of, okay, well, we're gonna go with the Warden instead of going for Calico early on. Or maybe they know Valhalla's like a hero pool as well. Maybe they know that they don't really play Calico, so we can leave it for a later pick and scoop some of these up earlier on. At least one thing we see in North America is definitely a higher priority around Vindicta in NA compared to EU. I remember seeing last week Vindicta be banned quite consistently in a lot of these matches, especially with the Valhalla versus Melee Creeps match. And then we saw Vegas later on what he can do with Vindicta.
I'm worried about Valhalla. I just don't really get this draft. I think the Mo is going to be kind of struggling against Wraith and Viscous that can both stun him out of the ultimate, and Viscous has, of course, the save, and with Rescue being so good right now, for Holiday and Mo, I feel like Valhalla are playing a very pickoff centric draft. Maybe that will work. Maybe TF2 Avengers with less experience, less coordination on the team, maybe they're vulnerable to the kind of skirmishing playstyle. But I think if TF2 Avengers, especially with the pocket final pick to deal with the Shiv a little bit, if they can make this a game of like team fighting and AoEs, I feel like they have a much stronger draft. Like, I don't know how Valhalla are going to make enough space for Infernus and Mirage to work. There's just so many demands on them, where if TF2 Avengers are just sabling each other and not letting players get picked off and getting into a proper 6-on-6 team fight around an objective, I just feel like it's a huge advantage for them. Wraith can also maybe check Mirage on the side lane pushes and go for the solo kills. So I really like the TF2 Avengers draft. I know Valhalla should be based on our expectations, but I just much prefer the Avengers draft.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I think the method in their madness, where, by the way, I don't love picking Mo into Viscous in general. I mean, history has shown it's not the greatest thing. Oftentimes you will just lose combos to Cube. But I think the reason why they picked Mo late in the draft, beyond the, a more baseline idea of like, well, they need more frontline, was the idea of using Mo the lockdown Calico. Like, Mo is one of the few heroes in the game that can keep a Calico locked down enough to actually kill her before she gets away using Return the Shadow and her crazy mobility. So that has to be part of the calculus here. but even still, you know, it's a little bit tough because, yeah, you look at baseline power of these two teams. The TF2 Avengers draft, where the teams are flipped right now, but the TF2 Avengers draft on paper feels way, way better, especially getting, you know, power picks like Calco late into the draft. But, you know, Jason, as we take a look at lanes here, give you a chance to weigh in before we bid you adieu for a little bit. What do you got?
I think the Wraith Viscous, I like it. Obviously the Viscous is a lot of support and survivability when it comes to like any engagements, especially if you can't combo the Viscous, then you're realistically not going to be able to kill the Wraith. Picked up by Lona here, and I think it's a pretty smart pickup here, and a really lane that I kind of like here for TF2 Avengers. Even in the mid lane, I enjoy with the Pocket and the Calico. That can still be a lot of burst, a lot of poke you can do, even going for the chase directly over onto League, being forced to back away. And then the right hand side, I mean, the Shiv Ivy, I don't feel like we really see it that often. And then of course the Warden Vindicta can be beefy, can have a lot of potential for some crazy damage if you can get a stake and a binding word.
You know, Jake, I feel like this is one of the first pauses we've had where you don't get the pause where I was like, it looks like it's frozen. And in fact, it was a pause. But, you know, Jake, what are you thinking right now?
Yeah, I think TF2 Avengers actually have some pretty sick lanes. I think Vindicta, if you ever stake somebody, they're just dead, right? Like they're going to get stake into Warden Trap and they're dead. And like, you're probably not going to skill those level 1, but you know, that's a scary lane to be going up against with like an insane kill threat on you. For somebody like Shiv, I guess Ivy can stone form and block a lot of it, but Shiv, it's kind of scary. You know, and then even the mid lane, I think Pocket is going to put a lot of pressure on Calico. There's a lot of diving threat in that lane, and Viscous and Wraith have a lot of harass as well. I actually like all the lanes for TF2 Avengers, and I like their draft more. So I feel like just all, you know, despite the pedigree from Valhalla and how well they played in the past, I feel like there's going to be an uphill battle for them here as we come off the pause.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, on paper, from what we know of this meta, TF2 Avengers feels like the better team. But when you look at ways that this can go really well for Valhalla, you know, baseline elements, even though it's been kind of a rough day for Holiday can go wild, not only in lane, but early on. And League fall through off of the poke on the Holiday, just to see I'm talking about it. And I mean, the power in the middle lane here from just a sheer poke potential is really high. I mean, Holiday Mirage has always been really strong. And if it gets ahead, I mean, there is a world where Scout just does the typical Holiday thing and rolls around the map and just kind of crushes.
Yeah, you know, and honestly, if you're just dominating early game and you can snowball the lead, then I don't know how much the team fighting threat is even going to matter from TF2 Avengers. So maybe that's the goal here for Valhalla. Like if you're, I mean, I would have said the Calico Pocket lane looks pretty strong, but I think you're right. Like Mirage and Holiday can be just as powerful fighting back. You hit a couple of those big connections with the barrel bombs and, you know, things get a little bit sketchy. Lord and M also stealing away some of those boxes that Calico would have loved to run. So Mo getting a bit of extra value here, and Furnace being a little bit greedy, staying in the lane solo, getting rewarded for that greed.
You know, I'm glad we have the camera on Gibbs here because I think anytime, and again, this is more of an NA specific thing right now, is that you're more likely to see the Vindicta get played in NA. And NA, I feel like Vindicta has one of the more unique power curves in the game where you're looking to get value out of her into the early and mid game, you know, especially when Assassinate comes online. And then afterwards, you know, you end up being a little bit more utility. But, you know, you want your Vindicta to get big early, if at all possible. And, you know, a little bit of skirmish here might be good. However, Stoneform coming in from Zerbzy, they have done just enough cover there.
Yeah, still a ton of damage on a do. He might be dying from the passive. It's very close. Okay, looks like he maybe is just healing through it a little bit too much. Mirage continued to put that pressure on in the mid lane. Very aggressive build on him, and Pocket under a lot of pressure takes a barrel bomb. He could be in trouble. Okay, no, this Holiday's going to back off this. Has some cash though, so could maybe buy some regen here, restabilize the game. Tornado misses though, and that's going to get, looks like Deathy out of trouble. Yeah, he's healthy. He's not scared to take that one.
Maybe he should be though. The fall through's coming on in, and Calico HP going down into flash. Scout though, taking poking damage in turn, feeling the need to get on out, and TF2 Avengers able to turn things around. No fear from Deathy, and perhaps for good reason in and on the moment.
Yeah, it's a couple nice kills in the lane. Pocket's actually looking great in terms of getting that Affliction online very soon. Pretty defensive build here from Wraith in the side lane. Just wants to stay as healthy as possible, tank up through some of that oncoming damage. And it seems like both teams are content to progress the mid game. Valhalla, it does have a 2K lead. It's not much, but I mean, it's relatively early to have a lead off just essentially pure laning.
Well, I think when you run the Holiday Mirage in particular too, I think you really try and go for the early Guardian kill even more so than the norm. Because if they're able to get that, Scout is immediately just going to be able to start roaming across the map, and they've already gotten the mid Guardian down to about
big hit on the dash. Yeah, turning this fight around onto Vindicta. Vindicta still has that flight though, and it's hard to get the fault damage. Here's the stake now coming in on a Shiv. Could be in trouble. Warden though doesn't want to commit for the trap. A little bit of off sync here, and that's a big dagger. That should be enough to take that Gibbs. He's solo. He is going to bleed to death with the help of Zerbzi. Trap not going to proc, but Warden might just have the health to fight this one out.
It might be bait too. Like, I don't know. On one hand, like you look at that and you go, Shiv, you're super low, but it's so hard early on to do 1v2s in Deadlock that even if you have a big health lead, going in on it could be bad, especially if you're, not the most involved.
So they have the damage. Yep, here's the damage follow up on the pocket. Big catch onto Deathy, who got parried, I believe, as well. So Scout just outplaying, and this mid has become a real sore spot for the TF2 Avengers. Mirage and Holiday are very scary heroes to have a great start. Holiday, because as you said, she can just roam hard and start to mess up other lanes, and then Mirage can just be this global problem where not only is he going to farm and become a crazy carry now that he's already taken that mid tower, but also he can show up a little bit earlier into the game.
We need a heat map now for Scout, because that is exactly what you're looking for when you put Holiday in middle. And take a look at Scout's movement right now. Scout, right now, I think looking more for boxes, but now is the kind of the guessing game. Is Scout going for a gank, or is Scout just going to come back in and bully middle? You have way more room to maneuver across the map right now for Valhalla, and you've hit the ideal Holiday zone if you pick Holiday. This is a situation you love to be in. And, right now you look at Scout, maybe Scout goes back to base. Scout easily could zip into left or right here, Jake, and make a play.
This guy's getting some big damage here on this roll. Mo's in some trouble. Infernus as well taking damage. Goober doesn't necessarily have to kill with this, getting some decent trading here. Wants to maybe come up and look for more, but caught in the doorway. And just, trading the roll for a bit of aggressive harass here on the opposing laners. Lead is stabilized. It's not too massive despite losing that mid lane Guardian, but it just gets hard to stay here for Calico.
Here we go. Take a look at Scout. Scout's going over the left. This is where the impact of mid lane is going to be felt here, where you can even fight going in. And Scout's about to make it very uneven. Lord and M able to take down Goober. And now you got the 3-man push for Valhalla here onto the left. Scout going in deep, looking for the Wraith. Just needs a little bit more. Barrel's going to finish it off. And Jake on top of it, very likely to get the Guardian right after. And you just see the dominoes falling from what happened in middle.
Yeah, and with the health buff as well, he can get so active. Mirage kiting all the way back. It was a very intense dive here from TF2 Avengers, but League surviving that is massive. He's going to be able to come back with a bit of HP, and he's starting to turn this fight around. 1v2, we talked about how difficult it is. He's taking that risk, and here comes the support now coming in, bailing out Valhalla in the mid lane. League on a 3-kill streak, and Mirage is one of the scariest heroes in the game to be in this position, to have that early lead, to have the enemy Guardian down. He can farm as he pleases and continue to aggress and take towers as he sees fit.
Yeah, and at any point, you can use Traveler to overload a lane that's in trouble. And by the way, you talk about people in trouble. You still got the pressure coming in from Holiday, forces out the Affliction, and, that's more of a get off me sort of Affliction. It doesn't even guarantee that Pocket's going to live here. It's just trying to make the chase down a little bit more dangerous. And Yam still going to go down. Very. I feel like we've just seen the dam burst, and the dam's location was in the middle lane, because this is just going to get worse for TF2 Avengers. All the aftermath in the middle.
Yeah, and Wander is so low as well in the Warden. He's not going to be able to pressure this lane as much. There's a nice snipe from Gibbs, though. Does take down Zerbzi. So this Vindicta, part of the strategy to fight back here. Valhalla leads slowly expanding. They're not anxious, right? They're not forcing anything to try and be too explosive, which I think would be a mistake here. They're content to just farm up, just continue playing this map.
Now, meanwhile, if you're TF2 Avengers, you need something to look forward to. And okay, Cube comes out, as expected, when someone's getting hit by combo. So good immediate reaction there from Goober, but telekinesis over and in. DMB now under the gun, looking for a little bit of reprieve. Up the rope he goes, and a decent spot here. Lord and M, half HP, and you take a look at this. Both Mo and Furnace not in the best of spots. Are any rotations coming on through right now? Appears to be no, and yet at the same time, both of them able to stay alive.
I mean, the pressure's on every lane, right? Who can roam, who can rotate when they're just trying to stay alive and get what farm they can. Deathy looks to be dead again here. Return to shadows, only delaying the inevitable. Barrel bomb gets to clean up. League as well, grabs the kill. Pocket's trading back though, grabbing one would be a nice find. And hold on, Mirage is a little bit low here. If Pocket get the second kill. This would go a long way towards stabilizing the lane. Mirage, not an easy kill, though, has his tornado up in just a moment. So for now, the Mirage lives. I think that's probably the bigger kill is the Mirage. If you were able to shut him down, I mean, he's already on a massive game here, 9.5k souls. On the opposite side, this Wraith, just over 7, right? So there's a big gap between these two in the early game. That's basically like a whole test level. It's not that you're going to buy that, but nice snipe with the ults coming in. This has been the best lane so far from TF2 Avengers, and it's going to need to stay strong. It's going to need to be the point at which they try to make this comeback.
Yeah, and even though Yam's done a decent job of keeping economy in a good spot, you take a look at the right-hand side. The right-hand side is ideally where you'd like to get a little bit of purchase. But over here, again, combo coming out. Viscous right there with the cube, limiting the impact of the Mo. So the fall through is going to be there, though. Still a decent spot is Valhalla. Warden able to chase on down. And now DMB looking to get a little bit frisky here. Forces out the goo ball from Goober.
Yeah, Goober's doing some pretty solid damage here. Oh, nice catch on the Invertus. Should be going down here. Yeah, there's the follow-up to Goober. It's a big catch from him. Will he be punished for that? There's a lot of players around. Seems like also a fight breaking out closer towards the mid lane. Vindicta looking to get active here. Has been the strongest character in the game. Would love to continue to accelerate that with a couple of these snipe kills. League goes down. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, some of these rotations for TF2 Avengers, not the worst. I think Gibbs having a decent enough game to at least bring this back more to a neutral for TF2 Avengers, at least best as you can. And yeah, this is why
it's a beautiful sight.
By the way, like, just walk on over, grab everything in the middle, rotate around. A lot of souls being carried by Deathy. And, you know, one thing we brought up in draft, that late Mo pick when Viscous was already on the board, it's limited Lord NM's viability at times here, Jake, just because, you know, we've looked at combo, and combo more often than not nullified by Cube.
Vindicta over the top now, pumping a ton of damage into this fight. Snipe just barely off time there on Deserves it. Now Infernus is on Vindicta. She's got to fall off this. Got to stay alive. Maybe Wander thinking about trying to take some kind of a fight with the ultimate, but hard to force a catch. And here's the counterplay from Infernus, just barely dodging the ultimate. Warden gets the ulti off. Still has a bit of health left. Does he have the tankiness, though, to continue this fight?
Yeah, gets the ult off in plenty of time. Able to heal back up at the same point. Force League a little bit back. However, while that was going on, Valhalla was still able to get the urn turn, and so not the greatest overall back and forth. And, you know, while the teams look to be a little bit split here, maybe a good chance here. 12 minutes in. Jason, you know, what have you been seeing here so far?
Well, I've been seeing that, I mean, not to call them out in particular, I was just about to type it to you guys, is that I don't know if Wonder and TF2 Avengers has been getting the value out of the Warden first pick that you would want to get out of a first pick hero necessarily. I know it's still early into the game. We saw that last stand used more as like a retreating ultimate to make sure he can stay alive. But the fact is, like, it hasn't had that level of impact just yet. I think their lane's been a little bit tough. Like, him and Gibbs haven't been able to really pair together their combos correctly. As I think you guys mentioned before, we saw a State come through and catch on to do, but the cage wasn't going to be there, that binding word to lock it down to go for a kill. So it's been a little bit tough. Obviously, mid lane's been extremely tough for TF2 Avengers, but it is still a relatively close game, only a 5k difference, and we still have that like fight potential out of TF2 Avengers if they can get some catches in the jungle. I just worry at what point is Valhalla maybe going to get ahead, because the league is already looking scary with this 5-2 and at 14,000 souls.
Also, this might be a Warden about to get hit with a lasso. Secret, or rather a Scout, is coming on in immediately. Lands the lasso as if on cue, and all the firepower directly heading over into Wander. Wander gonna fall. The combo, you know, I'm not entirely sure the combo's needed there, Jake, but sometimes you want to be sure.
Hey, you get like the extra HP, right? So it's just full greeting for the late game. Goober does trade back into the league, who's taken a big death right there. Something, but if Deathy gets traded right back, you're not going to feel nearly as good about this. Ivy has shown up Zerbzy. Pretty serious gun carry threat from him. And yeah, Deathy's running for the hills, but no chance. Scout has just been taking the game over, man. Every time this guy shows up to a fight, there is blood in the water.
I think this is what you need to see if you're going to play Holiday right now. You have to be this active of a Holiday, and you need to get early lane. Like, you think back to EU earlier today, and okay, last stand guy come out. I'm not sure Lord NM's getting away. It's a little bit on the close side. Shiv's just taking a look. Dude's looking there, being like, you know what, man, that's all you.
Yeah, nice counter kills. Stabilize things just a little bit, but I'm still worried because, you know, DMB League, they're still getting farmed, right? They're still doing what they need to do to like progress towards the late game. maybe though, TF2 Avengers, I mean, I'm worried because I just wonder how their execution is going to be as a team, right? Like that's the problem. But I feel like they do have the good tools for the late game, right? Wander went for kind of a greedier build. I think maxing Flask is, from my perspective, is like mostly a farming build, wanting to like get as stacked as possible, as early as possible into the game. Going for the YOLO snipe through the fog, I like that. And now Shiv goes down. So, I mean, honestly, Valhalla coordination doesn't seem to be going like that much markedly better. And these 1-for-1 trades are good for the team behind.
Yeah, I think if you're TF2 Avengers, you're pretty okay with some of this. I think the part that isn't as great is that I think because of the bad early game, like I think Deathy right now is lucky to be on Calico, because other heroes with how mid lane went would probably be down at like 11 or 12k right now. But even still, this may be one of the more underfed Calicos that we've seen in recent times, just because of how tough the middle lane was. Like usually Calico pretty ahead on box farming. Not quite the case here, but even that being the case, it's not out of reach so far for Avengers. But League again under fire, and okay, Jake, we gotta address it. League has been getting picked off a lot the last like 6 minutes.
Yeah, he's been struggling. That's his powerful silence, right? Without the tornado, you're not near as survivable. Here Infernus is trying to punish Lona for daring to defend this Walker. And yeah, this Walker is going to be going down. So as much as the pickups are coming in, big damage is being done here. Unrecoverable damage here. Valhalla are happy to get some Walker trades going. TF2 Avengers, though, with healthier players, just fighting strong on the map, grabbing some souls. Maybe Deathy could steal some of this vault if he want to.
You know, I look at the allocation and it's a little bit tough. You know, I think Jason actually brings up a great point in the idea of if you're going to pick something first, like you're going to pick the Warden first, you'd expect it to be more of the linchpin of where you're at. And you look at who's getting the souls right now. When your Viscous is 5k ahead of your Warden, I feel like something has gone a little bit awry in the game plan, because you look at the average farm on Valhalla, Wander's actually starting to get close to the zone where it's difficult to make an impact in fights.
I mean, Goober's got a lot of his farm from just kills, right? Like he is just kind of getting big off of getting some of these big pickups, and you know, getting some of the last hits on Viscous with the heavy nuke damage is a little bit inevitable. But in the end, you're right. I mean, Warden needs to get more farm, needs to find a couple big team fights, but I think Viscous can also be a pretty serious damage threat in this game. There's not really good control for him other than the Mo combo.
You right now. Getting one killing blow. Now, backing that out. Reset's still available. Take a look at the fight. Valhalla able to maintain earn control, and otherwise, back on out. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I almost feel the dark side flowing into you, talking about like Viscous and the carry potential. It's just like this devil on your shoulder. Jake says like, yes,
I will take the kills. I need the farm.
I am the carry now. You know, the darkest urges of any Viscous, but also Earn not being contested at all.
These are the things that are gonna make this game really hard for TF2 Avengers. It's just the inability to contest on objectives. I feel like that's like they've given up now 2 Earns. I guess they fought them a little bit, but and maybe they were right. Maybe they didn't have the strength to actually win those fights. In the end, this is Valhalla pulling off to a really significant lead on just the resource game, the macro game, right? The micro game, TF2 Avengers have been fighting well, and like some of their individuals have been, you know, making these trades go 1-for-1. They've been picking off some players. Here's a silence onto Infernus, but the Mo combo turns it right around. It's Vindicta who's been caught.
I feel like I mentally caster cursed Gibbs there, because in my head I was about to say, look, I mean, you talk about the microplay, Gibbs has had a fantastic game here so far, and then as I think it, Gibbs is just getting comboed, but I don't think it takes away from the point. Overall, it shocks me that Gibbs is only at 14k for the amount of good plays that were had earlier on, but, you know, again, you take a look at what's going on across the map. Yeah, you get a Guardian for TF2 Avengers, but the pressure is being applied heavily here by Valhalla, but okay.
It's a very deep chase. Yeah, it's pretty scary to chase a ship around the corner, but Deathy goes for it. I mean, why not? Take some risks, take some gambles. The punish could be here, but Calico in the cap form could be hard to catch. Still, Mirage maybe was the one to do it.
No return to
Tornado if he wants to force it. Oh, and the lift from Ivy. Oh my God, they're chasing him down.
Yeah,
this could also be a bit of a deep chase. People are here.
They want one of the 9 lives.
Yeah, and Goober's defending the Walker. Yeah, you got to back off this. And the ratting is getting a little bit crazy. TF2 Avengers, they're going to get right back into this game. If you can drop this Walker for free, you're actually in a pretty decent spot.
Yeah, I mean, Lonau, you can feel pretty good about things. Maybe they give their life here for the Walker, but they are all in. Grab the Walker and now decide.
He's got no lasso.
Yeah, not the greatest fight, actually.
Oh,
It's just-
slowing
it's-
Hex. Great slowing Hex timing there, just when he wanted the TP out ahead and he had to just tank the full duration of damage on him. Now Gibbs under pressure, no flight for a few seconds.
115 or 115 to 119 between the two teams. Do able to get another solid pick off towards.
Oh,
the
it's
end.
turning into a wipe. This is going to be mid boss. This is. They were doing so well in the scrappiness, but then Valhalla got the edge. Deathy running out of abilities, not much left. DMB do get all the cleanups. They're a little bit low, but this is almost certainly going to be a mid boss. Yeah, I just don't see the contest here. And do you want to go for the super desperate steal on Goober? It's so risky, and the odds of success are so low.
The answer to that, Jake, is no. You look at Goober off on the other side of the map. Goober is not going to be making the Hail Mary attempt here. Yeah, you got a Warden nearby.
Warden might go for it. He's poor.
Yeah, okay,
he's
he's poor,
enough
but
to
is he
jump
crazy?
into the nest of sharks? Yes, he is.
Oh my, no, don't. Oh God, he's going for it.
Oh God.
And well, it's covered by Scout.
He needed a hero. Goober's here with the cube, keeping him alive. Surely he survives this. Goober's here rolling.
For you, the world was unchanged. The world
nice bounces,
looked, the world looked at the situation and said, "Nah, is where we're at." And good segue here to, bring things over the Jason. Jason, what are your thoughts as we see Warden go for the most ambitious steal, perhaps of the year?
The aura to try to change the world to just come down to a death like that. Yeah, no, obviously, I think they kind of realized they needed to contest, though I don't know if they actually had to be honest. But in that situation, I mean, lost 4 players, we were left with 2. Goober wasn't in position to get there earlier to try to do any sort of contention, and now with them losing players one by one like this, they're gonna lose a lot of objectives. You still have so many players left dead. I don't know what TF2 Avengers can really do to get back into. It only shows a 16,000 soul difference, but honestly, it kind of feels like a lot more. I mean, I know Wander's been able to get a little bit more farm going his way, but he's still going to be one of the poorest players on his team. And with a Warden behind like that, that last stand it's not going to be anything.
The win comes out from Goober. This is probably your strongest thing you have in the game right now. The T-Fight. He's destroying DMB. And the damage is enough. The Warpstone Phantom Strike is so potent.
Look, this is the rare, when the fight wraps up, if we can get, the mid-match replay, that'd be great. He actually Goomba stomped repeatedly over. The rest of his team is dying horrifically here, but Goober
Run, little
just had the full moment there. I mean, please, get out, I don't think he might not be getting out.
He's in trouble. The Phantom Strike, turn around. He's juking his way out of this puddle punch. What is this Viscous doing? He's dancing on him. Is he out? Oh my God, where is he? They're chasing him. They won't let him leave. The Goo Man, is Goober. He's so low. He's 1 HP. Get it. No! Oh my God, it's a tragedy. That was remarkably close for this skate thing. I can't believe it.
Yeah. Also, you take a look at Valhalla. They're just actually going for shrines now. There's no chill.
Yeah, this game is over, by the way, ZP. I don't know. Everyone in the chat's probably already spamming it. Let's be real. That mid boss take, the advantage is formed. You're at a 30K lead here. Big affliction, though. Hold on. Wait, as I say that, the caster curse may be exactly what TF2 needed. A couple kills in the feed. Valhalla, they're probably just trying to drop the patron in the air. At least they can get something out of this fight.
They're going to need more than a couple kills. I think you're actually, for Valhalla, given that you have Rejuve, you're completely okay giving that away. But, man.
Yeah, but you don't want to get team like this, but you're right. The lead is still massive for Valhalla. It's not the end of the world here by any means.
136K, 161K. Valhalla, firm advantage. Patron down a stage. Still a lot of time on the Rejuve, no less. TF2 Avengers running out of options, and I mean, you look at the overall economy split that you're at right now. There's so few win conditions for TF2 Avengers. They don't really have traditional ways of getting pickoffs here, Jake. When you look at their team comp, there's no, the level of comeback mechanics that they have, aside from Goober just actually bouncing on you 8 times in the middle of the map. Unless you're going to replicate that over and over again for picks, you don't have much left to get clean pickoffs on Valhalla at this point.
Yeah, they have basically Stake and Gooball into Warden Trap or Wraithbolt into Warden Trap. I feel like that's I mean, the tankiness is getting kind of crazy right now. Shiv, He's got the debuff remover. He's got the bullet resist. So just like a lot of ability to tolerate some of that damage. And here we see absolutely getting worked on. Like DMB cannot press a button. He's hands off keyboard right there.
That's just brutal. Like that is an absolute devastation. That in terms of styling on someone in DFN, I don't know if that's number one. You know, maybe number one is one of those Lefa 1v3 moments, but that has to be top 3.
Calico's got some players out, and there's a couple not in this fight for Valhalla. This is probably your best chance for TF2 Boomers to get something off. Warden looking for that catch, but now Valhalla kiting back, pulling deeper away from the map. Shiv can connect to this. Starting to get a little bit scary for me. TF2 Boom Avengers, they're going to go forth this anyway. They're going to dive in. Mo under a lot of pressure. Affliction on a 3s, maybe good enough here. Scout's low.
I mean,
Furnace is back, and he's starting to deal big damage.
It's a reasonable start for a fight, but the problem is League is just burning them up along with DMB. The actual range damage coming out is huge. I mean, we've effectively entered a world where the stat check alone just puts TF2 Avengers at a rough spot, even when you open a fight with a really good Affliction. And also, you got an overfarm Shiv that is ready to clean up. So with another 5 down, that is going to be Valhalla moving forward, taking down the Patron, and moving on into the money match for their shot at Hydra Nation, where, you know, the stakes are really big for Hydra Nation, Jake, where I just want to remind the viewers at home, it's not just the $1,000, but Hydra Nation historically will kick 2 of their members if they lose. So it's a live or retire match, really.
Valhalla just put that work in, man, in this game. And I also, TF2 Avengers put some challenging tests to them. I think like some of those lanes were threatening, a lot of potential. That was even realized in a couple of cases, but in the end, the macro play, the coordination for Valhalla, I mean, they got like 3 urns, uncontested, you know, kind of a, not even really a team fight, just a couple pickoffs turned into a team wipe around mid, and then they get the free mid boss. And so Valhalla just proving that like team coordination is so critical right now. But you also need the shooters, especially in the mid lane, how the dominant that was to put you in that position. So really well played, especially by Scout and by League in the early game to just kind of like blow open that mid Guardian in what, just a few minutes. It was a really rough mid lane.
Yeah, you know, time to bring back in Jason. And, you know, Jason, the tone really was set by the beginning of the game where you had the Mirage Holiday lane just take things over, and Scout got to break things open. League got really far ahead, and trying to come back from that was pretty darn difficult if you were TF2 Avengers, on top of the fact that even though it had moments of, you know, greatness, the Warden Vindicta lane didn't really get a lot of farm to wander in the end and kind of fell flat.
Yeah, I think it's, I will say TF2 Avengers looked much better earlier on, ignoring kind of what happened in the mid lane than I kind of expected. Than we've seen in the past. I think we definitely seen some level of improvements. Maybe that's due to comfort picks. Like obviously seeing Goober kind of run things around like that was a thing of beauty. They didn't lose necessarily as badly as we've seen out of them in the past. And if anything, I think maybe Valhalla were playing a little bit more fun, not for fun, but like a little bit more carelessly. Because there's definitely a lot of situations where League was just standing there and dying for almost no reason at some points. But yeah, I mean, as I mentioned before, like first picking Warden and then not being able to give the farm to him, not having that performance you need to have a first pick hero, that's not a good sign. And maybe first picking something else would have been a higher priority for them. What it would have been, I'm not necessarily sure. But either way, at least we got some good individual moments in this game looking at you, Goober, because DMB is not going to forget what happened to him in this game.
Yeah, I mean, DMB, it's kind of those things where you won, but, you know, for more reasons than one, the viscous goo is not going to wash off. Like, it's going to be a little bit of a rough one where DMB was just the target of a little bit of goober bullying. But we are going to be heading into our player of the match presented by Intel. Jake, who do we got?
Let's see. Let's reveal it. I'm not looking at the channel, so I'll find out what you guys.
Asking you, Jake. I think we better probably ask me since I'm the one who chose it.
Well, we just talked, so it's like it's just the normal flow here. But you know, Jason, by all means, take it.
Yeah, I just have to give to Scout. I think just the beginning of the game really set the pace. Like that 1v1, not even a 1v1 necessarily, up against Deathy. Like the crack shot with the barrel, it immediately set things up to be such a strong lane for him in League. Then, of course, as you guys were talking about quite heavily, you just don't know where Scout's necessarily going to go. Is he going to be in the mid lane to look for a lasso into a kill? Is he going to join another lane like left or right side to look for more lassos and kills? He was just kind of setting things up and allowing League to knock them down and really create like that big opening that Valhalla wanted to use to get the ball rolling in this game. And that's why I kind of had to give it to him, though I did kind of want to give it to Goober, to be fair, but I think we'll get an extra special treat out of him later on.
Yeah, pretty nasty performance from Scout. Like, I totally agree with this MVP. I should have been able to guess this one. Dominant mid lane. He was the one who blew the game wide open time after time. He's the one initiating, coming in to turn a winning mid lane into a winning map, shutting down anyone who is like starting to get anything done. And it was just always Scout there and proving that, like, even though Holiday has fallen out of favor a bit with like the inconsistency of Lasso, that if you're just putting out tons of damage with those barrel bombs, your headshots are on point in the lane, you know, you can be getting a lot done. But of course, gotta give Goober his love. I mean, this is some nasty Viscous tech in this game. Put some dirty rolls on DMV here.
Oh man, if we were making like a DFN highlights for the year, I don't care what happens in the next 6 months. The Goober bouncing on it's in the reel. Like it's locked in. But before we go to break, we have our money match all set and ready to go. It is going to be Valhalla taking on Hydra Nation once more. Jason, any final thoughts before we head off to break?
You know, Goober and the team might not have won the game, but they won the hearts of all the fans out there. I will say, Goober, for me, not to shill for him in particular, has to be the most entertaining Viscous player I've seen in the history of DFN, and not just here in this match. We've seen it in weeks before this as well. He's always hilarious and always pulling off individual plays like that.
All right, well, this is Deadlock Fight Night number 29, one away from the big 3-0, which is coming up next week. But we still got our money match here in North America coming right at you after this. Valhalla, Hydra Nation. You don't want to miss it. We'll be here in just about 5 minutes.
What's up, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Between Rounds, your source for all your Deadlock content. Today, we're going to be breaking down tier list of the heroes. You know, what's the best in this patch? What's to be watching from the pro scene that you can maybe implement in your games? I'm Jake. I'm here with ZP. And ZP, let's just get right into it.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to waste a whole lot of time. We know your time is valuable. And look, we just want to get to what matters. And what matters here is what the meta is right now in the Deadlock scene, where things have been changing radically week after week since the big item patch drop. Teams are still figuring things out. And even within the same patch, Jake, we've seen a lot of movement up and down. So again, we're just going to get into it. But first things first, pick band stats of the last fight night. And it's pretty interesting where things have landed here. Some heroes that used to be really good pre-patch, now pretty much in the dumpster. I'm looking at you, Bebop and Grey Talon, as far as how often they're picked. Meanwhile, you know, Lash, Ascending, Calico, right back up there. It's really interesting to see how this broke down.
Yeah, you know, Hayes also being picked a little bit, where Hayes was really out of the pro meta completely, where in Europe started to prioritize her pretty seriously, you know, in that money match, right? With teams picking her, banning her, being a very relevant character. NA still staying away from the Hayes, kind of leaving her untouched. But I think it was interesting to see that new style kind of come out for a character that hasn't been played so much. And we see a lot in pubs, but not so much in the competitive scene. But yeah, let's just jump into the tier list. Let's get organizing.
Yeah, and in this case, we're going to be a little bit quicker here, and I'm not going to pull any punches. S tier, Calico, period, done.
Yeah, it's so good.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the box running, right? I think that's what makes this character broken, is you're just like between, you know, you push your wave out in the early game, you shove your wave to the enemy tower, and then immediately go cat form and do like an ungodly box run, get a ton of boxes, come back for the next wave. And it's just so efficient. You're able to get, you know, farm out of the map that no one else is. Even in the mid game, in my pubs, I see Calicos like going to the enemy side of the map in the cat form, eating all their boxes and like running away. And it's really rare that the enemy actually has the tools to catch you and punish you. And you can make a lot of space, even if they do chase you down. If they're taking too many heroes to do that, it's taking them too long, it's not even really worth their time. And so I think Calico just gives you that solid econ lead. And then the hero is of course still pretty solid. Just a nice frontliner, can get a lot of info and scout out some of those late game team fights.
The other hero that I think has to go into S tier, although admittedly, like if we were to break it down, Calico would be like S plus, and this would just be an S based on pick priority and how good it performed. It'd have to be Geist. like Geist goes up
Yeah,
there too. And
true.
I mean, really, really effective, not only just in general, but when teams were prioritizing frontliners this week, Geist is also the one frontliner that gives a lot of problems to anyone else that's likely to be in the front line.
Yeah, and for folks in their pubs, I think one of the things that's really nice about Geist is you can just build like really heavy green items, be super, super tanky, and you're still going to do good damage, and you're going to heal a ton, and you're just like a monster frontliner who's still going to be a major damage threat despite building heavy, heavy tank. And I think that makes her such a strong pick right now. That the health swap is almost always going to be relevant. Even if you're not having the best game, you can still have some big moments in the team fight. So I think that's probably it for S tier. I would say ZP, at least from my perspective. I just think these two are noticeably top of the ladder. In A tier, though, a huge surprise jump from my perspective. I would put Lash in the A tier. Is that crazy to say? I just feel like, and this may be a little weaker in pubs, because I think one of the things that makes it look so good in Deadlock Fight Night is teams are really playing around objectives more and more. And the Lash ulti is just one of your best tools when it comes to whether you're picking up the urn, you're threatening the turn in. I think Lash ulti is just an incredibly potent tool for those fights. And it makes the enemy really scared to even come out into the open and engage you. It also gives you great comeback potential, maybe the best comeback ult in the game in terms of its ability to, play from a deficit and turn a fight on its head.
I would also say when it comes to initiation, because of the prevalence of Rescue Beam right now, it really, really hurt Holiday and Paradox. We'll get to in a little bit, but because they're not as effective, I think overall in a vacuum, it makes Lash a little bit more valued. But also in talking about the frontliner, and again, I think you got to put Warden in A tier. Warden was getting picked consistently near the top of the draft and really valued by both regions.
Yeah, and nothing's really changed too much for Warden. We've seen some like gun focus builds. We've seen some spirit focus builds with lightning scroll. I kind of like the spirit a little bit more personally. I think it's like a little bit more versatile, but definitely A tier solid hero, has different build paths that keep him flexible. And even if you're not necessarily the top farmed hero, you still be pretty relevant. Also in A tier, I think we just put like Wraith and Mirage here. They're just like solid late game carries, powerful gun weapons, mobility. Mirage can have this global presence. Like they've always been strong. They're still strong. You kind of just want to like play the early game pretty safe, get farmed up. You do need to have a solid net worth to make these heroes effective, right? They are pretty much primarily focused on damage dealing with a high net worth. And so definitely you want to make sure you're smart about your farming in the early game and not too overzealous rushing to fight. But definitely these characters have a very high power peak and kind of put a clock on the enemy team. I think maybe a more surprise introduction. How would you feel about Infernus in the A tier, ZP? I think we saw a lot of very strong Infernus games in Deadlock Fight Night. To me, he looked pretty sick. In NA, they started picking him in the first 3.
Yeah, I mean, Infernus is kind of interesting where I think NA made more of the case, even though Infernus was picked all the time in EU, like towards the end of the draft. What Leffa was able to do on Infernus was ridiculous. The skill cap of the hero is still really high. I would almost say if you could, do an allocation for the person playing it, you could put Infernus as S only for Leffa. But, there's more to this than Leffa. And if you're watching, you probably are not Leffa. So I think Infernus and A tier completely good.
I mean, Jamside, it was not being picked as high prio in the draft. They were taking it with the last pick, but it was insanely good for Jamside. He also had massive, massive games. It was a little different style, a little bit, I think, greedier. But
we are back here at Deadlock Fight Night number 29, as always, presented by Intel. ZP here with Jake. And of course, if you're watching the last video in the break and want to see more, you can catch the full video over on our YouTube at Deadlock Fight Night. But Jake, once more, Hydra Nation, the defending champion here in North America, going to be taking on Valhalla, two teams that have played each other quite a bit in the last month.
Yeah, and in the end, Valhalla looked really strong in that opening outing, but they have a much different foe in Hydra Nation, a team that is come back reinvigorated in the new meta. It took them a while to get their feet under them, but made some pretty convincing wins last week and started to show off like a new layer of strategy, which is actually quite similar to what the winning team in Europe played, right? Like playing around some of these Wraith Mirage setups, Leffa playing some Infernus. So maybe a team that is once again leading the region. Valhalla are going to need to put it all together to be able to put up a challenge here.
All right. And of course, if we're going to be talking about challenges, we also here on the desk need to meet those challenges. And we got to bring in our manalist, as DDK was saying earlier there, that is also going to be DDK. Dan, welcome back to the show.
Hello. How's it going, gentlemen?
That's it. Just hello.
What do you want from me, ZP? You're the host.
No, I was expecting more energy. You know, I gave you the full setup. It's just like, hello.
He knows how Jason was treated by you, ZP. He's not going to come in here all smiles and roses. He has his guard up now. That's what you put us into, man.
Not wrong. But I did give him a way better intro there. You know, Jason got done a little bit dirty, but Dan, you know, Hydra Nation back on top. You know, some would say nature is healing. Other people are just saying, when does another roster member get kicked?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like we should have a Polygon market thing for that. Shouldn't we?
Days since Hydra Nation member has been kicked, and we keep adding +1 to that.
Yeah, I feel like we need to like capitalize on this somehow. Because yeah, you're right. It's like it's definitely a thing that they like to do. I don't know why they like to do it. I don't know. Is it that Hydration is? He's a sadist. He likes to.
I mean, Hydration was saying it wasn't him. He's just in the middle of it all. You know, he's just in the eye of the storm, watching everything come up and down around him. But hopefully, this win is more durable for Hydra Nation. I mean, think about how many they won in a row. It felt like they were never going to lose for quite a while here in Deadlock Fight Night.
Yeah, I mean, they had a spree of excellence. And then eventually, people did catch up, and Hydra Nation was knocked off for a while, came on back, and you know, overall, it got very competitive in NA. Then we had the era of melee creeps that we've just now gone over. Now, melee creeps is doing the NA tradition and reworking their roster after losing the throne. So it's where we're at. Again, you know, these things happen for a lot of reasons. We're joking, but obviously like, teams don't go in with the intent. But when the results are the same every week, you know, it does get a little bit funny to reflect on. But either way, the new Hydra Nation, it does feel like they have hit their stride here. In particular, you know, meta-wise, have hit a point where they can play comfort heroes and have them align with the meta. More than anything else here, for me, Dan, that's kind of a return to form, is the fact that we got Leffa back on Infernus, and we did not see that for the better part of half a year.
I mean, I think that's really cool to see, because I think Leffa's Infernus was fairly iconic. I think that, you know, you're not going to get many players, if really any, in the North American region that we've seen so far that have better mechanics. And it's just, you know, with it's not an agent, a hero. God, I'm not even in Valorant anymore. They call it agents. But I don't.
It's just heroes. We're good. You're good. You're back. You're back to the baseline. You know, simply a hero.
A hero. That is how it used to be in the good old days. It's just heroes. Anyway, so it really has been the case, though, that, you know, I think Leffa's mechanics really show the best with Infernus, and I think it's just iconic. So I'm glad to see it return. I do think, you know, Infernus's playstyle has changed a lot over time. When we look at Infernus right from the earlier Leffa days, it was very much kind of like just sit on it and farm, like not necessarily take, you know, too much part in team fights. But over time, you know, then you had to like find, you know, more pace to the Infernus, and then that sort of the builds changed around that. The game changed, and now we're in like a different world with Infernus as well. So I'm curious, like how the look will be for Leffa.
Yeah, a lot of ways I think you can be building the character. You know, I think Hydration, the reason he's been such a mainstay on this team too is just the flexibility. He can play whatever the meta demands, whether it's like the Mo and the Krill or the Warden or the Viscus. I mean, he just really has a very broad pool. And I think that's something that they can lean on in the drafts as far as like keeping the flexibility, allowing them to play things in different directions. I think Vindicta looked really, really good for Vegas too, with a lot of setting up the rest of the team with some of those plays, and then Vindicta becoming a really serious threat in her own right, a nice like off carry type of a role.
I do like the Yamato Leffa too. I really grew to love that in the more recent times.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean,
the swap around rolls quite a bit in terms of who's playing what, but I do feel like, you know, it took a while, I think, with all the roster changes to hit a point where the hero pools actually made sense, because I feel like some of the times, like one of the more glaring things that I feel like we've seen happen from time to time, Dan, is that a team will make sort of changes to their roster, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait, we don't have someone that's, you know, comfortable playing a Kelvin or an Ivy anymore. I guess we'll forsake that for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, and it is kind of interesting too, because, you know, we are also seeing teams right now have the ability to make it work with having, like, you know, more dedicated supports, or in the case like we see in Europe with Abraham's, where they don't actually have like an actual dedicated support hero per se, but someone will play support with a 7, for example, or you'll get like a couple of other heroes that can do a lot of other stuff that aren't typically known as supports that can play that role to get the rescue beam and whatever else, because you can be also flexible with the builds in that way. And so I do feel like we're potentially in a more flexible version of the game. So I'm hoping that does actually ease things up for the teams in respect to their hero pools. But North Americans' interpretation of the hero pool is so different too compared to Europe. So that's always a trip.
Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how the draft looks in this game, right? With NA teams having very different visions of what they want to play. I think the draft is going to be a telling moment because there might be a lot of uncontested picks, right? Teams might both get exactly what they're looking for, and we'll get more of that true test of like who has a better read on the game, who has a better draft in mind. And although I was critical of Valhalla's draft last game, it performed really well. I mean, a couple pieces were awkward here and there, but for the most part, they were able to get those pickoffs and snowball them into urns and into mid bosses, into walker takes, and get that job done. We'll see, though, how Hydra Nation approaches the game.
I think Hydra Nation will probably be approaching it in a little bit more of an EU-style fashion. They're going to take down Mirage by his first pick. Given the fact that Calico is in Hydration's wheelhouse, and Hydration has looked pretty good on Calico, I would be shocked if we saw a repeat of the previous draft where Calico was so unvalued that she went past the mid-stage bans and then was finally picked. I don't think we're going to see that from Hydra Nation, though. I mean, look, anything's a possibility. Who knows what's changed in a week? But to me, I think the first pick Calico seems way more likely here.
The first ban Viscous shows that maybe teams in NA have just strayed away from Calico. Like this would, if Valhalla thinks it's the true scariest first pick, that's what they should be banning. But instead, they're more worried about the threat of a Viscous. Maybe that was just DMB's trauma from last game.
The Goober will do that to you. I think. Don't you worry. I think the guys pick. Oh, that's interesting.
Lefa Infernus, overall first pick, YOLO. All right, Hydra Nation.
It feels more acceptable than it used to, like first pick in Infernus. Infernus used to be like a 5-6 pick, but now Infernus is like he's been making his way up. It's making his way up the ranks. But the Geist was interestingly like super high value in Europe, and it makes sense as to why.
Duty bound to fight.
We're gonna get the Warden. I guess it doesn't. That's not like that's a surprise. But I feel like, do you guys feel like at least in Europe the Warden has gone down the value a little bit in the last couple of weeks?
I think it's still pretty high overall, and I do think Geist is higher in priority, and I think that is one thing NA and EU probably agree on. When you look at the first game here, I think Geist is probably the most likely pick. I mean, if you're Valhalla and you do something like you nervous pick a Wraith, okay, they go Geist. I think they needed to pick Geist here to compensate for where they're at, because, okay, Infernus gets first picked by Hydra Nation. Now they still have things like the Calico on deck. And it is interesting, given the fact that DMB really does like playing Infernus, that I do think Hydra Nation felt like if they didn't first pick Infernus, it would not have lasted for this round of picks. So they probably have a good read on that, and that's just, it kind of is a testament to how highly they value getting it for Lefa at the moment.
Love the Vindicta this game. I mean, I think a hero that can stay away from Geist feels like a nice matchup. Has that like if Geist is sitting on 1 HP trying to go for those swaps, then Vindicta's snipe is a real threat for you, and can kind of challenge that game style. And also somebody who can not only tether Warden down. I don't think Warden, he doesn't tend to be the most eager to buy something like a debuff remover. And so just tethering him down when he's ulting is like pretty free, and then everyone can kite away successfully, or you can just like kill him from out of his range. So I think it's a nice response, very comfortable for Hydra Nation. And I love the Sinclair as well. Just nice responsive pick against the Warden. Hex is really annoying for Geist as well when she's trying to go for those close range, low HP type plays.
The Sinclair is also is cool to see as well. I think it's just like such an easy pickup that I think creates a lot of threat, and you got the Warden already on the other end, so you've got like 2 nice ults to steal now with both the Lasso and the Last Stand. So I feel like, you could make the argument with Valhalla kind of walked into that as kind of like a must pick for Hydra Nation, and before the ban phase as well. So I like that they squeezed that in before the ban phase.
Yeah, and I think if they wanted to get Sinclair as anti-Warden, they probably did have to pick it where they picked it. Otherwise, it would be a likely target for a mid-stage ban. Wraith coming in for Valhalla as the ban. I didn't necessarily expect that over an but I mean, it does make sense.
Could have been a secondary carry alongside Lefa, I think, wouldn't have been wild. And I think Wraith could have been annoying this game, especially for for Holiday and Geist who want to kind of like get in, make their play, and kind of be able to play freely with mobility. It just adds that one more really powerful piece of lockdown, because already Hydra Nation have really a ton of lockdown. Like they have 3 major AoE control skills already.
But what I was gonna say to that is that like NA is willing to run things where you run Wraith and Infernus at the same time. I mean, we saw it last week, so I mean, it's not out of the ballpark. For me, I'm looking at it and wonder if there'd be a little bit more worried about frontline, but we have shifted a lot where we went from very frontline heavy drafts last week to a little bit less, at least from Hydra Nation here. But maybe also part of it is that when the other team opens with Geist Warden, you don't expect more frontline to be picked, but they go with the Mo here on top of it. They are all in on trying to grab all the frontliners to themselves, but also weirdly at the same time, Dan, ignoring the Calico.
And the Shiv and the Kelvin also still up, which also seems interesting. The current.
Kelvin in particular to me, just the free urn dropping seems to me to be like a crazy potent tool to have in the state of the game right now.
And there's the late Calico pick too. So you're kind of spoiled for choice at this point. But I feel like I feel like the Kelvin is still.
I feel like it's better for Valhalla's draft, but Valhalla's also missing, I think, like a true late game, primary fire carry. Like Geist and Warden's, maybe Warden can be that, right? You can build Warden for the gun damage and play for that hard carry role. But now I also feel like you might even want to draft like a pocket here or something for Valhalla.
Ooh,
I'll say this.
Still available too, right?
I think in interpreting some of the draft strategy here, I do wonder if Valhalla, based on who they're picking, maybe it's just known in NA that Valhalla doesn't really want to play Calico here no matter what, which would change your early draft to begin with, where even if you normally highly value the hero, if you know the other team doesn't value the hero, you pick off things that they would otherwise be contesting. And maybe that's the way that makes sense of the final 2 drafts when you sort of put it in the lens of what EU was doing and what EU was valuing.
Is this a gun Ivy, by the way?
Oh, that'd be nice.
Feels a little like with already having Mo and Holiday, I feel like you might be going gun. I've seen in my pubs some gun Ivies hit some crazy levels, and they go with the GT. So they're gonna go full on global presence pickoff. Like this is what this draft is saying to me. They're gonna do something very different, but I almost like that against Hydra Nation. It's like they're throwing something, a huge curveball at them with a ton of pickoff threat, some solid team fighting. The late game carrying, it's a little sketchy, but if they're just ahead enough, like late game doesn't matter. If you're just up 10k souls, 20k souls, your potential in the late game doesn't matter. The Haze pick is an interesting response. This can be very much feast or famine. And one of the few times we've seen it played in NA, we'll see at Hydra Nation how they like to play it. Based on the draft so far, it seems like maybe more of a supporting role for the Haze, maybe more of the Taz style pickoff centered Haze.
I'll be honest, as I look at this draft, I kind of get the image of the horse meme where the beginning looked really good, I think, for Valhalla. Dan, as I look at this, I am not as much of a believer in the second half of the draft where, there's no Viscus coming in and maybe, a little bit of rhyme to the reason of the early Viscus ban if you were planning on picking Mo. But I don't love, based on the power that we've seen, I don't really love the Mo Ivy GT back end of the draft. It feels on the weaker end relative to the general power that Hydra Nation has drafted here.
Yeah, I guess if you compare it to the Calico Shiv Haze back end of the Hydra Nation's draft. With that said, and Kelvin still being wasn't picked at all, which is really interesting. But yeah, I definitely can see what you mean. It does feel, I think to Jake's point, like much more experimental in that regard. I honestly am unsure how this is going to play. I feel like seeing something that's a bit off kilter like this, especially given how much new stuff there is to do in this new version of the game, I'm not sure what to expect. And in looking at Hydra Nation's draft as well, it does feel like, Haze is pretty squishy. I mean, there's a lot of squishy heroes on Hydra Nation and that are easy to pick off that require like certain like specific spacing and timings in fights. So I could see a world where Valhalla are able to find the picks. The issue is, I think, again, like Jake said, is about kind of scaling. Are you able to kind of get ahead early enough to be able to be safe in the late game? And I don't know what the answer to that question is, but I feel like you need to have a strong early game. And so I'm thinking that some of these picks are helpful for that. But Hydra Nation is still, I think, going to be competitive enough in the early game that I think that it will slow Valhalla down a bit too much.
Well, we're hopping into game. We're going to get a few answers to some of these questions as it goes. But, to me, Jake, when I look at this, I'm kind of interested in the middle lane, where I think you're going to see a middle lane Holiday again. But it won't be backed up by the Mirage. Based on what they have, I feel like it's going to be a GT Holiday lane, which to me, overall, I would rate a little bit lower than having Mirage there, and potentially going up against, is going to be Sinclair in lane? No, they're not sending the Sinclair in mid. But based on what happened last game with how Valhalla got ahead, I feel like your number one focus here has to be on mid lane, and you take a look, it is going to be the GT Holiday lane showing up.
Yeah, I mean, Scout was huge for the last game. I mean, if he could blow up in mid lane, get that GT Bird online a little bit earlier, so some of those global threats could be massive.
Well, I have a lot of focus for me on like this Mo being actually effective, because I think Mo being able to get active on the map, Mo is a hero we know that can fall off pretty quickly, and with all of the having an Infernus, all the burst damage from like the Haze, the Calico, I feel like Mo is going to become irrelevant pretty quickly. So I feel like Mo has to have a strong start, and we have to see really, really good setups with the Mo ult, which I think is very possible with the GT ult as well from across map. So I think for me, GT ult plus Mo having impact with the combo, I think are the two focuses for me in terms of like early win cons for Valhalla.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm also curious to see who ends up getting active earlier from the mid lane, especially with Rokane. I think on this Haze, the way he plays this will be really interesting and exciting, I think, because we just haven't seen much Haze in NA, and in Europe there was like Taz has been kind of the one to innovate a new style and has really shifted the ban prio, I think largely due to his success on the character. But I wonder if Rokane has a different perspective. Maybe he goes for more of a conventional carry role, but honestly, you can kind of be in that middle ground pretty comfortably with some of the just a couple of those spirit active items helping with the ganking.
One thing I think I worry about here when I look at it is that I'm not in love with the Warden Mo lane, especially against like Shiv, Sinclair. I feel like the poke coming in, it's gonna be DMB and Lord NM desperately trying to stay alive. And I mean, there's a world where this lane too can zone out Lord NM to the point that he's not gonna be able to get effective HP back via scoring. Like I look at this lane and it's playable for Valhalla, but I think the potential for disaster is pretty high.
Yeah, I think this lane is pretty scary. I mean, Sinclair Shiv is a lot of poke from range. If Shiv's hitting these daggers, if the vexing bolts are connecting from Sinclair, it is very challenging to tank through. So you can see Valhalla, I think, correctly playing this very passively, just doing their best to keep their HP up, playing on tower, throwing harass back the other way they can. But I like that Mo isn't forcing anything too aggressive. But every blast that connects, right, every scorn that Mo finds on a couple of heroes here, it's going to make a big difference to stabilize them a little bit later. And once combo's online, that's pretty hard to deal with in this lane, especially if you're able to combo the Magician.
And Lord NM's done a decent job so far of just being sneaky enough to get a few scorns on the Fish Cake, who has been pretty aggro. So even though you see the pressure coming in from all ends within the lane from Hydra Nation, I think Valhalla has actually done a pretty reasonable job of not falling too far behind. Meanwhile, you take a look at mid lane, and at least by HP, it's been relatively even. It's not quite what we saw in the last game where we had a Holiday Mirage lane just take over the game. Like, legitimately, I think Calico had died twice by this point, 3 minutes in. So definitely a different game as far as early game tempo for Valhalla so far.
Yeah, both teams showing respect in the lanes, just getting what farm they can. No real difference is going to emerge, I think, until maybe a little bit later. Still everyone quite healthy, going for pretty passive builds. This build on Vindicta, though, is pretty annoying, right? This very early suppressor makes trading quite annoying, and an early backstabber on Sinclair, man, that is a lot of pressure. He's really committing. He knows there's a chance for them to blow open this lane, and he wants to take every opportunity at it. But being that light on regen could make you a little bit vulnerable if there's ever an opportunity for Warden to get aggressive.
Right now, maybe perhaps the most even lane phase we've seen all day across all regions. And also the Mo Warden lane has really fought things back. You look at the general HP, we're actually back over on the other side for a little bit of Guardian pressure. And the interesting thing is that if you fall behind the Mo lane in this sort of spot, it doesn't get any better because you're about to have ults in the game, and you have to respect the fact that DMB can just drop last stand and dive into you if you get a little bit over aggro on applying pressure. So that entire lane dynamic really changing as soon as ultimates come on board.
Scout pretty farmed here, and that mid lane Guardian for Hydra Nation has gotten very low. Here's the barrel bomb, comes in and just pops Hydration. A little bit slow on the react there, couldn't get the ultimate off, but it would have been pure defense even if he did, and maybe would have been caught regardless. Tower's going to be going down. Mo doing what damage he can. Mostly it's just Warden here ulting, putting a little bit of pressure on the tower and the wave. But in the end, the damage trade pretty good for Hydra Nation here. I think they're going to be relatively happy about the way that trade went. Oh, goodbye, brother.
Not only does the owl hit, but also in that trade where Lord NM died, also threw the combo into a losing fight on top of it. So you're going to hurt the ability to have presence on the way back. Really nice trade so far here for Valhalla. Now you take a look at that fish cake. No way of getting away. And already the Scout roam really making its mark heard. And look, they just got mid Guardian. They're about to convert here onto left, potentially.
Yeah, it's still a bit of HP left. Here's Calico coming in to punish Hydration. Matches the lane roam. Stolen ulti from Sinclair. Just going to be dealing with the creeps. They know better than to try and contest into that stolen Warden ulti. And that rotation from Hydration is going to keep that tower alive and healthy and buy more time for them to continue to farm up here. Meanwhile, Lefa's sort of just all right, taking the middle lane now. Going to start to farm up as much as he can on the map. GT, though, can be kind of a scary hero to sit across the lane from, right? Like a couple of these nukes come on you, a roam comes in, the bird comes out, right? Like this is a little bit scary for Lefa. He has to be very clean.
We're turning into a 3v3 off here into left-hand side. Scout just decided to stay because you had combo in the lasso. Still up and ready to go in here in just a moment. And you even see Scout just being like, okay, we're good to go in 10 seconds. And I mean, that combo, as far as it being really effective early on, is particularly scary. However, as I say that, they realize the rotation and, okay, does Scout come back around or Scout just zip to another lane? It's looking like Scout does not want to overplay their hand here on the left-hand side and, maybe swapping. And Jake, they're heading off to the right.
Yeah, and I mean, anytime Scout's off map, it's a scary prospect for Hydra Nation. Anywhere he shows up can quickly turn into kills, and some of those objectives, of course, are very vulnerable. This tower's already being pushed up on. Hayes has a very tanky build here, though, and gets knocked off the zip trying to come in. The follow-up is there as well. Beautiful punish there. And just an unlucky attempt there on the zip for Rokane, trying to play his way out of this for the moment, but it's just too little too late. The knockdown is rough and just got caught with some spam shot right as he went for that zip play.
That's actually the most tragic timing for Rokane. The fact that Scout was just barely able to get there in time, dropped the lasso. I mean, Rokane was back out because they knew Scout was coming over, but man, the hit off the zipline, brutal. Meanwhile, assassinate opportunity here. Scout a little bit low. Same for Vegas. Vegas, though, not backing down. Has faith in being able to land the shot up over, taking the long way around, and realizes, okay, this one perhaps going to go over, probably about to go back to heal. So pressure on the Scout going to fade, and 25k 37k combo. Meanwhile, over in middle and a little bit of bagging on top.
Oh, and a big parry as well. That punishes Poppers pretty heavily. Great awareness from Lord NM there. Greedy heavy melee from Poppers. And Great Talent is starting to really profit from the way this game is going, right? Like getting active with the owl. Some of the kills are coming to them. And I mean, this is starting to become a problem here for Hydra Nation. Like the Valhalla, they're starting to hit their stride. We talked about them needing to get the snowball rolling and starting to get some picks going. But so far, they're doing just that. I mean, this looks really good. I think the standout for Hydra Nation has been the strength of Shiv in this side lane. He's got that Mystic healing as well, so it's going to be very hard to spam out of lane.
I think you really like the allocation that you're seeing right now for Valhalla, where not only are your Geist and Morden in a good spot, but League has gotten very high value out of the middle lane. However, take a look here back on the left. You got Scout rotated over to the left-hand side again. 3-on-2. Not a good fight at all, really, for Hydra Nation potentially be involved in here. The odds not in their favor whatsoever. Team B able to take down Poppers, and you take a look at Fishcake. Fishcake is like, yep, okay, I'll just leave now. But there may be no leaving.
This is close to the walker. Oh, and the risky melee from Lord NM there. I guess it doesn't matter if he gets parried. There's his teammate right behind him to finish off the kills. Great Talon, though, being caught, punish. The flanking this around. The 1-for-1 should favor Hydra Nation, but the lead has kind of grown here. 7k lead. Opening up a Guardian would start to help that. Rokane's going to attempt just that, but you see the roam coming in from Valhalla, bringing in potentially 3 players to punish this push up in the mid lane.
Yeah, mid lane, again, fully stacked at the moment for Valhalla. Looking to take advantage here in just a moment, and you take a look. You're able to find Vegas. Vegas trying to get away. Oh, gets the parry, but it's not going to be enough. Goes
Double
down, but
parry.
it gets Scout killed. Hydration is there, so the parry, it's the legacy of Vegas. Sets up Hydration for 2. One parry changing the deal. Ava form up and over. Now rotation on the other side.
And finally, Hydra Nation, they just get one opportunity. Vegas hits a couple of sick parries. They completely turn that mid lane gank attempt around, clear out the mid Guardian, and the game is pretty much dead even right here. Hydration gonna save that gun buff. Looks like Shiv is the one to grab it. And they're even gonna get Earn Prio if they want to try and go for an early run.
Yeah, not bad at all. And, you know, for Valhalla, they were in a really nice spot, but it goes to show it only takes a mistake or two to throw away a good portion of your lead, even when you've been playing so ridiculously well. I think sometimes you look at games like this, Jake, and you take it for granted that teams will always make the right decision.
Yeah, it's interesting, Hydration as well, being the one to hold the Earn, because he can kind of happily run boxes. And Valhalla, at least they do have a Guardian to take, though, in this right side lane. If they want to just stay here and pressure Guardian, they're not wasting much time doing it. And yeah, Ivy makes short work of that from the high ground. And a little bit, I mean, now there's opportunity to repush for Hydra Nation and go for the Earn, but they are wasting a little bit of time just holding on to that.
Oh, they're full rotating here on the left, and this could get real ugly for Scout. Scout looking to get
just
away.
Slipped out, dodged the copied lasso.
Yeah.
And the Rabbit Hex. And there's going to be no kill there in that side lane. Counter engage coming in with the Warden. Zerbzi kills Leffa, meanwhile on the other side of the map. And Valhalla hold on to both of their side Guardians. This has been really well managed. The fact that Scout lives there, I think, is a huge part of the reason that they're able to keep that Guardian up. And Hydration's just been box running this whole time, but not able to turn it into cap forms. I just don't think it's efficient holding on to the Earn this long. I really feel like maybe you're loath to drop it at this point, but you are going to fall behind. You do eventually need to force something with this. I guess he's got the Torment Pulse, so he could still farm, but
it's weird. I think you make the excellent point of like, okay, even if you're going to be holding the Earn for a while.
Oh, lasso.
Oh, by the way, here comes the lasso in out of nowhere. And okay, fall through may not be there, but yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, you don't put it on your Calico player who otherwise could be acting as a cat and getting all sorts of value from it. But nearly disaster striking there. The fall through just not there.
Mo, close to that combo. Hiding in wait. Looking for some kind of play here on the flank. Some trades happening. Leffa trying to force some attention over to him. 2-1 here in this lane. Drops the slowing hex, but Leffa slips out of it for the moment. Drops the ulti as well, trying to turn this one around. He's so incredibly low on this Avernus. Does he have the lifesteal to play his way out of this? He does not. Scout is here. However, Hydration got the Earn turn in on the other side of the map. Sleep nicely dealing with League's bird there, so the ultimate is not going to be coming in to connect that help on the flank. Combo from behind, Mo. Invisible Mo. Oh, he's so close. Oh, Rokane just barely has the sleep.
It's sleepy at the very end where, I mean, look, you talk about targets for hitting the sleep. Well, that's going to be one of them. So, you know, Mo, just larger hitbox. But yeah, 66K to 72K here. Valhalla, the Hydra Nation working on making the comeback. But, you know, you take a look at, they're about to hit the point where Hayes has a better power spike into the mid game, more opportunities for Rokane. Not the worst situation to be in, although the one thing you got to be afraid of on the other side is the fact that both Dew and League pretty highly allocated at this point. So next few engages before the second Earn, pretty important right now for dictating the rest of the game.
Yeah, DMB has so far held on to his Guardian. He's farming up too. I think the Warden, we've seen a lot of Wardens just not really get that much farm in some of the recent games, which just made us feel he's not the strongest. But I do think Warden has one of the scariest like top end late games of like the mixed gun and spirit build is really hard to play against. And you just have great team fight, great single target damage, great tankiness, and you're a very serious engaged threat, especially with some of the squishier characters that Hydra Nation have drafted, right? They are a little bit more vulnerable to like lightning scroll and just getting swarmed over. And if you get controlled under the Warden ulti, under Warden's just like withering regular primary fire, it's a scary prospect.
All right. Both teams still rotating around. And actually, things getting a little bit heated here on the right-hand side. Dew senses the pressure. Backs on out. Guardian going to be going down. And actually, it's kind of interesting. We look at the Guardian situation. It's Hydra Nation's second Guardian of the game, finally getting the flex slot. A little bit late by their standards. And, okay, Lasso may have bugged out again. You take a look at it.
Just maybe he got bugged in the corner or something. Unfortunate. They're trying to counter pressure on some walkers, but the support has shown up. Vindicta's here. She's trying to get a connection. Leffa wants to turn and burst down this guy. The swap comes in, though. Rokaine is low. If he dies, this is not going to be worth. Just barely gets the kill in time, and there's no remaining dots for Rokaine. Just barely survived that one. But the bird, the pings are coming in onto Hayes. They're scouting him out. Surely he's caught. No, he slipped away, dodged at the last moment.
Meanwhile, you look at the state of the game. I mean, Hydra Nation clawing their way back over and in. Earn now available for pickup. Hydra Nation, way more players in and around. So you'd think for Earn control is going to go their way. Hopefully this time not on the hydration.
It's over.
And just a little bit creeping, where yes, you can in fact use Assassinate to creep, and no, it is not a bad idea, especially when you get charges left to regen. But now,
Stake, so important for Vegas. If you can hit this, could be that key control tool. Just a little bit low and slow there, and the shots coming in from Great Talon historically always a little bit scary for Vindicta. You're playing up in the sky, you start taking those big bow shots from GT, you are in trouble. They do have some tank. I think he's got the spirit barrier there. Once again, Hydration just got their Earn control. Last time it took a while to get the turn in, but they got it done. Let's see what Valhalla want to do to pressure in response, and how quickly do Hydration want to go for this?
Well, apparently on the quicker side. So you take a look, they're rotating all around this time, leaving 2 on the right side of the map, 4 for the turn in. And if they're keeping good track of it, they do have a numerical advantage here on left-hand side. And they just might go for the quick turn in. I think they realize they have an advantage. However,
there's players coming to this though, and Ivy as well.
They have pressure on multiple ends coming on in from Valhalla. So at this point, if they had a window to quickly turn in, they decide not to go for it. They don't really want to directly challenge GT Mo in that way. And again, we're in one of these standoffs where it's going to be Hydration just bringing the Earn around over and over, where it's going for a ride.
Yeah, no, you also saw on Dew's build that he's got the cultist sack and cooldown buff. So, I mean, it's just like valuable in the long greedy game. We've seen a lot of players sort of stray away from that build, but I think if you can get away with it, you get into sort of a farm fest type game, and that cultist sack can be pretty meaningful, especially when it's buffed with a cooldown on a natural cooldown builder such as Geist. Doesn't mean much though if Geist gets picked off. Very big damage coming in from Rokaine, just barely dodges away from the sleep. Ultimate not quite online. The full Walker dive is going to come in. They're fearlessly chasing down this Geist, and Leffa continuing his reputation of getting very active on this Infernus, but has he done too much under the Walker? Seems like he's caught dead to rights here. No skills left to fight this one out.
Okay, no slam needed. You look at that. Just happened to be in the window where the Walker was still recovering from the last slam, so small window of opportunity for Leffa maybe to get out. Meanwhile, Valhalla stacking the deck here on the left-hand side, going for the Walker. Going to get it relatively easily. All the while, by the way, Hydration still holding on to the Earn, and okay, Bolt Dance out here from Rokaine. Off here.
Kind of wasted there with the jump pad on the ground still, right? And now Scout wants another bite of this, right? He's going to push Rokaine completely off the wave. So defend their Walker. They kill the Walker on this side of the map. Hold on, this 1v1 is crucial. Connection on the Scout. Does he have the burst damage? Yes, he does. And many stacks there of fixation. The follow-up from Ivy. GT coming right behind, and this bird is not going to miss. League gets the kill.
I think there's a miscommunication there where they said, okay, go on him, I'm gonna bird. And Scout underestimated just how much Rokaine could burn him down in that situation. Because ideally, like, the bird's coming in, it just, the timing was a little bit off to where it still gave the one-on-one window to Rokaine. But here we go. Earn potentially now about to be turned into combo out there. Cleanly on, Leffa goes on down. Is the Earn gonna turn in?
The Earn pickup is disabled, is going to really slow things down in this. Maybe they still get the Earn in, but they're going to be losing a Walker for this. I mean, this is a long time losing that turn in, slowing things down. Some defensive pressure here coming in on the mid lane. And Lasso just not quite available here for Scout, but maybe just chasing down Vindicta anyway. Barrier forced, has a lot of these barrel bombs. You got to be careful. Vindicta, you were going to get nuked down by this, and now, yeah, no parry, easy pickup, and just a little explosive on the body. Calico caught, punished, killed. And I mean, for all the Earns you've gotten on Hydra Nation, it feels like these costs have been so high.
I don't get the shot calling for Hydra Nation has been strange this game. I think at how they've handled it. I don't think they've needed
mid boss
to go for this the way they haven't. Yeah, I mean, look at the mid boss that you're going for here. I think there are some. Okay, there actually are real steal opportunities here between the Infernus Concussive Combustion and the Rabbit Hex. If Leffa is able to get over there in time, the way Leffa's position though, may not be able to get there in time.
They need to come right now if they want to try for it. It might just be a low risk attempt here from Poppers, just sort of gambling with Rabbit Hex. But they immediately catch one out, and there's Poppers down. No chance for the steal. Got punished by the Mokril. Beautiful catch from Lord NM, and Valhalla kind of blowing this game wide open. Hydra Nation really on the ropes now. Soul lead isn't too terrible, but they're in the type of position where the souls aren't really what's losing them. It's that they constantly get picked off. They're getting traded in these macro exchanges. Fishcake really needs to get out of this. A pick now would be devastating. It's more or less a free walker if Shiv goes down.
Yeah, but here we go. Fight engaging here after the mid boss. Hydra Nation trying to get any early pick off here. And now
Fishcake, the deferred damage is actually going to be a little close now. He's getting so much heal from his passive. Okay, that is unreal tankiness on the Shiv, actually, even for a Shiv.
Okay, so 114K, the 124K, and we're going to get a quick pause where, you know, the action's been back and forth. We haven't had a good, clean opportunity to call in Dan for some thoughts here in the game. But, you know, Dan, you've been watching this here, Vegas now, doing a little bit of reconnecting. What do you got?
I'm actually loving this game from Valhalla. It's interesting because we were kind of talking about how the synergies of the hero picks for Valhalla would work out and kind of what the win conditions might look like. And we're really seeing a lot of that, you know, come to pass. You know, we started off by, or one of the points I highlighted was, you know, the GT buds and, you know, the combo kills, just to, you know, highlight two heroes in particular. And we can see like a lot of play out of that, obviously. But I think the thing that surprised me was how well Scout played off of the roaming in the early game, because we said we really need to see Valhalla have a strong early game, and they got the middle tower down quickly. They were able to continue the pressure with amazing barrel play from Scout, like consistently getting picks on every single gank attempt. Like that was super active. And then they transitioned that into a very active mid game as well, but they continue to find the pickoffs. So I'm just loving the synergy. Hydra Nation have consistently had to be reacting, and they're doing a good job in holding on in a lot of these instances. But and again, like the thing about this game is that they just have to hold on for long enough. This rejuve is the biggest challenge now, about how much value can Valhalla get out of it, how far can they get ahead. And then I think if Hydra Nation are able to kind of survive whatever the difference is there, I think then that's when Hydra Nation start taking over. So Valhalla have to get a big edge off of this rejuve, and then I feel like they have to convert into bigger objectives pretty significantly. Otherwise, they might start to get scaled out of the game. I think that's still possible here.
Well, the good news is they're able to get the urn. Hydra Nation wants no part of it. And you kind of look how Hydra Nation is playing here. They don't necessarily have some of the great comeback options the way that Valhalla would if the positions were reversed. You know, the combo lasso on Valhalla's side. You know, Hydra Nation at this point, Jake, it does feel like they have to kind of play and hope that Valhalla makes a mistake.
Yeah, that first rejuve tends to be a pretty big opportunity to kind of open the game up and establish yourself for how you're going to potentially close things out. That being said, right, there are always the big chances for some of these big comeback fights. You know, a big silence wave from Rokane can be a problem. Vegas could lasso people down, and then in Poppers, maybe a stolen ulti. But Valhalla have been smart, I think, to just constantly look for pickoffs. They're not forcing objectives. They're, you know, using the time to force Hydra Nation into some aggressive moves where they could be punished by. We've seen how dangerous Mo can be, you know, waiting on these side lanes, looking for opportunities.
Owl out here, not only a threat for just outright pickoffs, but also the scouting at times when you're in lulls of the game like this. Hydra Nation, though, under the gun, a deficit they need to find a way to turn back. Valhalla, meanwhile, saying, you know what, we're gonna go here for a little bit of base guardian action. Hydra Nation, though, fighting back tooth and nail. And, you know, the one scary thing here, even though farm-wise not super ahead of the game, based on what we saw previously, Jake, I do wonder about the threat of Infernus in an extended base battle, where I feel like Infernus grows in value the longer the fight goes.
Sleep on the Ivy, but maybe a little bit too deep to chase out here. And Ivy, you're right. I mean, like the Ricochet Infernus can be a big problem. Lord and them took a ton of damage there, has to just full back and heal. But I believe, yeah, is that base guardians down there from Do, and so just being pressured on multiple fronts at once, eventually Hydra Nation give up something. This is a big stake, though, opportunity. Leffa gets in, and they strike and punish one of the angles. I mean, Valhalla just doing a little bit too much to stay there after Do had already taken base guardians elsewhere on the map.
Also, I didn't think they realized that they had that many members of Hydra Nation there to follow up on the stake. I mean, it wasn't just the stake from Vegas that was really well timed. It was just the immediate follow through. The window of opportunity to capitalize and take jungle off this, though, very, very limited because of the Rejuvenator. I think Hydra Nation just going to be more than content to get a little bit of lane pressure here and go from there. But you talk about chipping away at the lead. Those are the sorts of plays that will get you back into the game.
Yeah, it does prevent the lead from expanding as it would have normally with Dude just grabbing base guardians. It's a nice find to just do that without really taking a fight, right? You're just sort of punting and pecking at different sides. However, the mobility, not completely there for Valhalla. Like Ivy has this global mobility, but they don't have like the Wraith Mirage type heroes who are really adept at ratting. They are regrouping around the mid lane though. Maybe they want to go for another shot at that mid walker.
They're looking for it. Around and around we go though. Rocane stealth, looking for the opportunity to set this up in Hydra Nation's favor. They get the jump now on the DMB. Are they able to get DMB? Super low. The punish is there. Fish Cake on the execute. Going for another one. Stoneform barely going to save Ivy, but not for long. Poppers on the finish. And back-to-back fights now, Jake, where Hydra Nation, via sneaky rotations, generates 2 pickoffs. And this time around, there's no rejuvenators, so they're going to get way more on the map from that exchange.
Yeah, maybe even the mid walker on the menu. Big flank from Mo, trying to go for a combo on somebody. Just maybe forced out of this one though. Can't really get into the connection at all. Maybe doesn't. I think the follow-up is there, just trying to clear what waves he can. But this walker is going down, and the damage is there for Hydra Nation. They're looking to snowball this lead even further, and they're getting just that. Valhalla crumbling right now.
It's the Valhalla fumble is what we're seeing right now. I mean, Hydra Nation turning one good pickoff into another. It's stagger upon stagger. And Valhalla is simply lucky to an extent that mid boss isn't up and available here, because his turnaround is kind of unreal and not something you see a whole lot, Jake. I mean, you stop and look at it. Valhalla was up, I think, around like almost 25K, and the lead just crumbled bit by bit, almost unceremoniously, from 2 double pickoffs that happened one after the other, essentially.
Yeah, those are really going to bite. The Hydra Nation now free to grab the buffs on the map. They get a spirit and a movement. The urn is picked up for Valhalla, so at least they have the control over the next objective. But we're down to 1 walker v 1 walker, basically an even game here. But Valhalla, I mean, it took them. They were so careful, so patient, building up that lead over the many minutes of the match, and then it's all gone in what feels like an instant. And that's gotta hurt, right? It's gotta sting in terms of like the mental reset that they need to go into. Still, this team fight is winnable for them if they can force it well around the urn drop.
I feel like the greatest benefit that happened here was Valhalla stealing the urn from Hydra Nation, from a Hydra Nation point of view, because I feel like Hydra Nation has not played well at all this game when they've had control of the urn in terms of who they've put it on and how they've played around it. So not having urn control in this one instance, Jake, almost feels like a blessing in disguise.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they're completely in control of the drop-off location as well. I mean, Hydration scouting everything out. So I like that Valhalla aren't forcing anything. They're content to play this one slow. But it feels like Hydra Nation are finally unleashed, and they're confidently spreading around the map, clearing out a lot of jungle right now. Neither team wants to be the one to slip up. They know that right now the game is essentially fully even, and that one big team fight, especially with mid-boss now spawning, could be the beginning of the end.
Also, I think the longer we go, the more Infernus starts becoming a bigger threat in the game, particularly the Letha Infernus, where Letha now, you take a look at the farm, equivalent with the other highest farm in the game in Dew. But the way Letha was able to take over things last week for Hydra Nation at this point in the game, I think is a little bit disconcerting for Valhalla, and means that when you're looking for initiations, if you're scouting more than M, you don't want just anyone. You want the Infernus, but now you take a look. You got real under pressure Mo here, just desperately trying to get away. Does not want to be the start of another pickoff chain.
Yeah, Mo, so tanky though, and has such defensive items. Very hard to actually successfully clean him up first without really a ton of focus fire from Hydra Nation. But they're not really forcing it. I mean, like, look at the spread on the map now from Hydra Nation. I think Valhalla needs to come out and make some kind of a move right here. But do they have the confidence to do that? I mean, Hydra Nation, if they're going to split and farm all 3 lanes at once, it feels like you have to stop that from Valhalla.
Now we've kind of hit a holding pattern here where Hydra Nation firmly control the game. You know, good opportunity to check back in Dan. And Dan, I mean, we don't see leads get thrown unceremoniously just off a few different engagements, but it's kind of what we've seen here from Valhalla.
Yeah, it's very sad to see. You know, for me, obviously not just like because of a slight soul lead, but just again based off the scaling and how Mo becomes less relevant over time. I think that it's, well, hold on, you got to pick here. This might be a good start for Hydra Nation to truly find their way into that mid boss to close the game.
The Rabbit Hex, he's got Echo Shard Rabbit Hex, by the way, and a stolen Mo ult. That is a disgusting amount of control to deal with people on the flank. Trade onto Vegas, though. I think this is a good start for Valhalla. I think they'd be willing to make that trade. Now will they want to take this fight heads up? DMD has committed the ultimate though, so it's not clear to me. Do you have the sustain to keep going into this fight?
I think once the last stand is out, you also need to be out at this point. You're not going to have the power otherwise. Scout, again, really, really low. Chased on down. The last stand, long gone. Valhalla no longer having the punching power here to stay in here. And Bluster able to take down one of the low HP heroes. Hydration, super low, is going to get taken on down. But the rest of Hydra Nation, way more enforced than Valhalla and Fishcake, willing to just eat up the scraps at the very end. And now, okay, you got DMB back in the fight, but there's no last stand here. You got 3 members of Hydra Nation. It's not really a fight you want to stick around in if you're warded.
Shiv is just eating them up right now, and mid boss is up. I mean, time to immediately go take it. Think about, you can't think of 3 better heroes to have a live Hydra Nation at the end of that fight. They have all the DPS they need to burn down that mid boss, get the rejuve online, and maybe progress to start breaking this Valhalla base. Hydra Nation, they held onto that mid walker so tenaciously, and now they're really going to be rewarded for it. I just can't imagine Valhalla getting the contest off here. Maybe, I guess they're going to grab an urn as a consolation prize.
You've grabbed the urn. Again, it's weird how this game has panned out, where the team that has urn control gets absolutely destroyed for the privilege of having
for the steal.
Maybe. Yep, they're going for the steal.
Oh, the parry is there.
Ooh. It doesn't work out, but I love the attempt. That is one of the sneakier attempts to go there, and highest probability if the owl goes there and it's misplayed. However, Lee gets caught for it on the other end, and the urn control is going to be grabbed. Beginning of the end, I feel like we're witnessing here, Jake.
Yeah, you gotta try that. It was a really well executed attempt. I'm actually impressed the Hydra Nation are able to, someone's able to slip in there and get the parry on Lord NM to save the rejuve, because a rejuve still there could have really brought this back for Valhalla, could have given them a new lease on life, another big chance to take a team fight on the map. But now it's Hydra Nation who look to continue to expand the lead. See that right lane is pushed so far in. Brocane just going to confidently take that walker with the 2 players dead. I mean, even with rejuve, you have 2 players dead. Like, you just keep pushing this, right? Do the urn drop, and then you still have time to at least get a set of base guardians before Valhalla are at full strength.
All right, so one thing of note here, even though as things look really good for Hydra Nation and the scaling a lot better, Valhalla still running a comp that can get pickoffs here. And hey, if one team can throw a lead, so can the other, but not as likely, I think, for Hydra Nation this deep in the game. But we'll see if Valhalla has anything left up their sleeve. But, you know, for me, thinking back to the last map and the early parts of this map, I feel like all eyes got to be on Scout. If anything good is going to happen here, Jake, it will come from the lasso of Scout and everything else thereafter.
Yeah, that could be the ticket. Hydration is greeting, you know, clearing out the lanes, going to go deal with the side lane as well. And Scout, we'll see, he's got the curse as well, so he has a pretty disgusting follow-up if he's able to pull somebody in cleanly with the lasso. But so far, you know, Leffa and Poppers have been so willing to like double down on any engagement and just full send into the backline. The pickoffs are turning into the type of explosive team fights that Hydra Nation want.
Also, you talk about other issues here. I mean, the front line is decent for Valhalla, but I think at this point in the game, you'd much rather have like the Shiv Calico in your face, especially when it's backed up by the Inferno. So I think like comp-wise on top of it, Hydra Nation, even if all else was even, at this point in the game, I think Hydra Nation is working with a little bit of a stacked deck. So the win conditions, they still exist for Valhalla, but they are very narrow. And the problem is too, is as time goes on, look at all the jungle that's being devoured right now. Valhalla stuck in and around their base, and the rest of Hydra Nation is eating the map. So the gap is growing every minute that passes that Valhalla isn't able to put together a play that ends up in a pick.
And Hydra Nation just has a much better scaling draft. I feel like they have basically all their characters can become late game carries. And so, yeah, you have some great pickoff threat for Valhalla in terms of like starting to turn things around, but in the end of the game, it's going to come down to the full 12-man brawl engagement of like who's got better DPS, who can stat check harder and clear objectives faster while the fight's going on. And for Valhalla, it's pretty much just like DMB and Do who's got to stand tall into the front line. And I'm not convinced there's enough tankiness in this game to deal with Hydra Nation's damage, especially with Shiv having the execute, Leffa and Rokane doing some of the highest single target damage in the game natively on their characters. And at this farm level, it's very easy to see them realizing that in the fight.
Hydra Nation threatening all 3 lanes right now, keeping everything pushed up. And again, this is a scenario where if they don't see an opportunity to go on in, look at where they're set. They're ready to take the jungle as it respawns. And You know, as we got clearance between the two teams, it doesn't look like we're immediately going to get a fight until mid-boss comes up. You know, Dan, 20 seconds till mid-boss is up. What do you think?
I think it's over, man. They're prisoners in their base. They are in jail. No, but I think it's very hard at this point. I just think that Hydra Nation have gone way too far ahead, and I think that obviously the best chance is gone. It's going to require a mistake from Hydra Nation. They are human beings, I can remind everyone, so that it's possible for them to make mistakes. And so that's kind of what Valhalla needed. But you never want to be in a position in a competitive match where you're having to rely on your opponent's mistakes. You want to obviously create situations where they make mistakes, but if they're so far ahead that it requires a catastrophic mistake, that's not a good spot to be in. But that's where Valhalla is.
Also, I misread the UI for I just looked at the timer and not the words. The revive was panning off. Still a little bit longer till mid-boss, but fact kind of remains here, Jake. I think Dan said it very well. They are prisoners at the moment.
Yeah, and during that rejuve power play, Hydra Nation expand the lead to 43,000 right now. And this is getting scary. I mean, you were just building into like all these terrifying late game primary fire items. And I mean, you're just going to see from Infernus and from, especially Infernus, honestly, like this amount of damage he's going to put down is insane. And he has pretty ridiculous tankiness in this build too. He's not easy to kill, especially if he's put that inhib on you. I mean, and this is one of the biggest damage threats on the field right now is the Infernus. And at the same time, he's probably one of the hardest kills to get to.
I think Valhalla, they're just, at some point, it feels like they're playing for the Hydra Nation mistake, or they're playing for the contested mid-boss. I think it's one of the two. Ideally, they would hope for the mistake first, because I think the full-on mid-boss fight, I don't think it's super likely to go Valhalla's way, but okay, they're actually on the map. They're looking for it. Mo over in. Combo is had. Is the fall through going to be there? The combo is used. The engage is here. The time is now. The last stand ready to go. Hydra Nation retreating a little bit, and Jake, I don't think it's enough.
DMB is iron fisted though, has held on to that ultimate. And so neither team has actually really made any major commitments. Valhalla using that Mo catch, but it's not the end of the world. Hydra Nation doesn't want to let them get out of this so easily, though. They're trying to double down. The curse, the catch. He cannot escape, and without Warden, surely this is too much. A big nuke comes in, but Popper just has the tankiness to deal with it, and Hydration is just diving in, scouting everything, absolutely fearless. They just can't deal with this Ava. His HP is not going down.
Oh boy, that is one tanky cat who needs 9 lives. We just have 1 life with the life of 9. And Valhalla losing another 2. I mean, they don't have any real way of fighting this here. I mean, maybe Scout is able to lasso someone into the fountain, but Hydra Nation has hit the we can run at you point of the game. There's nothing really that's going to effectively stop them from getting both shrines and first stage patron. And after that, they're going to be able to go to middle and grab mid boss. Jake, the train of inevitability has gone into the station.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, they shouldn't drop the mid-boss, or shouldn't drop the patron before they do mid-boss. That's why Brocane is doing the mid-boss right now. We'll see if they end up going for that first phase. It'd be a very confident play from Hydra Nation. He's ulting down TPS down the mid-boss. I think he is going to solo it. So the timing could be kind of perfect here for Hydra Nation. Mo comes in, looks at combos. I mean, there's only 4 players alive, though. Are you sure you want to fight this? They do get poppers.
Well, they know Hydra Nation. They're not at full power here either, so I think Valhalla, they're trying to seize the opportunity. The problem is that they're just so much weaker on the individual level. You're talking about a nearly 50k soul lead here. So yes, Hydra Nation at this point in the game has the ability to split and have it be completely fine. Now going over the finish off the mid-boss. League is still down. They're not going to have the Owl as an option here for steal. Valhalla, though, they are on the way here, Jake. They're going for one last-ditch opportunity. We'll see if it's a time. Mo nearly up and over. Should be able to blink on in.
Big positioning advantage here for Hydra Nation. Only 5 players alive. The connection is good. Hydra Nation, they grab the Reju Valhalla. They've got to slip out of this one or maybe somehow get a team wipe. But Hydra Nation, the players are so incredibly strong. Shiv, just immortal here, standing and delivering into the Warden ulti. Still healthy, still high HP, even dodges away from the trap. A lot of kills do come in though. 4 for 4 now. Leffa though, still alive, still a little bit healthy. And when Infernus starts turning this one around, starts bringing the aggression, it's gonna be a problem even for DMB's Warden, and the game slips away from Valhalla. They are gonna have that patron knock, but I think with these spawn timers, it should be game over.
Yeah, I mean, the patron knock is going to come in, and you're just going to be with a much bigger advantage with Rejuvenators. It's going to be map 1 going the way of Hydra Nation, and this is one of those losses, Jake. I mean, look, you think about your experience as a pro player in other games. I feel like for Valhalla, this has to hurt a little bit more than the norm for how far ahead they were in this game.
Yeah, they were ahead. I think they were maybe a little too tentative. Like in the end, they were ahead, but they also picked a kind of an early game snowball draft. And I think they kind of had to keep pressing that advantage, but they were a little uncertain about sieging that mid lane walker. And Hydra Nation, they were able to prey on that uncertainty, right? Getting a couple big fights from that mid lane walker defense where Valhalla were trying to split and get a little bit more out of the map, be a little bit greedier. You know, and I think it's easy to look back and criticize a decision like that, but it's a scary walker to push when Hydra Nation are there at full strength, ready to fight. Kind of goes back to one of the things Saint said in that interview about, you know, whether you have the confidence to take that big risk, go for that big play, and try to execute it. Hydra Nation take game one, but definitely felt like anybody could have won this map.
Well, time to bring back in Dan. And, you know, Dan, you had said at one point this is one of your favorite games of the night here so far. And look, Valhalla, they had a great advantage at one point, and Hydra Nation also looked outright just useless when it came to the Urn game. I mean, they were putting the Urn on hydration. They were losing map control every time they had Urn control, and they were really far behind, but they just had that period of play where they got 2 pickoffs, and then a little bit later, they got another 2 pickoffs. They took the entire jungle, and they're right back in it, Dan.
Why did a ZP? Yeah, it's really it's kind of heartbreaking in a way. I think especially for them, obviously, because they were the ones that lost. But we, you know, it was really cool that you know what they showed us, because we saw a clear game plan. They did execute it like really well, especially in the early to early mid game. And yeah, with some of those, I guess, mistakes from Hydra Nation around the Urn play, that kind of gave a little bit more for Valhalla to take, to get a little bit further ahead. They suddenly found themselves in this position where they could actually win the game. And they you know, they started to create that sole advantage, but it's very difficult sometimes though, that if you feel stronger than you actually are. And I think that's something that's very hard to understand sometimes in a game like Deadlock, where, you know, as the game goes on, heroes have, you know, power spikes, and it's like the wrong combination of kind of like dominoes to fall can make you a lot weaker than you otherwise feel, if that makes sense. And so it's one of those things that it might come down to experience a little bit for Valhalla, learning how to convert those advantages a bit better and not make some of those mistakes. Because I think it's fair to say that they were in a game-winning advantage. They just couldn't hold on to it right at the end, which is sad, but I think it's still positive because they were able to come in with a novel game plan and get to that point.
It's a good point. I mean, not many teams have been able to put Hydra Nation like that far in the back foot and be in such an advantage spot. It's also a bit scary to think about where do you want to go in the rest of the series for Valhalla. It's like, on the one hand, you could think, you know what, if we just do this again, we create that advantage in the early game, we execute better, we should have won. On the other hand, that's a scary thing to be down 1-0 and to be running the same strat back. So you've got sort of a tough decision ahead. I mean, look at Left, a ridiculous farm in the Infernus. Feels like when this guy hits that level, he even gets cheat death just to like ensure the game. Actually, that's a great item choice when they're at that kind of a lead in the end game, where essentially the only way you can die is like getting crazy pickoffs on you. So just like one extra item to stall that out, delay that, buy time for your teammates to get there is more important than a little bit extra damage.
Sometimes I see cheat death though come to play, which is still a very good item for that sort of late game. It does kind of bring it sort of to light the idea of, you know, a broken society, just grabbing echoes of the past, thinking about it as like, it used to be Soul Rebirth, Jake. It used to be Soul Rebirth, and it just got yeeted out of the game. Oh,
you can see where the game turned in the graph, and you can just see for like how long it was the case that you had Valhalla like in an advantage before it just ballooned out of control. Because there's maybe like one chance after, you know, things like became even, but even still at that point, it wasn't like really even, just because again, like how late we were into the game. So yeah, very, very sad, but I hope the Valhalla are encouraged. And I'm curious what the draft will look like, because this wasn't a super contested draft for them with some of the picks that they got. So if they wanted to run something similar to this, they could probably do it.
Yeah, I think it's pretty wide open in terms of the draft. I mean, it's very interesting between the two teams because realistically speaking, I feel like both teams were drafting for their own personal preferences aside from the very beginning picks, rather than trying to draft to hurt the other team. And also, at the risk of making the Mo and Krill fan base angry, which I feel like they tend to be pretty passionate, Jake, I feel like Lord and M actually had a pretty good game on Mo and Krill up until the point that things turned. Like, the Mo and Krill was working to give them an advantage, and if they just don't give up those team fights back to back, I feel like it actually may have been key to winning the game.
Yeah, you know, it's the thing about Mo, right? Like you go for this strat of snowballing off pickoffs, you get those pickoffs, you start the snowball rolling. But then when the game starts to turn against you and you're dealing with like a 50K net worth Infernus, it's pretty rough being that big boy and just like taking all that ranged punishment, the amount of damage coming through from Rocane left. I mean, it's the whole team realistically from Hydra Nation into that late game. And it is really rough to be in that spot. So Valhalla, it's like they went with their strat. They really played it, I think, as best as they could. And they maybe just needed to tweak a couple things in that mid game, maybe needed to pull the trigger more aggressively on sieging that mid lane walker. But it's easy to say in hindsight, Hydra Nation made it really difficult for them. Even when they were that slow lead was building against them, they made it very hard for them to blow it wider open. Dan, final thoughts before we head the break.
I think what's interesting is I think the early to mid game definitely worked. I think Valhalla could run this again. I don't think they necessarily need to change anything. I think this is one of those things where they played very competently with their style. So I would be totally happy if they ran it again. And I just think they just have to ensure that they recognize where the game can turn around when they're ahead. Because this is like, you know, one of the many pieces of wisdom I've received over the years from like various methods was in anything competitive. When you're ahead, you have to try to isolate what are the things, or what is the one thing that would flip the game on you, and you have to consciously understand what that is when you're ahead, so that you can not be complacent and have that thing happen. Because if it does, then the game's flipped and it's all for nothing. So that maybe some kind of thinking like that, or just understanding where it went wrong for them, and they would have won the game.
All right, well, Valhalla, they give Hydra Nation a scare, but they unable to seal the deal at the very end. Hydra Nation looking to take one more map away and be your champion of North America once more. The thrilling conclusion here in the money match on Deadlock Fight Night number 29, presented by Intel. We'll be right at you after this.
save them.
Hydra Nation getting themselves out of a sticky situation to kick off our NA money match. Of course, I'm ZP here with Jake. And Jake, that last map we just saw, I mean, one of the most interesting comebacks we've seen in recent memory, showing that even when you're far ahead, it only takes a few mistakes to throw the game to the other side.
Yeah, I feel like both teams played to their strengths. Both teams played a style that they're very familiar with a lot of comfort pick heroes. And both were able to find some success with Valhalla opening up that early game, slowly eking out a slightly bigger and bigger advantage over time, punishing the moves that Hydra Nation went for. But eventually, it's just a couple steps too far. And Hydra Nation, to their credit, are very quick to flip the script. They were so defensive for so long, just holding out, slowing down this lead. As soon as they get a couple decisive kills on the map, they just explode that advantage, start to chase down Valhalla wherever they were on the map. And I think mentally, that's going to really put this series into control for Hydra Nation. Not only because they got the series win, but because like for the last 20, 30 minutes of that game, they were just like running through Valhalla. There wasn't really any more competitive team fights from that point on. And so for Valhalla to come into game 2 and to be able to say, we're going to run back this same strat and just do it better, I would be impressed. But I also think there's probably a lot of pressure for them to try to change something or force something to be different.
Well, Valhalla, they may need to lock in, but here on the desk, we got one person who's always locked in, ready to go and bring some of the highest level analysis here in Deadlock. That's right, it's Jason Kaplan, who's probably wondering what the catch is to this intro, but no, you earned it, buddy. Welcome back.
No, you said my YouTube name, so I'll take it. You know, locked in. Just bring it up once again. I'm honestly, I'm kind of surprised at what we're seeing in both these regions. Like Valhalla, they've been in DFN for, I want to say, like the last 3 weeks. We've really seen them start to improve every single week, because there was definitely a moment there they could have taken this game, but like you guys were talking about, that one like fatal mistake after picking up the Rejuve, losing 2 players, then losing another fight after that once Rejuve had faded. And then they started to like lose a player here or there while Hydra Nation were pushing. It's one thing you can't forget about when playing an experienced team like Hydra Nation, Melee Creeps, like Virtus.pro, etc., is that if you give them an inch, they're going to take a mile against you, and you have to still play your late game, even when ahead, to almost perfection if you want to close out a victory against some of these teams.
Now, Jake, what I wonder going in here into the draft is that one of the areas I think you could change up, if you were Valhalla, I think you could do either one of two things. You could take first pick and go out of your way to grab Infernus, no matter what. Or at the very least, if you go second pick, you can change up your ban and take out the Infernus. And I just say here, Hydra Nation, part of why they looked good last week and why they were able to take the throne, they were able to run Infernus back to back. In this last game, part of the glue that kept them in the game when they were behind was Leffa on the Infernus. You know, if you're looking at the draft here, do you go with a strategy that says, okay, we're going to identify the problem and take out the Infernus?
You could first ban Infernus. That feels so reactive, though. I really feel like you're doing so much to deal with Leffa, and then Leffa's going to play Mirage, and he's still going to look great. You know, I just think a player like Leffa, you don't really want to waste your time trying to pick or ban around him. I mean, if they don't, I mean, taking Infernus first, I feel like Hydra Nation are paying a pretty high price to get the Infernus, and I think for Valhalla, you kind of just got to let them have it. Like, banning it, there's other options. There's the Raid, there's the Mirage. You just can't stop Leffa from getting one of these like super strong late game carry threats. And so I think you're just going to have to deal with it. Leffa's going to be on a strong character. He's going to be a good player. He's going to have impact on the match. And you need to be able to come in as a team and maybe just snowball that advantage further that you had in game 1. So for Valhalla, I kind of am hopeful that they stay confident in their strategy, because I think they did build up that lead. Like, they did have control of the match up until, of course, it all came crashing down.
It's kind of crazy as well to me to see, like, if we ever saw a team in EU first pick in Furnace, you're going to see like Pocket, you're going to see Calico, you're going to see Geist, like one of those 3 heroes locked in instantly. So it makes me wonder, like, could Hydra Nation pull off a draft like this in EU against the EU teams? And I would almost want to say no, but they're kind of getting away with it just due to maybe hero limitations on Valhalla and how things have played out. Maybe just the meta as well in North America, because you necessarily can't just play an EU meta in North America if the way all the teams play are completely different. But it seems things are starting off pretty similar to what we had in the last game.
Moment of truth. Valhalla, they do decide to go second. So they're not going to be able to pick Infernus themselves, because more than likely Hydra Nation will first pick it if it's available. The only change they can do from last time is going to be the ban, but instead they banned the Viscus. They are more afraid of the Viscus. Does maybe telegraph the fact that they'll be going for Mo again later in the draft. But Jake, if you're the team that's ahead, you have no reason to change what won you the last map.
Yeah, it's a tough call, because I think for Hydra Nation, they're going to have the same boat of like, yeah, they did win, but they also probably, it felt pretty rough to have that lead slowly mounting against you and to be kind of defending your last walker. Yeah, you made the comeback, but that's not really the way you want to win, right? You kind of want to at least have the game be even for the early game, and then eventually you take an advantage. So falling that far behind, I wonder if and you know, for Valhalla being that far ahead in the early game, it's not the unconventional comeback story. It does maybe suggest both teams might want to make some adaptations, but where they do it, we'll have to see. I wouldn't be shocked to see Infernus take it first again, though. I mean, in fairness, Lepa does kind of dominate on that character every time, and it gives him the team fight presence. He can get really active in the mid game. Is a pretty serious laning threat to boot.
I mean, you compare the first match of the day in NA compared to that last match. We talked about if you're going to first pick a hero for a certain player, they better be able to do some good things. The Wander, unfortunately, couldn't really get things going on the Warden, but left on the Infernus. Like, if you have him just having the impact every single game like that, it's definitely worth a first pick for them in the current state of the game and in the current region they're playing in. But I do like the response. I mean, Geist, super strong, super good. I would hope they take away Calico, just because she should be played as like a top 2 pick in almost every single team, though I think some teams in NA haven't kind of got that memo.
What I wonder here is, do you go Warden again, or do you decide maybe you try to go something like an earlier Wraith? I think they probably go Warden. And yeah, it comes down to the fact that it's not even that I think Warden is the absolute best for Valhalla the way they played it, because DMB, I mean, could play Wraith and be completely fine. I think it's more the fact that when you talk about hero pools, I don't think it's great to give Hydration Warden in this sort of situation, which would give Hydration, of course, one of his most prolific comfort heroes. So it's not going to happen. And so far, Jake, we're kind of repeating history on the draft.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I think both teams might genuinely be down to run it back with the same draft. Like, I wouldn't really be shocked, and I wouldn't criticize either of them for it. For Hydra Nation, they could think, you know what, maybe a cleaner early game. We wouldn't have been in that disadvantaged position. We could play some of those macro decisions a little bit better. And for Valhalla, they could think, you know what, we're going to create that advantage, and this time we're going to close it out. And so honestly, I think it's a mark of confidence in their own vision of the game for both teams to be running a similar draft. I do think the Lash, though, is a great adjustment, because think about being in that position of like, maybe you're a little bit greedier in the draft, you fall behind early game. Not really many better options for that big comeback team fight than the Lash, and Sinclair on top of that with the Rabbit Hex synergizes pretty well, and Stolen Warden ult. The team fight is kind of brewing for Hydra Nation right now.
Hello, darlings.
Thank God. Thank God. I wanted to see this come through. Like, come on. This is like, look at what they have. Calico, Warden, Geist. Like, that is a super strong front line. They're going to run at you. But we need to see Valhalla have something to facilitate the running at you. Maybe looking for a Kelvin pick at some point to get aggressive, or maybe like a Holiday as well.
Hydra Nation like have to ban Kelvin, right? Like, there's no way they let Kelvin. If they get Kelvin, I feel like that's so insane for Valhalla with the draft they have. But I just feel like they won't.
Ooh, Valhalla, they picked Mo last time, and they banned it here. I feel like that's an anti-hydration move, because here you've banned Mo and Krill, and you've picked 2 of Hydration's main heroes. Not that I think Hydration is like the easiest in the world to ban out, but when you take a look, most of the ban and picks that Valhalla have done have been kind of Hydration pilled heroes so far. Now Hydra Nation, we'll see what they ban here in turn. I thought they may ban the MOBA. Instead, they take down the Shiv. Interesting path that we've gone here, but so far, Jake, let me ask you this for Valhalla. Did you like the Ivy the last time around? Because I was a little bit skeptical of how the Ivy worked out for Valhalla.
I'm not a huge fan of the Ivy. I think it can work. The global presence can be nice, but it does feel like we're searching for the build that makes Ivy really look great. So far, I feel like I haven't seen it as much. Valhalla grabbed the Vindicta. Okay, so they're more focused on snatching away some of what they know Hydra Nation wants. I feel like the Kelvin would have been amazing here, to block out the Lash ulti, to protect and heal Warden and Geist, or trap people in with Warden and Geist. I mean, talk about a Thunderdome. Now it's Hydra Nation's turn to throw some picks back the other way.
Interesting enough, too, look at that last game. I was watching Vegas, and he actually leveled his tether first to max. He didn't bother to level his Crow to max for the shred. He didn't go for the ultimate for the extra souls. He went for tether to be more of a utility for the team. And I think we did see it actually be pretty instrumental in that comeback, because he got like a 2-man catch after the region was picked up by Valhalla right outside of Hydra Nation's base, and they turned that into a double kill with a silencing wave from Rokane. So yeah, I don't know. I understand what you're saying about the Kelvin. What if they get Vindicta and Kelvin together though, Jake? What if they somehow get Kelvin in the next pick?
Oh, they might. I don't know if Hydra Nation want a Kelvin with the way they've been drafting and the way they've been playing. I feel like Valhalla might be able to snatch it super late in the draft, which to me looks amazing, right? Like Kelvin gives you like the urn secure. It gives you a counter to the Lash ulti.
Kelvin Wraith. Oh,
that would be beautiful in my eyes. I think that would be like a dream pick.
Also, I just had to type and remind Hydra Nation here, where, I mean, it was all in the captain's chat to begin with, but just so everyone is aware, there's a very well-known Abrams bug right now where you can sort of manipulate your charge to be Superman and fly across the map. The teams have been informed that if they pick Abrams here, we didn't want to outright ban Abrams today. It was kind of on the fence. But if you use this bug, and as, realistically speaking, it'll probably be a match forfeit barring, a real, like, oh, it didn't do anything much for the Evans, but it's unlikely. So this comes with a little bit of risk for Hydra Nation, and you're not allowed to abuse the Abrams bug. I just want to be really clear on that, in case anyone is aware of it going. It's like, oh, we're going to see Superman Abrams. No, we're not, unless Hydra Nation wants to give away a map for free.
And the NA meta is just so different. Choosing the Ivy over the Kelvin here. The Haze actually, I kind of like maybe over the Wraith, because I feel like in this comp, Wraith would be like the obvious, like everybody shoot the Wraith on Valhalla. And so maybe Haze is a little bit harder to focus in that way. She can start the fights invis and kind of pick and choose her engages. But that's going to mean Hydra Nation get the Wraith themselves. And you are kind of lacking any kind of meaningful cancel. I guess the Sleep Dagger is like the one cancel for the Lash ulti. Maybe they'd rather have the Sleep Dagger cancel on a cooldown than the ulti cancel from Wraith.
I'm wondering if Valhalla have prepared the Haze Calico combo in the jungle like we saw in EU with Abraham's.
Wait, can you still do the thing where you fly the Haze ulti around with Ivy?
Yeah, for sure.
I think so.
I want to see that.
Same with Warden. You can fly Warden around.
Yeah.
We haven't seen the most of the Ivy tag team ults, at least in DFN. Anything can happen in any given pub game, but in DFN, it's been kept a little bit more grounded. But yeah, I mean, as I look at these comps here, I don't know, my gut feeling, it's really weird because Valhalla has such a really good front line, but their comeback potential is mostly reliant on Haze having a good mid-game performance, whereas I think Hydra Nation has more overall tools for more parts of the game, but they're at danger of just getting run at should Valhalla get a big lead here, Jason.
But ZP, there's one thing I'm looking at for Valhalla that should be the key and one of the biggest items that they build. Slowing Hex for Haze and Warden. 5 out of the 6 heroes in Hydra Nation have movement abilities you can shut down. So if you open up things as a Sleep Dagger into a Slowing Hex, you're almost certainly going to get a kill if you're paired with like one more DPS. That's going to be a huge thing.
Yeah, I think you might build a bunch of Slowing Hexes this game for Valhalla. That's a great call out. You have Tether as well. You might be building like 3+ Slowing Hexes just to completely catch hydration. I mean, in any phase of the game, even if you're just forcing a debuff remover proc, that's still going to be worthwhile. Like most of the time, still going to be a valuable play.
Well, the stage is set right now. We're waiting for the players to get into the lobby. And yeah, I mean, for me, I'm really interested to see how this one is going to pan on out. I think it's definitely, you can make arguments for either roster. I think based on power going into the game, I do favor Valhalla a little bit off team comp, but I do think we live in a world where it's a little bit of an X factor here, Jake, just because of Infernus continually looks good, at least in the hands of Hydra Nation. I mean, ever since they've brought back the Lefa Infernus, not only have they dominated last week, but they came back from a very tough situation in just the last map. So I do wonder if we're just seeing, you know, how much of this is the meta evolving before our eyes, how much of this is just Hydra Nation has found a new style that works particularly well for them, even if it's not the overall meta. Either way, it's cool to watch.
Yeah, Lefa's Infernus, like, just feels like you get deep enough into that late game, it's super scary. You just feel like he's gonna be 50k souls. He's gonna hit this level where you just can't fight anymore. He's doing way too much in the fights. You're just getting burned down on all your heroes. Ricochet, Inhib, just absolutely destroying everybody. However, Valhalla, the draft this game, I think, has a lot more staying power into the late game. I don't think they're gonna be under as much pressure to win early or to tempo out a big advantage. And so I think actually the teams are a little bit more even in that draft. So Valhalla has kind of backed off a little bit from the full out aggression that they showed in game one into, I think, a more balanced style of this game, which I actually like for them. And I think it could make for a more competitive back and forth style rather than one with a team feeling like they need to end the game early and kind of forcing things at that.
I do worry though, ZP, taking a look at Valhalla. What do they have to stop a Death Slam?
Just Dagger, right? I think Sleep Dagger is like the only thing. And then surely we need to buy some knockdowns this game because Lash is going to be pretty free with just the abilities.
Knockdowns, and also to an extent, I mean, good positioning. It's easy to forget at times that every now and then you see a Lash go in for a Death Slam and the immediate reaction is, well, we're simply just going to walk away from that. Either way, though, we are getting things started. And Jason, we get a little bit of a lane preview here. What jumps out to you before we let you go for a little bit?
Warden Hayes. I'm a big fan of Warden Hayes. Like Sleep Dagger into Binding Words. You can get like the melees off as well. It can do a lot of damage, but it looks like they're gonna be up against a Holiday and a Lash in that lane. I think the Infernus and the Wraith, I kind of question in the middle lane, to be honest, for them. But obviously it is Lefa on Infernus, so I can't really question them too much.
Jake, you know, as we look at this here, you kind of concur in that, looking at the middle lane of, you know, wondering a little bit about Infernus Wraith, or do you think there's a world where this kind of still pans out, you know, player versus hero and all of that?
Yeah, it's a little scary. I can see it going both ways. I mean, it's just a very mechanical lane. If you're hitting big damage with your primary and starting to pressure the enemy team and maybe getting some of those high ground positions, you could be strong. And at the same time, it's Vindicta on the other side. So not the tankiest hero in terms of like, yeah, you can fly up in the air, but I think of all the characters in the game that don't rely on hitting like nuke skill shots, Wraith and Hayes and Wraith and Infernus are going to be just like poking you down in the air. So I expect this to be a little bit more passive from the Infernus Wraith. If they can get a couple items online, they should be all right.
I think what's a little bit interesting to me in terms of, you know, players being in certain lanes rather than the heroes is the fact that you got Vegas on the Holiday, and it's kind of a rarity at times nowadays. Rather than the Holiday going middle, the Holiday hanging out here on the right-hand side here with the Lash. And honestly, may not be the worst of lanes, although as I say that, we just see Vegas just eating all sorts of damage from the back. Kind of gave up a decent amount of that for free.
Yeah, Lord and them. I mean, they're so scared of the threat of the Binding Word, right? They really are terrified to get slept in a compromising position. And I think they need to be, but that also creates a lot of space in the lane for DMB to just get aggressive and throw flasks, right? He doesn't have to be getting this combo to be effective.
It's kind of interesting because there's a world where in early Deadlock that a lot of people theorized, okay, you'll have Warden Hayes as one of the premier kill combos, and it didn't really work out that way for a lot of reasons, part of which is that they never really synced up in the meta at the same time, and also, of course, it was like 1-2-2-1 for a long period of time, so, you know, what you would draft and what lanes you'd put them in was very different. But in theory, this is one of the more classic Deadlock lanes that has always had, you know, what people have thought to be untapped potential, especially when not versus something like a Viscous that may have a hard counter.
I mean, Hayes was out of the meta for so long, and Warden and Hayes have kind of both had a resurgence as of late. So maybe we'll see more of this, as right now this lane is kind of dominating from Valhalla. I mean, they are bullying super hard on their tower. The opposition is very low. We could see a pretty early tower take if this keeps up.
rare to see a Holiday just running for their lives there. And I just kind of look back there. There was a kind of moment where Vegas was pushing forward, walked back, and lost something like 300 HP directly to the back. And, you know, health is so valuable early on in lane control that you have something like that happen, it can set you back for minutes at a time.
Yeah, and every pressure oh, that's a dangerous one. Lash taking so many risks on basically a sliver of HP. It means all these last hits are going to be pretty much just uncontested. Holiday has enough HP to continue to threaten that back and forth, but yeah, they're just unrelentingly shoving waves. The only downside is Warden and Hayes, they really don't want to go back to the shop to buy. They want to just like keep the pace up, but may eventually at some point just be forced into that.
Meanwhile, other side of the map, seeing Abrams get a little bit frisky on it. Hydration playing the Abrams, where I guess we should have expected that, where we reminded them about the bug. And Hydration, you can take the veracity of this as you will, saying, all good, I don't even know how to do the bug. Given that Twitch chat immediately erupted saying how to do the bug, you know? Look, it's a possibility. You got plausible deniability there, Jake, is what I'll say.
All I'm saying is the Superman Abrams comes out, we're going to have problems. Hopefully no more Abrams bug abuse. Abrams has been the dangerous character historically in Deadlock for some of these bug abuse situations.
You ever think there's that Abrams player out there saying is like, no, you should allow the bug abuse because of how many times I've lost games because of the seismic slam bug where you just get stuck in a wall and just die as a result. It's like, no, it's fair play. Let me be Superman.
Yeah, and Lash and all, they have started to stabilize a little bit. Getting that Quicksilver reload, I think, is pretty big on Lash for the amount of lifesteal you get. Slept, though, the counter pressure comes in, and as I say it, they're in real trouble, and Hayes just in with the ulti, absolutely rips it immediately off the cooldown. Not only takes down the Lash, but also clears the wave and sets up for more tower pressure.
This lane has gone very, very poorly, and I think it has even bigger ramifications because you stop and think about heroes you would want to be active on the map from a good lane. It would be both Holiday and Lash. So this lane doing poorly, I think, does set Hydra Nation back quite a bit. Oh boy.
Such an important dodge from DMB, and now he's gonna ult. He's getting super low though, and maybe he's gonna get punished for this. Surely he's gone a little bit too far.
Right now, just look at Fishcake poking back and forth. Still has Death Slam ready to go. Wants to be really measured in here. Up, over, slam, connects! Takes down Lord M, and looking for the two-piece here. Gonna get it with the aid of Vegas. So that is massive, Jake, for stabilization in a lane that was looking quite poor right before that.
It does bring them back into the game. However, Guardian still down, right? So in the end, DMB going to be able to come back and farm this one out. Lord NM is going to be able to get active now on the Haze and start taking the fight to some of these other lanes. And Leffa, we talked about this guy, how important he is to the Hydra Nation game plan, goes down in mid.
Really, really good start to the game here for Valhalla, where, again, it's not just the fact that they're getting at kills, but it's who they're getting it on. It's players that either are massive late game threats or players that are really big early game threats. The target selection is good, and also you take a look at Scout. Scout right now leaving lane for a moment to go for boxes, but still could have threatened there into the left, where for now things stabilizing between the Abrams, Sinclair, Geist, and Ivy respectively.
Lash is just gonna play mid lane. I think this is a wise choice. Wraith coming in to try and fight this one out, but it looks like it's 1v2 for now. Furnace is also getting active. So it looks like a full lane swap here from Hydra Nation. They sent some stronger players into this side lane. But Hayes has a lot of stacks on the Wraith. Big sleep, great connection there. And the follow-up is here. Scout has come into this. Leppa may have rotated into his death. Has used the parry. He's going to get melee to death now. And that's a big two-piece for Valhalla. These were two of the strongest laners the Hydra Nation had to deploy. They brought them out to the side lane to try and turn their fortunes around here. But the reaction from Valhalla is very clean. Players are healthy. And I don't even think they're going to lose mid lane Guardian for this.
Yeah, I mean, Calico using her speed to rotate back over in the mid. Scout right after Death Slam in. Take a look here, Fishcake. Looking to get on out. 700 HP. Not really liking the action here at all. Still getting chased on down. Scout continuing to be a menace here on the Calico. Finishes off with the aid of League. And the rotations from Scout. Goes right lane. Gets multiple kills as a result. Rotates back middle. Secures mid. Massive plays from Scout, you know, showing Jake that Scout can do this not only on the Holiday, but also on the Calico.
And the rate of play has just been immense here from Valhalla. Like they're snowballing one fight into the other. Now they're right back into the one lane that has been a bit strong for Hydra Nation, and then they're starting to overwhelm that with the Ivy rotation. Here's Hayes coming in once again, has those same 2 targets in his sights. Sleep comes in, Lepa very low, the snipe, enough damage for the bullet dance follow-up, and now even Wraith, I think she's out of stamina. Yeah, is gonna get cut down. League hitting the big snipes, assisting Lord and M and getting this snowball rolling. And I mean, an overfarmed Hayes is kind of seems like a possible outcome here.
I mean, this has just gone completely awful for Hydra Nation. And look, you don't want to call games early in Deadlock, but this is starting to get to the, oh God, what do you mean we're this far behind this early stage? I mean, you're essentially looking at here what the overall lead. I mean, it's not quite 10K, but it's close. It's around like a little over 8. And for 9 minutes into the game, Jake, I mean, we've seen it can be really difficult to dig yourself out of this hole.
Yeah, and Abrams doing his best to defend this tower, but Ivy is just implacable, just constantly continuing to put that damage down. Poppers and Hydration, they're not really a threat in this lane to try and turn things around for a counter engage. And the roams keep coming. I mean, Lorna and them can just stay active here. Looks like maybe he's scouting out Lefa on the side lane. Also a mid lane fight maybe brewing as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're getting action all over the map right now, right side and over into the middle.
How did that not kill?
Yeah, that's ridiculous. However, Calco, take a look here at Scout. Scout looking for any way out, 200 HP. Is it gonna be the great escape? No, it's not. The punish is there, and you know, I do wonder a little bit. Okay, that isn't gonna like change the course of the game, but I do get flashbacks a little bit the last game where Valhalla got a little bit too aggro too early and threw away parts of their lead.
True. I had the same reaction to Scout though. I thought for sure that ulti was gonna follow up and clean up Brocane. I mean, he probably would have been traded, but still, surprised he doesn't get that kill. Valhalla though, trying to retain things, but that is a big kill, right? Because that kill also leads into that first lane Guardian going down. Ivy, oh, just barely got out of the ulti range. That was so close for Zerbzy.
Zerbzy was about half a second from just being dead, but we got the urn spawning over, and contest coming on out. Hydra Nation pulling more over, but Valhalla very quick on the rotation. This could just evolve into a full-scale team fight here and now. Valhalla looking to commit. Scout real close to having returned the shadow. Up and over into the front lines. Hydra Nation falling a little bit back in turn. Urn available here for either team. Meanwhile, taking a look at Hayes here, forcing Lefa a little bit back here on the right-hand side. And in the chaos, it's going to be Valhalla with the urn grab and a very quick sprint here, Jake, to the other side of the map.
Yeah, Lefa forces to defend this tower. It's still healthy, though. Doing a great job at that, but they're not able to clear the lane out, and I think this should just be a free urn drop. It feels like no one's going to be able to get there in time, although, as I say that, Hydra Nation bringing a lot of players in, bringing the Abrams in.
They're gonna get there in time. Right now, they just want to run in the urn. Ivy drops the urn under pressure. Lefa does get there in time. The concussive combustion. Guardian gonna go down to turn. League able to punish Poppers. Still not the worst fights going on here for Valhalla across the map. Up one right now. Lefa, meanwhile, having the run. Maybe a target of assassinate doesn't hit, but Scout is there for the fall through regardless. Urn still available here. Valhalla making this fight theirs. Stabilizing when Hydra Nation was about to equalize in full. Now, take a look at Vindicta right now. In a decent spot. Urn about to be picked back up again.
Scout, so strong, very healthy still. The trap came in onto Hydration. Does get a parry off, but it feels like he is caught dead to rights here. Rabidex is coming in. Okay, hold on. Poppers wants another bite at this after dying, coming back on the respawn, but I mean, he's 1v4. There's no chance into this fight.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra Nation at some point just take the L. The staggers have been a little bit brutal. I mean, maybe you come back up and over, but either way, the one silver lining is that the urn ran very far away here, Jake. It's almost back at spawn.
Dude, Lefa with the outplay in the 1v1. I mean, Dew was trying to take the walker at the same time. But yeah, this urn has run basically all the way back to this side of the map. And if you want another fight, Hydra Nation, I think you could get it. It's going to take some time to be able to come back into this.
Also, I mean, Valhalla, they're not as strong if they go for the fight. Oh, Ivy gets caught. Took for granted that there wouldn't be a chase down, and Valhalla, the fact that they don't secure the urn when they had a big advantage, got a little bit maybe greedier for kills, may have been a misplay, because you take a look at the ult situation, you can't really go back in at the moment. You're still down, you know, well, not only your Haze and overall, but down the bullet dance, down the swap, and the urn just goes away with Hydra Nation. So again, Jake, it feels like a little bit of a fumble, even if you pick up Lefa here in the outskirts.
You do grab Lefa, and I think you're going to be able to get this walker. I mean, it's so incredibly low. Hydra Nation content to just trade for a side Guardian here. Rocane also getting a lot of wave pressure in. But if you find a couple of kills here, this could quickly stop being worth it. DMB getting rescue beamed out. You're chasing very hard right now with the Holiday, but do you actually have the power levels running low on CDs to continue to fight this one out? These players are so incredibly low. Parry came in. I think that was a nice one, though. Quick melee parry. But still, the kills just come in. Valhalla just has too many players, too much strength in that side lane. The Walker went down. I mean, this game has been out of control, ZP, but Valhalla coming out the better in these scrap trades.
I feel like at some level, Vegas thought he was going to get more support there than he did, because Vegas went in aggressively as if almost he was expecting multiple people to come in, and it wasn't the case. Like, there was no firepower there, even though you went in and had the catch. So yeah, I mean, it's been scrappy is the best word for things here, but overall probably good for Hydra Nation given how far behind they were. I mean, being down almost 10k at 8 minutes is nowhere near as bad as being down around like 8k right now at 14 minutes. They really did close a lot of the gap.
Yeah, they've kept the gap stable, and they've gotten their own net worth much higher, so the gap's just less meaningful. But still, the smoke clears, and you still have a Guardian up for Valhalla. You're up one Walker take. Nonetheless, Valhalla struggled in this position before, right? With a small advantage in the mid game, they couldn't turn it into more. They got punished by the counter engages from Hydra Nation. I know that's probably living rent-free in their head right now as they come into this stage with the advantage. How do they want to play it? For now, it seems like they're content to just clear their side of the jungle. But to your point, ZP, that's more space for Hydra Nation to get back into the game.
Allocation-wise, I think Valhalla is pretty happy with their overall allocation. Like, they've generally gotten souls onto people who need it. And wait a second. They're looking for something here. Calico right over above where the Holiday is. I don't know if they're setting on up, and yeah, it looks like you're going to see Scout just run away. Instead, they're going to go for the gauge here onto middle. Fast break in for Valhalla, looking for the opportunity. Take down Hydration before he's able to get away. Rotation's coming in here from Hydra Nation, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get there in time. Maybe a Death Slam is on the topic here for Fishcake, but it's not quite up, Jake, when you look at the timing.
Yeah, and I think Scout's getting the info. Maybe he saw somebody here. There's players close at hand on this lane. Lash going in for this fight. I'm not sure he wants this. Okay, yeah, he's just gonna kind of go for a harass move and back off. And Erd in the hands of Valhalla, but turning it on the enemy side of the map, that looks pretty difficult in this spot.
Maybe a good chance here, while we have a little bit of lull in the Ern is in rotation, and what appears to be a slower rotation that'd have to go in the enemy territory. You know, Jason, what do you think so far of what we've seen?
I'm impressed that Left is actually, considering how heavily he was punished in the beginning of the game, how he's been able to keep up and farm at 17k. I think they've obviously left him to his own devices on the left-hand side, which I think is why Hydra Nation is kind of slightly falling behind when it comes to the soul discrepancy. Is well, we see Rokane being caught out here, which could be the man advantage for Valhalla to go for the turn-in. But Left has really been powering through the farm, which honestly Hydra Nation are going to need.
Meanwhile, charge into parry, but Letha's there in the follow-through, so a little bit of trades, 1-for-1. Hydra Nation, though, you know, you take a look at the Urn here. This feels like one of these Urn situations, Jake, where barring a full team wipe, it's just going to be held for a while from Valhalla.
Yeah, I think they're content to just deny the objective. There is going to be a wave slowly pushing in there on that left side of the map. And it does mean that Hydra Nation have to always be worried about the threat of an Urn run. But for the most part, Zerbs is just going to be meleeing creeps, doing some boxes. But continuously, see, on this side of the map, man, it's just always been the pickups coming in for Valhalla. Both teams have been willing to bring numbers to scrap it out here. But neither Walker has fallen, so they're both looking to actually, you know, consistently break things open. And Zerbs is threatening the Urn drop now, so Hydra Nation are being a little bit split here. DMB going to pressure the Walker at the same time.
I see Infernus.
And you take a look, Letha maybe a little bit danger right now. Force out for him, but Hydration here, the protect over, lands a charge, forces out the last stand, and now is going, okay, maybe can I get away from Warden? Right now, not looking as good. Is able to line of sight a good amount of it. Seismic Slam up and over into the high ground. Great escape from DMB, who is otherwise hunting it down, and DMB's power level going to be way lower for the rest of the fight. Meanwhile, other end of the map, Vegas and Poppers connecting over here. Vegas able to plan on the league. Ivy airdrop looking for any way away. Zerbsy 180 HP, absolutely under the gun. Rokane looking for the last few hits.
Lord NM is strong. He's fighting this one out well. He's not getting too much attention on it. Big Deathsland comes in though, starting to turn his fight around. Where's the damage? It's on to Lord NM, and it's a 3-for-3 across the map. However, Valhalla, they were fighting around an objective elsewhere on the map. So this Urn steal from Fishcake is going to be able to get dunked in, but I think this is going to be potentially a set of base Guardians going down here very early for Valhalla. They are low though. This is getting a little bit sketchy. I mean, they're pretty tanky at this phase of the game.
Just giving up, the thing is, you give up Guardians, you get a flex slot for it, but in turn you give up the urn. Kind of an interesting sequence of events that end up going here. I mean, Valhalla's still a little bit ahead, and they get the extra flex to play with, but on the same note, you do let Hydra Nation get a little bit of extra catch-up at the same time.
And in the end, though, getting that second walker down, it's progress, though. This is where Hydra Nation, though, mates their stand, right? The mid walker, still almost completely full health. No damage has come in. It's clear to me how much Hydra Nation are prioritizing the defense of that walker. And this is your opportunity, Valhalla. You're in much the same spot you were in game one. What do you do differently now? Trying to siege this mid walker. Do you make things more aggressive, play things slower, more cautiously? They do have a bit more late game, so maybe not under the same level of pressure to get something done. However, it's a little scary to be back in that deja vu spot. If Hydra Nation get one big fight win here, I'm going to be pretty worried for Valhalla.
Yeah, and remember how Hydra Nation did it last time, where they just simply got clean pickoffs, one after the other. However, speaking of pickoffs, and maybe Scout giving them a taste of their own medicine. Easy pickoff here on the Rocane. Off on the left. Hayes, Sleep Dagger into Bullet Dance. Cleanly done. And now,
yeah, the silence wave has been great from Lord NM, man. They're forcing mid-boss and into some scary ults, right? Abrams ulti, Lash ulti, and Furnace ulti. There's a lot of steal threat here for Valhalla if they really go for this.
I think it's a bait. I don't think you can force this, not with Rabbit Hex on the table. And instead, I think, speaking of bait, they go for the lasso. Is Hydra Nation. Lasso, though, gone. They don't get the pick and turn. And yeah, I do think this is bait. Like, we don't have the eyes of Valhalla, but the fight is now taking place outside. Leffa getting caught in turn, so the bait is actually really, really effective here. And Valhalla in full pursuit of Hydra Nation, who desperately is trying to get out.
And even Abrams, I don't know if he has the tankiness for this, trying to melee his way out of this, but the tether from Vindicta takes him to the ground. Do is incredibly low, trying to maybe get a life swap out of here. Here's 1 HP on the Geist. No ultimate, no catch on the Death Slam from Fishcake. He's in so deep. And Do managed to get the swap up as well. This is backbreaking for Hydra Nation. This is not just mid-boss. This is mid-walker. This could be, I mean, this could be some base Guardians if they want. It's really up to Valhalla how they want to play this. 6 players alive. The rest of Hydra Nation running for the hills. Buffs up as well. So many objectives. You got to make a quick decision for Valhalla what they want to prio.
Step one, you prio mid-boss. I think that is the absolute right decision here because Hydra Nation has nothing for a steal unless they just get the most absolute MVP moment coming in.
Spear buff Calico is going to kill Wraith, I think, on the side lane right now. He has spear buff. He's thinking about forcing a gank here. You got to be very careful if you're Wraith half HP on that side lane.
Valhalla, meanwhile, not only do they get Rejuve, they're going to grab Urn. And for Hydra Nation, this feels like a very damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. You don't really want to give up another Urn here and let the lead balloon to nearly 30k. But if you lose the team fight, it's going to go there anyways and be even worse. And, you know, realistically speaking, again, we kind of find ourselves in one of these spots of you look to a Holiday and hope, okay, Holiday, can you make something happen? But, you know, I feel like Vegas has been a little bit more on the passive end the last 10 minutes. We haven't really talked about Holiday much and making big plays because Hydra Nation, they've just been forced back.
It's scary with the Haze, right? Because it feels like you could be going for your play and the Haze could just be baiting you in, scouting you out. I like that they're just holding the Urn. I mean, think about there's a ton of jungle for Valhalla to clear on their side of the map. They could just, you know, play this as a farming rejuve. The way Hydra Nation blew their lead up in game 2 was they just took a whole rejuve to just farm the map and got up to like a 40, 50k lead. We're starting to get towards that territory. It's a little over 20k right now.
You think about how Hydra Nation was able to bring the comeback last time. It was through not as severe situations as we're seeing right now. And it was just basically playing back, waiting for opportunities for Leffa to do good damage on the Infernus. I mean, the upside, they got Leffa on the Infernus again, but the carry difference between the teams is not what it was before. And now, Ball just walking forward, easy Urn turn in. That lead, Jake, going to get even larger.
They'll die at the stake.
Still, they're a little worried about trying to get this mid-walker. Now, Hydra Nation commit to a Guardian take on the other side of the map. They're going to clean up that last Guardian, but that should mean a relatively free walker take in the mid. At the same time, though, Hydration, they're trying to get back in time to make that defense. Hydration tethered, use the Abrams ulti to escape out of this, but it's a very defensive fight from the Abrams, not really able to force anything aggressive here.
Yeah, I mean, Hydration right now is just looking to be a distraction and crimes of opportunity at best. Also, meanwhile, Lasso, huge stake. Yeah, what in the world? 5-man stake in from League. His fall through going to be there. Hydra Nation right now, actually still completely okay. 2 ends up going down. The fall through is not there despite the massive stake. And Fishcake getting some cleanup. Is history about to repeat itself here again here, Jake? Hydra Nation got a lot out of this fight and still maintain control of the middle walker.
That is a massive fight from Hydra Nation. They got all staked inside, but I mean, crucially, Valhalla fought without DMB's ultimate, you know, and I think the Warden, this game, curious, maybe we can check the Warden's POV, see if we can check his items, like how he's building this game. But typically that Warden ulti, you really want to fight around it. It gives you the survivability to charge into a small room like that and, you know, take more risks.
It wasn't up. That's the biggest problem is that they Valhalla go for that fight where it's like, yeah, you got rejuve, but one of the biggest downsides of playing Warden is that you are a prisoner to last stand. You don't really want to fight without it. And, you know, while we're in the last parts of the pause, you know, Jason, your thoughts?
I'm really confused at how that stake kind of got off. I feel like Vegas got a great lasso and it like semi-bugged out and they didn't think they actually got the pull. I think he said, okay, I didn't get him, even though he did. Like it was like League was stuck. And then he all of a sudden just appears right behind them with the huge stake, but finding that close quarter just allowed like Leffa to do, I believe, a lot of damage with the ricochet that he had picked up. They're able to just pump down so much damage and kill a couple of high priority targets. But yeah, you get yourself 3 kills and it looks very reminiscent of the first map, but the 3 kills don't necessarily get you back in the game. It just kind of stalls the game a bit and allows Valhalla to go back to the drawing board and look for another avenue to go for an attack because Rokane is still down and they're charging straight through yet again into the mid lane.
Look at this here, Poppers in some danger and yeah, just gonna get caught out by Scout. Valhalla reclaiming a little bit of the momentum. And you know, Jake, again, I'll kind of go back to your idea as a player, and obviously, you know, some of your pro player experience a little bit different, but you know, if you're Valhalla and you get knocked in the face like they just did in that sort of fight, and it happened to you in the previous game, you know, who is that the team that has to be like, no, we're not repeating history, like, you know, chill out?
Yeah, I mean, it's up to somebody to be that leadership voice, but in the end, right, they got over the hurdle. It was messy, but they got the trades, they have the rejuve online, and they're able to clear the mid walker. It's a big stage of the map now. Hydra Nation kind of caught in their base, they're down 1, and base Guardians could begin to be sieged here. So I still think Valhalla, it wasn't the height they were dreaming of or hoping for, but they still got the job done. And now Scout opening with an initiation.
Got some combustion though in here from Leffa, gonna connect with 2. Looking for Calico as the main victim here. Meanwhile though, we got DMP, last stand up, ready for this fight. Hidden 3 here for just a moment, looking onto the shrine. They're gonna get away. And one thing I'll say here, if you are Valhalla, you don't necessarily want to linger here with last stand gone and heals up. This is where you can get burned down a lot by the Infernus. I think they have more than enough time to get Patron, but after they get Patron, Jake, this is one instance where they should immediately get out.
Yeah, you think this is a scary place to stay, especially when you don't have all of your ultis online. You just want to back out, take the reset. And for Hydra Nation, maybe this is their last chance to get out on the map. I mean, mid-buff boss, rather, is going to be up relatively soon, something you kind of worry about.
The spirit urn is waiting to be claimed.
All right, you know, I'm not gonna mention names, but we got some caster curses going on in channel, and people just should not be summoning over Hidden, where, you know, people are calling it, and you never quite know. However, that being said, Valhalla working at a big advantage. Hydra Nation's comeback a little bit stifled right now. Not out of it yet, but swiftly running out of options and win conditions here, Jake.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they have in the tank here. I mean, and this would be a very stiff test for Hydra Nation. They're getting active on the map, but Hydration is just nuked. Big ulti comes down, but these are some tanky characters who can actually tolerate it. And Fishcake sent out of the fight completely solo, getting ticked down. Hydration trying to get what they can, but so many of the players have had to already retreat. And DMB now just got the ultimate online. Hydra Nation, this is going to be backbreaking.
It's going to be map 3 is what it's going to be. They're at stage 2 Patron. You got 3 members down. You got yourself a lead on top of it. You took down the raid boss in Leffa and Valhalla. They hold it together. They don't let history repeat itself. They're going to walk on forward. They're going to take down the Patron. And they're going to bring us to a map 3. The night will not be over so easily this time around for Hydra Nation.
Well done by Valhalla. I mean, that's a tough spot to be, to run it back and get that early advantage and manage to hold on to it. Having some camera trouble right now. I'll see if I'm able to fix that when we come back into game. or rather out of game.
It's all right. Like worst case scenario, I'm sure production has already figured out, okay, we're going to find like some meme picture of Jake and we're going to throw it up there. Like
just get a still image of Junkrat and I'll be good.
Oh God. Yeah. Junkrat with a clock, like a clock that, you know, mentions what time it is and where we're at. But yeah, I mean, overall, you know, we'll stall a little bit. Jason, you're watching that game there. There was a kind of a brief moment of going, oh man, is the comeback going to happen again? But Valhalla this time around, staying strong.
Yeah, short-lived, and obviously I think when Scout is on something kind of important like a Calico, getting those 3 kills isn't going to be enough when he can bounce back. And I like how you called out, you know, people in chat, well, not the audience chat, but our Discord chat, of like already trying to call it. Yeah, that ended pretty quickly. Like right after, like the next fight, it was like, okay, yeah, we're going to a map 3 for sure. But it's kind of crazy to see that we can have these 2 teams trade maps like this, and actually Valhalla came so close to actually already winning the series in that first map. They were able to close things out and not have those back-to-back terrible fights. But it's really cool to see that they can bounce back like this again, showing a couple of different hero pools or heroes for each player. DMB was a wrecking ball on that ward. I don't know if you caught towards the end, but the way he was doing damage to those shrines was kind of insane. But thinking back to how the game starts, we're seeing here Hydra Nation off the bat, like they were on the back foot so consistently against DMB and Lord and M, and yeah, they end up getting a double kill here, but like 2 of those players ended up being so impactful to helping Valhalla close out the game. Like the slowing hexes as well was a massive problem. You saw Lefe getting caught a couple of times, even Rokane whenever Lord and M approached him with the slowing hex. Just very tough to bounce back for Hydra Nation, even if they did have a good fight. I feel like Hydration uncharacteristically had a very non-existent game for what we've seen out of him in almost every single week in DFM.
I don't think Hydration on Abrams is necessarily his biggest comfort pick nowadays. But Jake, one thing I've noticed here looking at this so far is that for Valhalla, when they've done well today, the one common factor, regardless of hero, whether it be on the Holiday or Calico, is that if Scout has a good early game, the shift that you see on the map and the map presence from how Scout gets aggressive, it feels like it's second to one, because to me, I feel like this all kind of began with Scout just taking charge early and often.
Yeah, I think it's a great call out. I feel like both the mid laners, League as well, got really active on the Vindicta, and I think that's sort of the key to Valhalla's success in this game, is they're able to keep tempoing out, but also that those players are on characters where they have a little bit more of a late game top end, and so not only are they getting those ganks, but they're also getting hugely farmed and becoming these bigger and bigger threats. And I feel like Calico, when you start to get that Scourge online and you're just incredibly tanky, it is such a problem to fight a Calico who's just like turbo running at you. And then, I mean, that's not the only threat, right? Like League's over the top with some damage, do as well is another big problem. And Lord NM, despite not having that much net worth this game, like really did not prio farm at all, like went all in for being active. It felt like his gun damage was really relevant. There was many moments where it felt like Rokane like couldn't take that 1v1. And that was so important that they're able to win those fights in the side lanes. It prevented, for the most part, Wraith from getting her rat Dota and clearing off buildings that you would normally expect from this hero. Honestly, it was Lord NM punishing that more times than not.
Jason, looking at the stats here, anything really striking out to you, particularly from the Hydra Nation side, that you may not have expected?
I was actually looking at the 3 slowing hexes that we kind of called when it came to the draft, being such a pivotal item to how they can deal with Hydra Nation, taking out 5 movement abilities, 5 heroes in their movement abilities when it comes to these fights. You're asking me that question, but I have a feeling you know exactly what you want to talk about when it comes to Hydra Nation side, other than like the Ricochet Inhibitor Toxic Bullets build for Lefa, which is honestly so sick to see.
Yeah, I mean, look, when I look at Hydra Nation here, honestly, the overall stat end of things, I just feel like there's probably a reason why we haven't seen a whole lot of Abrams as of right now, the way teams are playing, where you think about how split out Valhalla was in a lot of those fights, and then even when they were in, they had the top tier frontliners. Like, the reality is that I think Abrams is hurt by how good right now Warden and Geist are. And I don't know, this kind of felt like running into a brick wall where you do pay a penalty for not taking some of the higher value frontliners earlier in the draft and making that a priority. And I think this is kind of a lesson maybe that Hydra Nation needed to be learned. But we're going to be going to a break here in just a moment. Jake, any final thoughts before we get into the third and final map?
Yeah, my biggest question is, will Leffa get another first overall Infernus pick? I feel like it was expensive in this game, you know, in terms of like the amount of power you mentioned going the other way for Valhalla. And this game, they were able to leverage that into the win. And do you have the confidence to keep taking that first overall? Do you even need to? Can you take it like in the second phase? Maybe, I don't know. That's definitely some questions for Hydra Nation to answer coming into that Game 3 draft.
Hydra Nation losing map 2. It's all on the line here. Third map for the money, for the title of champion in North America. It's all coming up next here on Deadlock Fight Night North America, presented by Intel. We are back here at Deadlock Fight Night number 29, one before the big 3-0. ZP here with Jake, and we got ourselves a match on our hands. Hydra Nation versus Valhalla. It is 1-1. One more map will decide it all for who will be champion of North America. And Jake, this has been a super interesting series so far, both in gameplay and draft alike.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little worried though from Hydra Nation side going into this game 3, because Valhalla, they had a lead in game 1. Yeah, they threw it away. Yes, Hydra Nation punished them and brought it right back. However, game 2, the adaptations come in. Valhalla, full confidence. They build another moderate size lead, and they also team fight really well in the mid game. And now the ball's back in Hydra Nation's court. What more are you going to change? It feels like the obvious change is deprioritizing the Infernus. Like, the scary thing though is honestly for Valhalla, after Hydra Nation have been first picking it so much, if Hydra Nation don't first pick it, I feel like Valhalla are going to steal it just to deny it. They don't want to let Hydra Nation get Infernus second or third.
Yeah, I think you have to pick it first or you don't get it all if you're Hydra Nation. But also, in terms of things you got to pick first, or, well, you still probably get it anyways. We got Dan rejoining us here on the desk. Sorry, Dan, that was not quite the greatest segue, but we got you back either way, you know.
Dan's my first draft pick.
So shut up. There you go.
Nice. There you go. Thanks, Jake. The save. Yeah, I think that was really cool because I think a lot of teams, when we're used to seeing them with Hydra Nation as we saw the draft, they can show a look, but multiple looks. We don't normally see that can work, and so it's really cool to see that because now Valhalla basically made the statement. It's like, okay, we're super competitive against you guys, and you have to like fight for the hero pool now as well. I like that there's some crossover also between maybe like League and Vegas for in some of the picks that they'd like to have or have comfort on. So yeah, a lot of interesting stuff here. The Viscous does seem to just get removed insta in these series, so fair enough. But what are you guys expecting? What's your feel of Hydra Nation's priority here? Because they're on the back foot now.
I'm not sure anything changes in the beginning. I feel like they really have game planned around Infernus, and unless Valhalla, were to take it away, which clearly they haven't. Well, it is a little bit different though because they have second pick as opposed to first.
I think this is actually better for Hydra Nation because I don't think Valhalla are going to first pick the Infernus. I think that's like too crazy. I love the Geist ban from Hydra Nation. I think that is the best ban right now. Valhalla could grab the Calico as the opener, but it hasn't been prioritized high. Is Warden first pick? I just have never been such a huge fan of the Warden first pick, although DMB had a huge game last game and a great lane to open up with as well.
I'm curious. You know what? Do they go the Infernus here? I kind of feel like they still might. They actually still might, but no, okay, they go Calico. And Dan, I gotta agree with Jake's assessment here. This feels like a better opening here for Hydra Nation being able to go second, because now they're gonna be able to get Infernus, but not get punished anywhere near as hard for the early pick.
The Calico was pretty insane though on Scout in that last map as well. So that really, to me, it kind of feels like that's still a huge win. Opening it with Mirage.
You could get like Mirage and Infernus here. I feel like that's crazy for Hydra Nation to go sort of so greedy with the opening picks, taking your both of your primary carries. However, Hydra Nation has shown willingness to draft that way in the past, and maybe they just feel like if we get our hands on these carries, we will win the late game. That's very Hydra Nation. I think it's very much their ethos. I wouldn't be shocked by it.
I got you.
Yeah, and I think Valhalla are in an interesting spot too because they can pick up the Geist again, they can pick up the Warden again. There's a lot of like core pickups here that are still super available that will serve to be the core of their play style. So I feel like they're still in a happy place. I actually still favor, I think, Valhalla a little bit in this draft. I don't know about you guys in terms of the top end part of the draft, but yeah, there's that Warden.
I kind of want to see them get Haze here. I don't know if that's crazy, but I thought Lord and M had so much impact in the last game. The Invis setting up so many team fights, getting a lot of pickoffs, and then being a very serious damage threat. Like you're really only an initiator in the sense that you're building a slowing hex and a silence wave. Beyond that, you're just another carry, and you could feel that in Lord and M, despite the fact that he wasn't farming that much. Fixation was doing the damage for him, but they're going to prio the Vindicta first, maybe stealing that away from Vegas. They know it's going to be a contested pick if they don't take it here.
So I think the Haze at this point, the opportunity is gone for Valhalla. Maybe there's a world where Hydra Nation stacks the deck damage-wise and grab the Haze, but if they don't grab it, I think you can be damn sure that they're going to ban it on the turn. I think they realize it was really impactful. I don't think they're going to allow that to happen again. But look, the way they're playing, they can pick the Haze here as a playmaker instead. They're going to go with Lash. So to me, I feel like it is going to be a Haze ban coming on in for Hydra Nation. There's other paths they can go, but in likelihood, I think the logic, Jake, that you just brought out, I think actually holds pretty true. And I think Hydra Nation is aware of it. So I think it's going to be a Haze ban, but you know, we'll see.
Especially because Hydra Nation drafts some greedy stuff, like stuff that's very vulnerable to like an Invis Haze running up on you in the side lane and just killing you with like a +1 gank.
Isn't Do also like a nasty pocket player? Or am I thinking of someone else?
No, Do is great pocket. No, Do has a very strong pocket. I mean, so does Scout, but like Do and Scout are both really good at pocket, but normally it would be Do that would be playing it. So you're absolutely right. Pocket remains an option for Valhalla.
Yeah, because
wouldn't mind it, especially if DMB builds the Gun Warden.
Come on, put us in a fight.
Interesting.
They're scared of the hydration Mo, and I don't blame them. Hydration had some pretty big games on the Mo Krill.
Yeah, that's stupid. That's very true. Ivy has seemingly also, by the way, been a priority of Valhalla, but it doesn't seem like Hydra Nation seems to care about it too much. So that might be something that they save for later if it's not super contested. But it does seem to be like somewhat staple in all of the two games far.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, again, you kind of have the strategy that I can't help but feel like, you know, maybe it's a little bit coincidence, but Valhalla, again, you think about Hydration Zero Pool, Calico, Warden, Mo. They really are going out of their way to take away Hydration's favorite options here. And I don't think it's 100% coincidence. I think part of it is like stuff they like to play, but I do think I look at this here, Jake, and it feels a bit targeted.
Kelvin would be a goated pick right here. Like being able to like when Infernus commits the initiation, you can dome him out. Countering the Lash ulti's great, and then it's just it's a Kelvin Shib game. Don't have to be too crazy with it. But so far, NA has like, am I correct? Has Kelvin been untouched in NA? I don't remember seeing it.
Helping people's what I do.
And nope, they go Ivy. Once again, no respect for the Kelvin. Okay, interesting. So NA is fully off the Kelvin train, and EU is about as Kelvin filled as ever. So it's, you know, classic, complete split 180 degrees between the regions.
I mean, like the Shiv, Warden, Calico, like it does feel like a really nice Kelvin. Like we go so well with that. So I'm a bit sad not to see it.
Yeah, I mean, interesting. The Kelvin. I feel like Kelvin just 1 week will be top priority, and then another week will be bottom priority. But Hydra Nation, you got to think this is the Vegas pick that's coming on in, where you want to give Vegas a comfort hero. Well, it's probably gonna be great talent. I don't think they really loved running the Holiday in the last map, and also Valhalla's kind of tipped their hand. You don't have to worry about them picking Holiday if they're picking Calico in all likelihood, because it's probably gonna be Scout that's gonna be in the Calico, who is their main Holiday player, and that's just kind of how it breaks down. Then
they throw at me.
Oh boy, you know, in terms of Hydration hero pool, Dan, they decide to go for Abrams once more. And look, we've seen Hydration have good games as Abrams, but it does feel like they've definitely gotten him on a very lower level pick relative to what you would otherwise see Hydration playing.
And what about, I feel like Valhalla needs some kind of initiator or catch to finish it off. Maybe it's just the Holiday, but Scout is probably on Calico, so it's sort of interesting here.
Oh yeah, Holiday would be really nice. Paradox,
the Paradox, an old face returns.
Yeah. So for me, the Valhalla lineup feels more synergistic. I don't know if you guys get that same feeling. I feel like Hydra Nation feels good heroes, but it doesn't feel like synergistic. Like it's gonna, like for example, you know, the Calico Shiv like Warden frontline is kind of nasty. You know, you can obviously get the, you know, Paradox swapping into stuff. Ivy has a lot of utility around all of that. Vindicta plays, you know, outside the range to like support, and that's super strong when you have that really solid like frontline layer to have to get through. So if your Vindicta player is like good with positioning, that's very strong. And with Hydra Nation, if I don't know, it just feels like I'm not as sure as to like how it all comes together.
I mean, what I look at here is that in 2025, in June 2025 specifically, do you want your only frontline hero to be Abrams? I feel like in most cases that is not what you want in a Deadlock game. And you know, you do it by comparison here, Jake. I think back to the early ban, yeah, you might have gotten rid of Geist, who is really tough to give up, but by giving up Geist, they also ensured the fact that they weren't going to be able to get Warden or Calico, who would be really good for hydration. And I don't know, in a way, I feel like for comfort and what you want on your overall comp, I feel like banning the Geist might be a little bit of a backfire overall.
So the Abrams was in that map 1, and the Shiv was in the map 1 instead of the Abrams, and it scaled. The Shiv actually scales okay into the late game, where it becomes like so impossible to kill and such a lethal threat that it's like kind of made sense. But the Abrams doesn't. I don't feel like the Abrams kind of like fits in that same way. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm also not convinced by this.
I feel like Abrams' game is just gonna get punished, and even if Hydra Nation win, Abrams is not gonna feel good. Like this is a very self-sacrificial Abrams in my mind. Like if you could just get to the point of the game where you could like get Phantom Strike and grab people, I don't even know if you can build that. You might just need to build like pure tank on Abrams' game, just to live a little bit longer, get a couple skills off. I mean, I agree with you. I think Valhalla have a really strong team fighting lineup, but as always, Hydra Nation, they gamble on the carries. I mean, I think Infernus and Mirage could become explosive, ultra late game threats that could take over the game if you can get to that point.
I think the part where they're really gonna struggle the most when you look at their team comp, and they tried to compensate with it a little bit, I think it was probably part of the method and the madness for going Lash, is that you have Lash as a threat for earn fights, but you think about how this is going to pan out, Jake. I feel like Valhalla, more often than not, when you are in your early earn fights at 10 and 15 minutes, they're going to have overwhelming ability to simply run at Hydra Nation, and there's not going to be much in their way. That's kind of a problem unless Lash, Fishcake in particular, is able to land really good death slams.
Yeah, and it always feels like Lash, it's like, who's gonna start the fight first for Lash? I guess it's Abrams to go in and like grab somebody and then pull some attention towards himself. But it feels like Lash, when if he's forced to like truly start the fight with Death Slam, it's so difficult to actually get in there and get that done, especially when Valhalla start to build up some slowing hexes. They're going to start to target this Lash. It's going to become difficult for him to walk in, especially with the threat of a swap from Lord NM. I feel like the Paradox definitely has a lot of great pickoff targets this game. As much as Paradox hasn't been played as much, I think Time Wall is going to get big value this game in pure defensive utility. And I think the swaps are going to be great. If you pull like this Infernus very far out of position with the silence, he's going to be in big trouble. It feels like he may just need to build debuff remover this game. I mean, regardless with the with League's tether, maybe you need it anyway.
So Dan, we're about to send you off for a little bit. Final thoughts here on the lanes. Anything that looks particularly interesting to you?
Yeah, I think with everything said about the overall scope of the game, I actually, even though I'm favoring Valhalla's draft, I like Hydration's lanes, I think, a little bit more in the early game, especially, I think most notably the mid lane. I think, and obviously mid lane is pretty important, but just like having both the GT and the Mirage be a ranged threat, and you're up against the Vindicta and Calico, I feel like that's just going to be a little bit harder for the Vindicta and Calico to kind of tank the damage. Calico can't kind of play the same ranges as the GT and also the Mirage. So for me, that might be a small edge that Hydra Nation might have. But overall, I feel like Valhalla wouldn't have any issues getting into like a stable mid game.
You know what I think, Jake? When I look at the soul allocation here, I actually think this is one of those games where, you know, we talk about how variable Abrams can be in performance, whether he has low farm or high farm. I think given the fact that there's no other real frontline for Hydra Nation, there's more pressure on Hydration to have a greedier Abrams game. Like, I don't think you can have Hydration be poor and have the game be won by Hydra Nation. I think it's like very unlikely that those two things would go together. So in particular, on the lane phase, I'm actually very interested in this right lane, because I think if Hydra Nation goes anything less than at the very least neutral in the lane, I don't see a lot of good roads for them to win.
Yeah, I agree. I think Abrams is going to need to be able to be very tanky to just even really play this game, right? To be able to be impactful. Nice damage in the mid on Scout. See how he tries to deal with this one, play his way out of it. Getting a lot of stacks on him. He's going to take a big nuke of damage here. And the Tornado is enough for Vegas to get that kill.
Yeah, Vegas able to get the finish there, and Rocane just peppering off to the side. So good opening here in the middle lane for Hydra Nation. Rocane a little bit on the low side, so in terms of kills, it's kind of the middle, or not the middle lane, but just the laning phase in general, where even though you get an early kill, you still find yourself a little bit on the back foot after, because you pay for the kill with HP as your currency to an extent.
And Popper is taking a very aggressive posture there behind the lane. Damage though, dodged by Ivy. And Hydra Nation are building up a kind of a lead here. A couple thousand soul lead this early is a little surprising to see. See what Zerbs is able to do on this Ivy, trying to just D-push as much as they can.
I feel like they must be getting hard denied in one of these lanes right now. And oh boy, you talk about dives right now.
Oh, it's very deep though.
Yeah, I mean, that could have gotten a little bit more interesting. He was barely able to back on time. Meanwhile, Rocane able to punish League and shifting gears here. Look at the Zerbsy. Zerbsy in real danger at 60 HP. Gonna go up to the rooftop, get hit with the creep heal, and just barely okay. But playing a dangerous game, also sticking around at 100.
Yeah, they're trying to just like not leave the lane, right? Like keep the farm on and trade player for player. But Do is only up to half HP regen in that time. However, the trades are going both ways. I mean, Fishcake is low. He dives up to the high ground, though, and punishes Zerbsy. Didn't expect that. Lash using that mobility in the early game. Now Shib all alone in the lane, dodging as well as he can. Takes a bit of a counterpunch here from Fishcake, who has the death slam, so you got to be very careful on Do right now.
Middle lane is losing really hard, by the way. Like, not only in CS, but also take a look at the middle Guardian. It's already almost dead. And a catch coming out here from Hydration, putting Lord at M real low. Can't get away, left there in the follow through. Seismic Slam up and over. Off to the back line he goes, and overall, not the worst from Hydra Nation, but that middle lane feels to be the story for me, Jake. They're again pushing it up, and it may be about to go down as Hydration may be rotating over to help out.
Yeah, Vegas knows this matchup really well on the Great Talon now, this time punishing that Vindicta heavily. And this seems like the mid Guardian is going to be going down here. And just anyone who steps up, man, they take a bow shot to the face. And GT having an explosive early game is actually pretty terrifying, right? This hero maybe doesn't have the best late game scaling, but early game, man, you have problems in the other side lanes when those birds start flying in, especially with how low the Valhalla players are.
Mirage just popped over in the right lane and said, I'm good to go. It's a full rotation in from Hydra Nation. However,
hold on.
They start losing players in turn. Okay, maybe the Traveler was not the best idea. It looked high energy, but the response from Valhalla, a little better. Overall, Leffa able to at least get one off the Ashes, maybe two. No, instead getting it shot down. So that rotation from Hydra Nation, Jake, not really working the way they thought.
Yeah, that's a big hold from Valhalla. However, Vegas now has gotten active in his own right, trying to punish League for leaving that mid lane, for daring to step away. GT just chasing Vindicta around the map, following that matchup wherever it leads. Meanwhile, back here in the side lane, I will say the Ivy and the Shiv have done all right stabilizing things, right? They're still down a little bit, but the Guardian is relatively healthy. They've managed the lane well, and now they've also got a bit more health to work with. Poppers, though, is just punishing them. Here's the punish, though. They're trying to turn it around on the Poppers. He's used that TP right, so remember, he doesn't have the escape ability.
Yeah, not quite as mobile. Right now, Valhalla trying to make things happen here on the left-hand side. Quick little hit to the face. Herbsy able to find Poppers. Now, the rotation over. Looking to be effective here so far. Hydration, though, back over and in onto lane, and proper space being given by Valhalla in turn.
This is a game 3 ZT, man. Both teams like heavy rotating, or we're not even 8 minutes into the game. Cinder Stacks coming up soon. IB going for a pretty gun-heavy build. I'm also curious, yeah, let's see what DMB's up to. I think he's going to be super important this game for the team. DMB having a big game on the Warden, getting up to that explosive level he was able to achieve last game.
Okay. Am I crazy, or is Vegas just shadowing Vindicta at this point? Vindicta goes over the right lane. Vegas has moved on over. He likes the matchup. Rocane, though, getting really, really low here on the right-hand side. However, could get a little bit frisky here. Hydra Nation still some options. Take a look here.
The time wall jukes.
Lord at M, 20 HP, no, gonna go down. Hydration Vegas on the punish. Still more raw power here for Hydra Nation off the rotation. And I'll look at this here. I wonder if Vegas is gonna continue the shadow where League goes, because I don't think this has been a coincidence.
No, and I think it's smart. Like, you don't want to let a good matchup roam away from you. And so to continue to trade lanes and keep forcing that favorable matchup is, I think, a very winning play. Lash, lacking a bit of mobility here, could be in trouble. Executes available for Do, so Lash knows he gets down below that threshold. He is going to be in serious trouble. He's going to go back to the base to heal.
Vegas at half HP, and League is coming back over there. Dangerous combination. Assassinate's going to be on the menu here for Valhalla. Overloading with rotations back over into the right-hand side. But you see Mirage and Vegas both heading back, and now you look at Fishcake. Fishcake rotating back on in, still about halfway to another Death Slam. So they're going to have to play this a little more defensively.
trap forces Mirage to go in deep. He does not have Tornado, so he plays his way out of this one. Bird is coming in though, so Valhalla have to play this one slow as well. Neither team with enough HP to play confidently, aggressively. Seems like Vindicta may be evicted from the lane for now.
So funny, at a time when you had both Vindicta and Great Talon at half HP, both just one shot all at you, but now it's League on the back end. Vegas healed all the way back up, and intensity on the right-hand side continues. Hydra Nation, now the ones that push on up. Not much that is going to be done here by League and DMB in turn. Just kind of stuck back as they watch Guardians' HP get whittled down.
And Hydra Nation still have the 3 Guardians up, right? But they're both, or all 3 rather, have taken at least a bit of damage. And so Shiv, Ivy, healthy. Maybe they're the ones who can start to break this one open. Poppers comes in for a counter punish here, but I don't think he has the HP for that. Do is still pretty healthy here on this Shiv.
Meanwhile, take a look, still just getting decent damage on the Guardian is Valhalla there for a moment. And, you know, one of the storylines we set at the beginning of the game is, okay, is Hydration going to have good farm? Look at the state of the game. Hydration's in a good spot right now. If you're going to be a solo frontliner, you like where Hydration is at the moment.
Leffa gets scouted on this rotation on the Infernus by the Calico. It's going to spoil the surprise here for the Valhalla members. And I wonder, yeah, he just looks like maybe just going to back off them this one. Grab the buff on the high ground.
Valhalla trying to open up middle lane. Going in a little bit deep as League. This is dangerous. I feel like if anything's going to get punished, it's when you look at the minimap and see the Vindicta going in deep. Hydration already on the rotation. Vegas, though, gets caught. Elsewhere on the map, middle lane, still going to be okay for Valhalla in turn. The rotation just turns into meeting in the middle. Hydration, though, and Fishcake maybe going all the way over to the right. A very big rotation.
First Guardian take of the game for DMB. When we talk about Warden wanting to be ahead of the game, Warden and Scout both in a very strong posture. Hydra Nation, though, look to take a decisive edge in the game with dead heat right now in the Souls. If they can get this earn in, they would accomplish just that. However, easier said than done, especially with the Guardian just going down in that lane.
Well, interesting enough, they're ahead the 2v3 here on the left, so you got Lash coming in a little bit late. They're trying to team find the left while moving to the right, but you got a Warden Paradox hit squad out for Poppers. Poppers cannot immediately go in, so both teams trying to get position here out of the Erd. Very tense between the left and the right. 3-on-4 on the left, 3-on-2 on the right. A little bit more of an overcommittal here for Hydra Nation looking for the Urn. Should be able to force Valhalla back. Is Valhalla going to get anything here on the left here, Jake? The decisions coming in hot and heavy.
Oh, the Urn so far been stopped, but the stolen ultimate is going to be very potent here from the Sinclair. They clean up DMB, do trades onto Fishcake. Seems like this Urn is going to be going in for Hydra Nation. They value that a lot in the past. Is the Guardian going to be cleared on the other side of the map? We'll have to see. Calico, League, they do find it, but the Hydra Nation players aren't pushed away easily, though. They're healthy enough to stay here and to maybe even turn this around for a push of their own.
Yeah, I think overall for Hydra Nation, you're right. They can stay in here. They can move in, grab the Guardian. I think of the two teams, you give a little bit of the edge for Hydra Nation that they only gave up 1 kill and the Guardian, and in turn they get a Guardian and an Urn and a kill. Overall, a little bit more efficient. Not too much ahead overall in the game as you see some of the rescue beams coming on in, though.
Scout chasing this one down. Has ultimate if he wants to keep diving that. Oh, man, what a pause. Unfortunate for Calico. I feel like Sinclair's going to play his way out of this one. Now that he's at the pad, he can, like, dive over to the walker. And there's a Hydration Abrams ult here. Oh, God, didn't expect that.
All right, so we're going to call back in Dan. Dan, it has been back and forth, to say the least here, and also had a lot of horse trading just a moment ago in terms of what teams are going for. What have you been liking or disliking so far as the game has unfolded?
I think the main thing I've been liking is that despite Valhalla being like a little bit behind, they've been managing to kind of keep the pressure on. Because usually the problem is if you're playing Hydra Nation and you're not being putting the pressure on, you're losing the game. So that's what I'm liking so far.
And they are able to get the punish onto Scout. Pretty massive, right? That they're not able to play their way out of that one in the mid lane. And Hydra Nation has started to build that lead, right? Like 5-10% lead here. Not bad at this phase of the game. You talked about Hydration needing to have a solid game in terms of souls. He's top of the leaderboard.
Yeah. It's exactly what Hydra Nation needed to come out with here. If they were at the same aggregate souls, but it was Hydration at 9K, I would not feel good about this, but this is bad. Meanwhile, Leffa ready to blow, concussive combustion, looking for League. League super low, burning and down. Now, there's a little bit left in the tank here for Scout. Scout, healthier here so far. Is any help going to be there? You look at the minimap, doesn't really look like the case, but on the same while, Leffa just turns around, runs. And from Scout, Scout says, no, I'm not going to chase that.
Stolen swap if he's going to use it. But for now, the Magician living up to his name, trying to play his way out of this swap, but he pulls him in so deep. He's in big trouble here. Almost as really, but hold on, Rabbit X trying to turn around with a kill. Okay, Lord and M does have that grenade in time. But the trade comes in, Hydration is here, and he's continuing to capitalize.
All right, still back and forth. Both teams down 1. Now looking at Vegas here from the mid lane over to the right. Doing a little bit of poking and prodding. And if you're Valhalla right now, I do wonder if they're going to see Leffa as irresistible to go for here on the right lane. I mean, you already got 3 people there. You see him on over, you got to think they would wonder about taking the opportunity, even though Infernus is pretty good at getting away. Ivy going to make first contact. Scout holding in reserve, but here comes Hydration in off the rotation. A little bit eager for the fight should it happen. And now Leffa under the gun, and it's Hydration that just comes in there and immediately helps punish Zerbzi.
Man, Leffa and Hydration have just been the Bash brothers so many times for this squad. It's been these two to stand up and be the heroes for the team. It seems like this game is going to be no different. Chase down on the Vindicta, caught, pulled, and right into the bird. The follow-up onto the Death Slam. That is brutal for League. Hydra Nation started to blow this game wide open, getting active, fearless across the map here. Valhalla have kept the net worth lead relatively small, but it feels like the fights keep going the way of Hydra Nation.
I think the biggest difference with the previous games that Valhalla did well in is that this has not been an enormous Scout game where Scout has been dictating the pace from rotations. Hydra Nation has been even more active on the rotations than Valhalla. They've really done a much better job of getting Hydration the farm he needs on the Abrams. So overall, whether it be economy allocation, rotations on the map, response to gank attempts, Hydra Nation has looked so much sharper in this game than they did just one map before.
All right, Do is showing up to the team fight though, and he is the most farm character for Valhalla. If he's able to have a big team fight here, start to turn the tempo around, this could be a moment for the game.
Hops on in, able to take down Leffa right away. As he called, quick execution coming in for Do. Now perhaps looking for a little bit more Valhalla. Fully grouped up here, and Hydra Nation not really enjoying the rest of the fight. Meanwhile, Urn gonna go down here on the left. Fishcake could have an easy control of the Urn should he wish. Or what am I saying? I'm losing my mind here. Urn turn is on the left, and the Urn is picked up by Paradox. It's been a long day.
And he's going the express shot build on Paradise. I don't know if I've seen this in high-level play, but this is some pretty crazy sniping damage. Maybe that'll be a problem for somebody like Vegas to deal with. Same time, Leffa, Rokane, they haven't reached that critical mass that will allow them to tank through the initiations of Valhalla. So Valhalla is still playing around their ultimates. They are a big threat, and I mean, Shiv being the most farm character is pretty much where he wants to be in the game, right? Be able to soak up all those executes, get those resets over and over again. It looks like we're gonna have another major fight. Valhalla choosing to fight without the DMV ultimate.
Seismic Slam over in Hydration. First one in. Tanky, but not that tanky. The focus fire just rips him apart. There and in the moment. One up now is Valhalla. DMV a little bit low. No last stand up in the fight. May not matter. Scout able to get the turn in. And Hydra Nation not really able to turn that to their advantage. They get DMV towards the very end, but give up the Urn and turn. And just like that, we are back to even here, Jake. But they are going to get the Walker as a bit of a trade.
Yeah, Leffa gets the Walker and tries to double down for more. Goes in deep with the concussive combustion. Oh, but there's so many players here that can all support each other into this. Leffa is trying to like 1v3. So many parries. Leffa going God mode, still kills League. Surely that's all he can find, but I mean, he's done enough, hasn't he? Walker force a massive rotation and even get a counter kill in the chaos. Really well played.
I mean, that is brilliant, what we just saw there. I feel like Leffa, more than any other player in the game, is able to turn losing situations into getting something for it. Getting the double parry there, just reading the tea leaves, double parrying, buying himself enough time to just get one kill there instead of being a free kill. Actually ridiculous, on top of still making sure to get the Walker. I mean, and again, I feel like you don't see players do that all that often, but Leffa makes it look easy.
That kind of saved the play from Hydra Nation as well, because they would have just been giving up Urn to get a Walker, which is a decent trade, but you know, not amazing. But then getting that extra kill, forcing a lot of time spent dealing with him on the flank. I mean, that is very valuable from the Infernus, and it kind of mitigates some of the lane pressure that could have come against Hydra Nation after that winning team fight on the side.
All right, 105 to 100K, still pretty even across the board. Income allocation, honestly, pretty good across both teams. Like you look at here and nothing is really looking bad per se. The people that should have farm do have farm on both sides. Although I feel like, you know, Jake, every time we go to the hydration cam, he's gambling. Always gambling.
I mean, you got all those melee upgrades. Might as well punch the center sacks. And they've held on to this mid Guardian as well for so long, so deep into the game. I mean, I think the Guardian itself isn't that game changing, but just keeping that shop open allows people to stay on the map a little bit more actively, makes everything else a little bit more efficient. So if you're able to hold the mid Guardian this long, it really does pay dividends.
Now we've hit a little bit of a lull in the game. Probably a good chance here to check in with Dan. And Dan, you know, what are you seeing right now?
It's been a really interesting game. The fact that Valhalla were able to kind of win that unfight was the sort of the moment where they were able to kind of turn things around. I think obviously like Do being able to come into the fight and insta kill, get insta kill. Well, actually, there was a previous fight where he gets an insta kill into Infernus, but it was actually Hydration going in a little bit too early ahead of his team in that unfight where he gets instantly killed. And that was kind of the issue. So I feel like Hydration or Hydra Nation looked a bit weaker in that fight than maybe that team fight that maybe they should have, just because of just some missed timings in that respect. But I think the scaling here does look a bit better for Hydra Nation. I feel like going into the long game, it's definitely not like crazy because there's a lot of ways to mitigate that with Valhalla having heroes like Shiv. But I'm a little bit worried for League. I'm kind of getting worried because there's a lot of like really good counters to League between like Vegas, Lefa on the Infernus, as well as like Alash. I'm like worried that League's going to fall too far behind.
Well, you got the anti-curse there as League. Got a little bit of extra souls into the bank account there. Quick little opportunity capitalized on by Valhalla in the middle. I don't disagree, Jake, though, with the overall idea is that you look at the scaling, and I do think dealing, especially with the Infernus and Mirage into the late game poke alone from Hydra Nation is going to be hard to deal with, even though Valhalla's front line is scary. They might not be able to get close enough at times to make use of it before they're all down to half HP.
Yeah, I mean, Lash isn't having an amazing game, which will help at least in mitigating some of those team fight threats. But I think you're right for Valhalla. They do need to find a little bit more purchase before the game gets too deep into the late game. Still, it's a bit of ways until I think it's really that like 30 to 40K soul count where once Lefa starts buying like defensives that enable him to stay alive in counter initiation on him, that'll be a big game changer. For now, he's got monster damage, but if he gets initiated on and gets CC'd, he's just going to get bursted down quick. Same for Mirage, right? They don't have the tankiness just yet. But then into the super late game, that's where it's going to become very problematic. And here's Lefa finding that concussive combustion onto the Paradox, get the kill, and more souls into the bank account. Rokane's instantly TPing over, by the way, to the other side of the map. They want to win on two fronts at once.
Yeah, they drop the Death Slam, clear things out here near the urn, drops on down, looking here for the Ivy. And Zerbzy, very, very low. Meanwhile, switching gears here, you see the focus fire on the Hydration. Hydration, though, standing strong, super tanky. The importance of having a farmed Abram. Zerbzy finally going to go down. And Hydra Nation continuing the hold over here near the urn turn in. Urn going to be picked up by Hydration and likely turned in, so they're going to funnel even more souls the way of Hydration here, Jake.
And the game's starting to crack open. That was Hydra Nation winning a fight on two fronts at once. Lefa continuing on in the split push while Rokane comes in to assist. And that's a very bad sign for a team where you win a fight where you had more numbers, you had more into the engagement. Hydra Nation are going to go for a mid-boss force here. We'll have to see if this is a fake or for real, but they're bringing a lot of DPS for a fake. I mean, looks like they do want to just clear this one out.
They don't have Seismic Slam to make it very, very secure, but on the same note, you have no real options here for a steal for Valhalla. It would be the Hail Mary of Hail Marys if you made it work. Rejuvenator coming down. They're going for it. They're going to go for the swap. Do they get it? No, they do not. Hydra Nation gets the secure. It was walking into a den of vipers for Valhalla. They lose Scout here, and they might be losing even more. Lord NM going to get caught. They went for the contest here, Jake, and it does not end well at all.
And a Den of Vipers not known for being something you can easily walk out of. Hydra Nation now on the chase down, looking to turn this successful team fight into a mid-walker. Lefa being a bit patient, but he's so tanky now. He's got that spirit resilience now, gonna become a problem. Stolen Warden ulti as well, just adding more pressure to the siege from Proppers. And Valhalla, they're too low to fight this. They just need to go back to the base and take the reset. And Lefa wants to even go for kills. They're going past the walker. I don't think you're gonna be ready for this over Valhalla.
Oh, that was some ricochet nonsense that just happened there. By the way, Fishcake got the credit, but Lefa is the one that is lighting them all on fire. Hydra Nation moving forward, getting base guardians here on top of it, getting the flex slot. Howl coming out there towards the very end, and Valhalla now firmly in the how in the world do we bring this back position. And Hydra Nation, they're not stopping here, Jake. They want some shrines on top.
They're still healthy. Why would they back now, right? They can continue to pressure this down, but maybe without the ultimates, it's a bridge too far. Rocane is a little bit low. So they're going to back off, grab all the farm they can on the map. I mean, they have so much time to work with on this reju. They're not really forced into anything too aggressive, and that's the ricochet on Lefa. That is a very potent ultimate, or rather very potent item to be grabbing at this phase of the game, right? Really amplifies everything you're able to do in the team fight. DMB also picked up a lightning scroll. So I'm curious actually if we can take a look at the Warden at some point. You can see what he's building. But I mean, look at the tanking. It's from this Abrams. This is pretty massive. He's got mobility, gun damage, very, very all-around build right here, showing the wealth he's built up in this game, right? I think if he was poorer, he would have to just build pure tank and not be able to deal this gun damage. But having the point blank, having the melee charge and the fleet foot makes him a much more formidable foe in the long fight.
Yeah, and I mean, you stop and think about it, hydration was effectively the biggest point of potential failure for this team composition, where if hydration was not farmed, they would have nothing even resembling the front line.
They're all around him. They want to go for this Abrams first, but it looks like he's got the ulti max, unstoppable, and just flies right out of there. Base created from hydration, scouts everything out, and Valhalla, yeah, just gonna run back to base with their tail between their legs. Unless maybe they get another catch on the side lane.
They may be able to get Lord and M here. Lord and M a little bit exposed, already down to half HP. Here comes the punish. Here comes hydration saying, you're going to take me out. No, no, no. You've read this completely wrong. The seismic slam, just a quick tactical retreat. And now off the pickoff, they're hungry for even more here, Jake. Patron may be on the menu as soon as they get down the last few shrines and guardians.
Yeah, they're clearing all the base guardians first, taking it very step by step. Hydra Nation, they've won Deadlock Fight Night many times before. They've also thrown it away on a couple occasions, and they're not going to let this be one of the latter. Taking things very by the book now. Still some ultimates waiting on cooldown. A tether comes in, some big damage comes out on the attackers, but they're so healthy and they're fighting so well together. DMB comes out with the ultimate, the last stand for Valhalla.
Literally and figuratively is DMB here at the last stand, and sure, it's forcing Rocane a little bit back, but the last stand is over. The Rabbit Hex comes so many buddies. Pretty massive from Poppers, sets the stage. The follow-through is going to be there from Rocane, and Poppers right on after. Turned in the Rabbits and sent back to spawn. Hydra Nation, another 5 kills and another championship going to be heading their way. They take down first stage Patron, and in this case, Jake, I think you stay.
Yeah, I don't even think there's any hope for Valhalla. They're not going to be up in time. Patron drop comes in. Hydra Nation, another statement victory for them against a resurgent Valhalla, another team that really stepped up, I think, this week and showed some of the best Deadlock they've played yet. It just wasn't enough. Hydra Nation, they got the comfort picks. They got Lefa and Rocane onto these crazy late game scaling potential. Hydration had the confidence to give me another run back on the Abrams. This time, it looks so much better. Great performance from Hydra Nation to secure another win in this Deadlock Fight Night powered by Intel.
Big change from map to map, but also a big change just by changing up the draft order a little bit. Hydra Nation, with how they won the draft here, felt like a much more comfortable game for them, drafting from the second position, able to get a little bit more power to go in with that early Infernus pick. Of course, great time now to bring back in Dan. You saw this from start to finish, and Hydra Nation saving the best for last as far as having a complete game where they don't fall behind at the beginning.
Yeah, that was a really big change, I think, for sure. Like the fact that I think it was the fact that Hydration was able to be so much more active and effective, I think was a really big difference. And that was a really big question for us looking at the draft. We thought that Abrams would actually have a really hard time, but you know, it's just looking at like Scout's performance as well. You know, it just wasn't nearly like there's nothing compared to like the second map. In terms of the dominance, and we didn't see that presence there from them in that respect. And even though there were some mistakes here and there from you know, I mentioned that sort of like going for that side slam a little bit early, looking to deny the urn, but was like the spacing with his team was like a little bit off, so his team couldn't really follow up to support, which means that he, you know, Hydration just got like mega focused down, and this kind of opened up the game a little bit, even after Hydra Nation had actually edged out a lead over some time. You know, they just went right back to winning, like very quickly after that. because they're able to stay active, able to stay farming, and that Infernus Mirage threat was able to be protected in that respect, and they were able to do their jobs. There were so many moments where Hydra Nation were able to just have Lefa pushing stuff by himself, like just pushing down objectives by himself, getting like massive return on like a lane, and then also Hydra Nation would still be competitive where they were fighting elsewhere on the map. So overall, like very impressive that they were able to just have way more impact. I think in that was the defining feature, and they kept that mid guardian up for so long. That's also kind of sus as well, I feel like.
Yeah, I think across the board from Hydra Nation, it took the full team effort. As much as we've been highlighting Lefa a lot for the performances on Infernus and on some of these like major late game characters, I mean, I think game 1 particularly impressed me, right? Like, it's one thing, game 3 is like very scrappy early game, and it just Hydra Nation just get the better of a couple of those key fights, get that lead, and then macro their way really cleanly to a win. But game 1, right, to be able to just like hold on so tight to the small lead, just keep Valhalla to a small advantage, never letting them really expand it. And then you see that one big opportunity, Vegas hits a big stake, and then they completely snowball the game out of control from there. So, I mean, this is a team that you just always have to respect, right? Like, even if you're ahead, even if you're starting to beat them, they're making it very clear that they can punch back, and they absolutely will if you let your guard down at all. So Valhalla, as well as they played, it wasn't enough to get this win over Hydra Nation.
Well, it does bring us to the player of the match presented by Intel. Dan, you were watching from the sidelines the whole way through. I know this one was a little bit of a tough call, given how much of a team play it was coming in from Hydra Nation, but we've tasked you with giving us one player of the match. What do you got?
I mean, for me, hydration, just because not only, you know, we talked about the run back on the games, which is a big deal because it really did fall flat, but also the fact that, you know, the run back actually worked and it was a completely different look, and it was defining as well in the early game, the early to mid game, and that's that we characterized how difficult that might be to achieve, but Hydration achieved it. And not only did he achieve it, Hydration was also able to like have a sole lead, and was also very active in the fights. And I think that's really important to create the space for, like I mentioned, you know, like Lefa in particular, to be able to spend time farming and not being in team fights. Like, you know, Hydration's there to ensure that he's alleviating that burden from his teammates, and he did that exceptionally well. And I think that creation of the space was definitely a pretty key factor in how successful that early game was. And obviously the early game does create a positive trajectory for the rest of the game. So for me, you know, Hydration's ability to turn it around here was definitely one of the defining features. But like you said, it was a team effort and it was pretty hard to call. You could probably have picked quite a few different players on Hydra Nation.
Yeah, great performances across the board from Hydra Nation. I mean, and they're bringing it back together. As long as they keep winning, surely this roster will stay the same. I mean, I do hope, though, we see more consistency over time. At the same perspective, though, it's like, this is a reality of a game as early as Deadlock is like, there's always going to be new players rising through the ranks that if you're the best team, you always want to be considering them, right? You don't want to be looking askance at new talent because, you know, in a few years, there could be a whole different cast of players at the very top. And so everyone is still competing to be at that top. Somebody who seems like they might stay there for a while, though, I think is Lefa. Just the mechanics, the individualism, some of that solo play on Infernus, like ratting out a walker and then turning for an additional kill on the players who come to trade him out with some insane parries. Just absurd plays, like stuff that you just know you can't replicate at home.
Also, one thing I have to bring up again here, where you look at the performance here, there's still something to be said about Deadlock in its current state of the game, where as much as we talk about, okay, here's the meta, here are the power picks, you know, nowadays, right now, seems to be more in the frontliners, you know, heroes like Geist, or, you know, Hydra Nation, like really preferring the Infernus. There's also something to be said about players playing the heroes that they are historically very good on, where, yeah, GT may not be the most favored pick at times nowadays, but you give GT the Vegas, and Vegas will find a way where, you know, this is post-item patch GT, putting on all sorts of heavy damage, being a menace in lane and throughout. So I love seeing that, and the fact that, like, even as the game evolves, you still have room for players really to make some of these pocket picks very much their own. You know, no pun intended, because we didn't even see a pocket this time around, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, Vegas had a great series, man. The Vindicta, that stake was a key part of the turnaround that enabled them to come back into the game, and then game 3 is just dominant. Like, he's a big part of the reason that mid lane Guardian is up so incredibly late into the game. It's just his dominance in the mid lane, taking the enemy mid Guardian early, and then just, you know, continuing to control that position and still show global presence with that bird.
Yeah, and I'm glad to see that we get the GT representation too, because I don't know if I was saying it off camera or not. I can't even remember at this point, like when and where I said it. But I think GT provides a unique feel to the game where you have this like global presence with the bird. It has like kind of like there's that drama when the bird is going to chase down a kill, and it can often be like a pivotal kill, and you know, like nobody else like has an ability like that, and GT has that explosive potential that I think is just really fun to have in the game. So I was kind of sad to see how badly he got kind of affected by the patches. So to see him get picked up here today was really fun, and also to see him played well and for it to be pretty decisive, because also Valhalla made a great look with GT as well, showing it's still viable.
All right. Well, here at Deadlock Fight Night, we pay attention to the community, both in our own chat and places like Reddit. And we saw that recently it was pretty popular to take a look at what heroes were picked and banned over the course of a fight night. It's good conversation. It's good for knowledge on who's getting picked and where it is. And we decided to, take some of the inspiration from the community and make a fancier graphic, easier for people that want to discuss where things were at. Just take a quick screenshot, share it around. But this was the hero priority here tonight, and you take a look at that, Jake. It has to break your heart because Viscus, we only saw him get picked once. He was sent to the Shadow Realm all the other times.
So sad, man. The Viscus, I mean, he's a team fight in a box, though. I understand why teams want to ban him. He really makes a lot of does like massive damage, incredible stun control, and it's just a menace sometimes in some small rooms or some certain parts of the map. So I'm not shocked to see that many bans. Geist, seeing a ton of play. Geist has just like really been dominant for a few weeks. Has looked like amazing on so many roles. And then Infernus, 7 picks on Infernus. I mean, this is the Infernus renaissance, man. Infernus is back.
And I mean, Lash also getting picked so much and being like prioritized so heavily is actually really interesting to see as well, because Lash was kind of like we memed on Lash a lot in the past. So for me, in terms of like going from zero to hero, I feel like Lash is in the consideration there. It's I don't know that I can think of, just looking at this, anyone else where I'm like, whoa, they kind of, there's like been a big shift in terms of people actually wanting to play this and it being valued at the top.
I always love just looking at the reaction. The love for production is fantastic. It just, it's now catching up to where we're at here. It's like, look, production puts in a lot of good work, trying to figure out new ways of making info more digestible. And look, we know all of you when you tune in, one of the big reasons is just, keep your eyes on the pulse of the Deadlock community, see what is good and bad, and anything we could do to make that a little bit easier, whether it be builds of the day or in this case, just a quick overview of where we're at. Every little bit helps. Jake, we're coming to the end of the show here. Final thoughts before we wrap things up.
Yeah, just great games all around. From all of our teams here, I was really impressed with a lot of the action we saw and some different metas coming out from NA and EU. It's just another great Deadlock Fight Night in the books. Thanks to the community, of course, for always showing up to support and cheer on the teams, the production, and of course us. But also thanks to the teams, for putting in that work and continuing to grind the game and push things to the next level.
Dan,
yeah, I just want to give an honorary shout out to both Abrahams for becoming like this legit team that is actually beating VP in a really great fashion at the moment. They're very exciting to watch. So that's made European DFN really fun. And then also seeing Valhalla do the same with Hydra Nation here today. Like, we haven't had a lot of close rivalries in North America that consistently. And so to see them look, show different looks of how to play the game and still be competitive against a team like Hydra Nation, also really fun. So I love where we're at.
All right, well, that brings us to the end of the broadcast. Coming next week, that's right, it's going to be Deadlock Fight Night number 30, our 30th show on the way. Time keeps on flying, but we couldn't have done it here, of course, without all the love and support of the community and the teams. Thank you, everyone, for helping this happen. Thank you, of course, to Intel, our wonderful sponsor, for funding it all. But this has been Deadlock Fight Night number 29, presented by Intel, and we'll see you next time.
victory.